All right, we'd like to welcome all in attendance for our December 1st Wildlife Board meeting. I see that we have great attendance from the public and also very well attended from the division. All of our Wildlife Board and RAC chairs are here, so appreciate everyone in attendance. First, would like to remind everyone that the meeting's being recorded. So when the time comes for questions or comments, we will have microphones. We will be sharing some microphones for a time between board members and RAC chairs. So make sure that you pass the microphone and speak clearly in those. With that, we'll start with some introductions. Let's start with Bryce.
Central region.
Randy Durth, the Northeast region.
Wade Heaton, Southern region.
Brett Selman, Northern region.
Gary Nielsen, Southern region. Central region.
So perfect. I feel the same way, Gary. My brain is scrambled. So with that, my name's Kevin Albrecht, Southeast region. With that, I'd like to ask for approval on the agenda. Oh, you know what? Hey, let's do RAC introductions. Let's start with Justin.
Justin Oliver, Northern RAC chair.
Thanks.
Brett Prevedel, Northeastern RAC chair.
Brock McMillan, Central RAC chair.
Kent Johnson, Southeast RAC chair.
Braden Richmond, Southern RAC chair.
Thank you. All right. Any discussion on the agenda?
Mike's in front of me. I'll make the motion that we approve the agenda for the December 1st, 2022 board meeting.
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion on the agenda and a second. Any discussion? Call for a vote. All in favor? Unanimous. Approval of the minutes.
Once again, Mike's in front, happens to be in front of me. Make the motion that we approve the minutes from our previous wildlife board meeting.
I'll second that.
Got a motion and a second. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Unanimous. With that, we'll go to turn a little time over to Randy for action log.
And we've got actually 4 items, although one of them has already been completed, but there's the first one is progress on the changes to the statute for poaching of a swan, which I do know we're going to talk maybe a little bit about later today, but the motion was that we moved to ask the division to look into changing the statute to reflect a 7-year waiting period for poaching a swan and have the division report back. And so maybe if we can get someone to talk to that. Wyatt, here he comes.
Yeah, Wyatt Bubak, Law Enforcement Chief for the division. Currently, our state statute for suspensions is set up in a fashion that's based on the crime class that you're convicted of, not necessarily the specific animal that you poach. So for example, for swans, for someone who intentionally poaches a swan, let's say out of season without a license, the crime class for that charge would be a Class B misdemeanor. That's a 3-year license suspension. Class A's are 5, felonies are 7. So if we wanted to look at making a intentional unlawful harvest of a swan, a 7-year license suspension, there's a handful of ways we'd have to do that, none of which are super clean. One would be we elevate the poaching of a swan to a felony. which would be commensurate with the intentional poaching of a once-in-a-lifetime species or an elk for comparison, which has certain concerns there as far as elevating it to a felony level violation. The other option would be to change it, all Class B misdemeanor violations to a 7-year license suspension. So that'd be things like all small game would then become a 7-year license suspension because small game falls into Class B misdemeanors. So grouse, ducks, things of that nature would then become a 7-year license suspension. And we'd likely need to adjust code for Class A's and felonies to be commensurate or separate or elevated from what they currently are as far as suspension duration goes. The last one that's probably causes the most confusion would be to set suspension levels for individual species, which creates some conflicts with IWVC and some challenges there. If we went that route and made swan a 7-year license suspension, then we'd likely have to go, what's a cow elk license suspension? What's a non-trophy bull elk license suspension? What's a trophy bull elk license suspension? It'd get pretty complicated there. IWVC is the Interstate Wildlife Violator Compact. Basically, it's a compact between 49 states in the nation that say if you get suspended in a given state, those other states will honor those suspensions. Generally speaking, those are tied to license types, not specific licenses. So for example, someone gets suspended in Nevada for small game, we'd suspend their small game license here in Utah. However, if Utah separated out swans and suspended based on individual licenses or species, we may or may not get those suspensions honored in other states depending on how they view the compact in their state. So it is a very complex topic. If we went to a 7-year license suspensions for swans, it would require fairly substantial changes to code and some stuff that would warrant for sure at length discussion within the division on what we felt was appropriate for other species if we elevated swan to 7 years from what it would currently be for 3. And so that's, currently shooting a trumpeter, for example, during the season with the license isn't unlawful. This would be specific to those that are being shot before or after the season or without a license, which generally speaking, I don't know that we even have an annual violation of that in the state. So any other further questions I can answer?
The next topic was a possibility of a 3-year season structure for big game seasons and a hunter orange regulation. And the motion was that we asked the division to look into a 3-year season structure for big game season dates and the possibilities of a hunter orange regulation reforms, including the amount required, what other states allow. And so maybe if we can get Covey, and looks like Dax might be available for that.
Thank you. I'll speak to the season dates, and then I think Covey will speak to the hunter orange a little bit. Dax Mangus, big game coordinator. We're bringing right now a 2-year season date recommendations for 2 years. Love the recommendation to do multiple years. We went with 2 years just because this is the first time we're doing it. We have a lot of changes with the new elk plan, and we have a new statewide deer plan in 2 years. But I think after this 2 period, we'll see how it works, and I think we're pretty open to expanding and going to the 3 years. Just a lot of those dates just change very little year to year. So that's kind of an update on where we're at and why we just went with 2 instead of 3. And I think we're definitely open to going farther in the future.
Okay, thank you, Dax.
And then on the Hunter Orange report, part of the motion was to investigate what states around us do. And looking through this, several states, several of our surrounding western states, it's not required but encouraged. So in Arizona, California, Idaho, Nevada, New Mexico, Oregon, it's required if you're under 17, but not required if you're over 17, 18 or older. 17 or under, 18 or over. And then, so most of the states are not required. There are some states that have a similar requirement to Utah, which is 400 square inches, and that's Montana and Washington. and Colorado has to one-up us and have 500 square inches. So not that anybody's ever got out a tape to check the square inches they have. So it's easier for big guys like me to make sure they meet the minimum. And then there's a few makes, Wyoming is one that has, you just have to have an article. So we know there's a desire for hunter orange reform. This reform, we've reformed probably about as far as we can go in rule. And the next reform would be in code. But in order to do that, we need to get, there are strong sentiments on both sides of hunter orange and where we feel. So we want to make sure that we work with the interested parties. A lot of our hunter ed instructors feel pretty strongly about this, law enforcement as far as what they can enforce, and then work with the board and then present something probably for a code modification to hunter orange that looks at either more alignment or more simplicity or a combination of both. And we plan to work on that over the next year and work with the legislature in the following session. So, any questions about that or anything I didn't answer?
I have one question, if I may, Mr. Chair. Just a question. In the states that it's only suggested, which is most of the western states, have they had any issues or problems with that anybody knows about?
Well, you know, I know they had some accidental discharge shootings in Idaho last year during the hunts, but when you look at these, they're usually in camp. So it gets classified as that, but then when you investigate further, was it a hunting accident or was it an accident that happened in camp? And then it gets assigned to that state where it happened because they don't require hunter orange. Well, you know, a lot of folks don't wear hunter orange when they're sitting around camp. So you've got to investigate it a little further, but I don't.
One of the, during WAFWA, one of the discussions, Colorado had an incident. They have overlapping seasons with archery and muzzleloader. They actually had an archer that was shot by a muzzleloader hunter, but the archers aren't required to wear orange, nor are the muzzleloader hunters. So they are pretty strong supporting orange right now. But that is one state that recently had an issue. So
sure, and they require, yeah, I guess not on that hunt, but they do require, they're the 500 square inches. So. We definitely hunt differently than we used to. You know, the densities are not the same. When we talk about crowding today, the sentiment of crowding is very different. And I understand the push and necessity for this in the past, but it's probably time for some reform. I just don't know exactly what that looks like yet.
Thank you, Covey. The next one is we won't have anyone come up, but it was to establish a technology effectiveness committee, and that has been done, and I think they've got some really good stuff going there. And the last one was a possibility of issuing a 2-point or smaller buck deer tag to youth hunters. And the motion was that we direct the division through the action log to look at issuing 2-point or smaller buck deer tags to youth hunters, that in the 4-year period between 14 to 18, they would have the potential to be guaranteed at least one hunt for a 2-point buck, and that those tags would not take away from any of the other tag allotments, but be in addition to the tags already issued. We would ask the division to look at the impact that it would have on licensing and the herds, as well as future youth hunters. And then Kevin Albrecht also included with the action log item that the addition of a survey be used to see what is needed. And so looks like Covey's going to address that one for us.
Yeah, so this motion was based on presentations that the division gave to the board about yearling, and part of that incorporated yearling buck survival and just how low it was since we've been monitoring both yearling bucks and does in our data. It's something we still want to investigate. We feel like we need a couple more years worth of worth of data to do that. And one of the reasons why is because that survival rate was on some of our worst drought years. And so we've had some better years the last couple, and we have 2 years until we rewrite the statewide deer plan. That gives us a larger set of data to look at, and it'd be perfect timing as we rewrite the statewide deer plan. We can evaluate those data and see, is this something we want to pursue? And so that's the plan of action moving forward on that, is to get a couple more years worth of data and then do it in conjunction with the statewide deer plan. Is that something that's acceptable at this time?
I'll speak to it. I think a lot of times we get in a hurry to open these plans and we see some opportunity, but I think honestly that is probably the best place for it to be thoroughly vetted. The division is working with partners, with everyone else, and I personally think that's the right time. Plus, I appreciate that the division is wanting to make sure that the data is sound. So, great.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Covey. That's it, Chairman.
Thank you. Some great information. With that, we'll turn the time over to the director for an update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Phil or Paul, can you pull that up for me? Thanks. I as this went through the public process this last rack cycle, we started with really long division updates, and they seem to get shorter and shorter as we went around the state. And I think that was, we were trying to save some time for very long issues, and we're keeping people very late. So I agreed that I wouldn't make everyone watch a division video of something amazing that we do today, but I did want to give a brief update of what we've had going on and what's coming up. So as far as our administrative services section, excuse me, the next application period is going to be for our limited entry turkey hunts. These are the spring permits, and that application will start December 13th and run through the 27th, with results coming out shortly thereafter. From our aquatic section, again, we've just, the status of the drought and our lakes, we're always monitoring that. We've been completing our fall gill netting and stocking trout, wipers, and other fish throughout the state. One other thing I wanted to mention here is we're making another push and been partnering with people to try to get support for construction of the Loa Fish Hatchery, and with the legislative session coming up, that we'll have more discussions there. So our habitat section has got a lot of WR thing that when we say right here that we're preparing to launch the new roadkill app and it'll be available soon to the public, I have wondered what soon is as well. I don't know if that means soon like Christmas is coming soon or spring will be here soon. So, but that is coming, and that's something that we're looking forward to. And then also our Utah Wildlife Action Plan that a lot of our partners are engaged in. We've started that process, and really our plan runs through 2025. So we'll be gearing up for that. Our law enforcement section, again, wrapping up on stuff from the fall and the boating AIS season. I think this number's been sent out there before, but since August 1st, they've investigated 475 animals that they have verified were taken illegally in the state, with a value that is around $300,000. We've hired new officers again, and they're going through posts or being assigned. One thing that everyone in here should be aware of is our tip 411 option for texting in violations is becoming our main format that we're getting violations. And again, people can do that anonymously if they would like. There's an anonymous option that our officers don't even receive the number. Anyway, it's been great for us and is getting a lot of steam. So if you haven't downloaded that, you should. Our outreach section, so sleigh rides are back at Hardware, WMA, and this is the first time in a few years due due to the pandemic and due to the drought without us having enough hay. And we have partnered with Haviland's Old West Adventures, which is a business there in Cache Valley. And that's going to start on December 2nd and run through February 12th. And I'm glad that there's snow on the ground to make that happen. And that will be going on and exciting to see. From our wildlife section, our big game capture season started. If you're interested in partnering with the division or helping at one of those events, you can contact pretty much anybody in our wildlife section and they can get you that calendar, which changes a lot due to the weather and other issues that may come up in certain areas. So again, we're also analyzing data collected from this fall's hunts and looking at that data. And then if you have not heard, which I would guess the majority in this room have, our swan hunt closed early due to the trumpeter quota being met, and it closed on November 17th. And with that being said, we have people here today if the board wanted to talk about that in the other business portion of the meeting. We've got people here that could address that swan hunt and actions moving forward. With that, I'll take any questions. Thanks.
One thing that I'd like to bring up since our last meeting, we Bryce Pilling, and I just want to recognize him. Those of us that have worked with him knows that he was wonderful in service to wildlife. I want to recognize him, so thank you. Sorry about that. With that, I'd like to turn the time over to agenda item number 5.
Is that me? Elk Plan? I just had to bring up one thing Covey failed to mention. In Colorado, you can wear hot pink also. So I thought you might be interested in that, Mr. Chairman. I'm just teasing. So I do think it's kind of cool. I'm Dax Mingus, the Big Game Program Coordinator, here to talk about the statewide elk plan. Phil, if I could get you to help me. Yeah, thanks, guys. We had a great RAC tour, a lot of great questions, a lot of great discussions, some pretty long meetings. And sometimes the division will make a modification or an adjustment to a recommendation after the RAC tour process. And we do have one of those for the statewide elk plan. In the Central Region RAC, the Goshute tribe came and expressed some concerns. They had some concerns, some questions about the conversion of the Deep Creek unit to an Any Bull unit. It's currently managed as a limited entry September archery hunt and then a hams hunt, the handgun archery muzzleloader shotgun hunt. And the Goshute tribe had some concerns and really asked for some more time to anticipate issues and ask some questions and come up with some strategies to implement to alleviate some of those concerns and to implement some of those strategies. I just need it on slide two. And since that meeting, the division, our director, and several other division staff have had a few follow-up meetings with the tribe. And we would like to modify our recommendation with regard to the Deep Creek units. That we still recommend that unit go to an Any Bull, change to an Any Bull designation, but that we would wait 1 year to make that change. So for the fall of 2023, it would remain an archery and hams hunt, and then in the fall of 2024 would go to an Any Bull unit. And that we want to be good neighbors and work with our friends and partners there at the Goshute tribe. And so that is one change that we're making to the recommendation that as it's gone through the process. We had one other correction in the initial version of the plan that we sent out on the spike units, we had inadvertently left the LaSalle Mountains unit off, and that's always been a spike unit, and we don't have any intention to change that. So we would like to keep that LaSalle Mountains in the spike unit. We just need to correct that map that was attached to the plan. So there's that one correction, and then the one tweak or change to the recommendation after the RAC process would be to allow an additional year for the conversion of the Deep Creek units. That Deep Creek, any bull unit for that, we're calling it West Desert, which includes the Oker-Stansbury and the Vernon and some of that ground that was in between there in the Deep Creeks. We would still go with that larger boundary that includes some of those areas that weren't part of any elk unit in the past, but we would just carve out specifically the Deep Creeks and for 1 year before we rolled that into any bull. So that is one correction and one update to the recommendation. And with that, I'm happy to answer any other questions or dive into the elk plan any way you'd like.
All right, thanks, Dax. Appreciate the update, and turn it over to the division for questions. Bryce?
So in regards to this, so it'll automatically start in 24. This won't come back again. It'll just start in 24, not 23.
Yes, and if that's approved, if this implementation, kind of the staggered implementation is approved in the agenda item where we talked season dates, I have an updated table where it would remain a September archery and hams hunt in 2023, and then those hunts would be discontinued in 2024. Where we are making a 2-year recommendation, it's not something that would come up again. It would just, we would make, if that's the way the board chooses to vote, that would just be done today.
Dax, I know Lindy's actually addressed this a couple of times, and I didn't write it down, so I need to today. But during the general season, any bull permit process, how many individuals actually get online to attempt to purchase one of those permits? I didn't write that down. I know she's addressed it a couple of times.
Where's Lindy? So I'm going to defer. Lindy's been so helpful through this process because there really are a lot of questions with regard to the licensing procedure and how that all works. And Lindy really is the subject matter expert there. So I'm going to defer to Lindy to help answer your question there.
So it's hard to say actually how many people hit our website, that want to obtain these permits, but I can tell you over the last 3 years of how many unique hunters have obtained a general season permit. So So over the last 3 years, we've had about 34,500 unique individuals obtain, purchase the any bull permit. But it's hard to say how many people actually want it because they do cap out, because they do have a quota. So once they're sold out, we can't tell you how many actually still wanted one.
Okay, yeah, that's probably the number I needed.
So,
thank you.
Yeah, that's the number I've been saying at the RAC meetings, if that's what you're referring to.
I know, yeah, you were given one, thank you.
Yep, no problem.
All right, well, it looks like there's no other questions. I'm teasing.
I've got one more, Dex. The cow to bull ratios, we have the access, we have that data, don't we, on all the any bull units and then probably limited entry units?
We do. We record that data when we do our elk flights. We do see some behavioral differences and distribution differences between the sexes in elk. Bulls especially tend to be in smaller group sizes and more rugged or more isolated terrain. Bull to cow ratios is something that we record that, we look at it, but it's probably not a piece of data that we're super confident that we have it just right. We have that information, we have that data, but it's probably not the best data that we have.
So that's probably why the committee, the elk plan committee didn't review any of that data or consider it, because it's not stuff you think you can trust?
We
Comfortable?
looked at it. We think we probably miss a lot of bulls on a lot of our units when we classify. So the bull to cow data that we do have, that we do report is probably a minimum. It's definitely a minimum. When we observe really high bull to cow data on a unit, that is concerning to us, but there's probably a middle ground there where there's a lot of variability in that classification data. So it is something we talked about, we looked at a little bit in the committee, but it's not a piece of data that we're confident enough in that we really wanted to, especially when you look at the bottom end, it's not something that we felt like we really wanted to use rely on too heavily in our management.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any questions from our RAC chairs?
Kevin, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
We didn't see this at our rack, so this is a question that I would have asked then. If we're going to pass this with the change next year, and I did listen to that central rack, so I understand that there was some concerns with meeting with them. I guess I'm just curious, if it's going to work for them next year, why doesn't it work this year? What was their concern on a 1 year?
Yeah, that's a good question. And if anyone else that was at any of the meetings wants to chime in from the division, that's great. I think it just felt like they wanted more time to anticipate issues. Trespass is a concern that they have. Maybe do some signage or coordinate with the division on, maybe some law enforcement efforts near those boundaries. Kobe, do you want to speak some more to that? Kobe was in some of those meetings.
Yeah, and Dax, you hit on a lot of this. One of the things that they're a very small tribe, and this elk herd is really important, especially to their economic development. And so they're not opposed to the state hunting state land the way that it sees fit. What they were worried about is there are several things that come with that additional pressure, and it could mean additional cost for the tribe. And how do we work through those and mitigate some of those impacts? We have several ideas as to how we could do that. And we're making progress. They would like to see some of those formalized in some sort of memorandum of understanding between the agency and the tribe. And they felt like having a year to work through those issues, then they would be comfortable. And some of the stuff that we're talking about is, what exactly are the impacts? Getting some collars out there and having some collar data to say, okay, when we hunt them this way, this is how the elk behave. And when we hunt them with any bull, this is how they behave. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. If it was a strict opposition to the recommendation, I think we'd have stronger sentiments of, no, this is the recommendation. It was, hey, we'd like some cooperation and collaboration here. We'd like some time to get some more data. And we're fine with it going this way, but we need some help too. So it's like, okay, if you can support us with knowing that it will go in 2024, then we'll make that recommendation. And that was the discussion.
One thing I'll add to is we do have a representative from the tribe. Paul is here, and during the public comment period, we'd like to hear from them. We'll make sure he gets a comment card. So thank you. Great question, Braden. Brett?
Dax, I just had a question. There was a couple of items that were text-related items in the plan that came up in the Northeast region. Were they changes you made, or is that something that needs to go through the motion process?
So yeah, we did in the Northeastern region. There were a couple issues that came up. One was, and I've got Nicole Nelson here today.
One was the brucellosis sentence, and the other one was just adding the federal agencies to the designated agencies.
Yeah, so we haven't formally made a recommendation to change that wording. I think if that's something that the board feels like we need to change, we can obviously explore that. There was one sentence with regard to domestic cattle having brucellosis, and I think, and there was some concern from the ag rep on the Northeastern region RAC that we shouldn't even mention that domestic cattle can have brucellosis. I mean, they can have brucellosis, We don't like brucellosis. The division is firmly anti-brucellosis. That's our stance, whether it's in elk or domestic cattle. And so, I mean, we're not trying to point fingers at anyone. I think we're all on the same team, on the same side there. And then some of the language in the habitat section of the plan, I think specifically what was brought up was the travel management portion. We worked, we borrowed a lot of the language in the travel management portion of the plan from other plans, the statewide deer plan and the statewide sage grouse management plan. And then we spent a lot of time, Nicole Nielsen from our habitat section is here, and Nicole spent a lot of time with Flipco reviewing the language to make sure that we wrote language that helps us do good things for elk and elk habitat. It's also not our intent to bind the hounds of our federal partners or put them in a position where they can't win. We felt like the language was, when it talks about mitigation, it specifically uses the word voluntary. We felt like the language didn't necessarily put us in a bad spot, but if that's something that we want to dive into or look at a little more closely, we can, but the division isn't formally changing the recommendation on that at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll have the director summarize electronic public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I passed out to all the board members and somewhat difficult to summarize the public comment on this, on a couple of the issues today. On agenda item number 5, the statewide elk management plan and admin rule, we had 123 comments come in on that agenda item. Of those, 46 strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's recommendation. We had 71 that strongly or somewhat disagreed, and half a dozen that were neutral. On the main themes are generally the same things that we have heard throughout the RAC process as well. The any bull general season hunt strategy, we had 16 comments that were not supportive of splitting the any bull season into 2 hunts, concerns with giving unlimited permits, and concerns of crowding. On a little more of the any bull units and converting some of those limited entry units, we had 9 comments that were in support of that and 7 comments that were against that specifically. We had comments on the 5-day hunt strategy in the limited entry portion and had 12 comments that were opposed to that. I guess the any weapon limited entry hunt occurring during the rut, we had 5 comments that were opposed to that. We had a few comments, 4, that were concerned about unlimited youth general season elk permits. We had concerns about the multi-season elk hunt, and concern that the plan in general, increasing opportunity may or will decrease quality. That was something that we heard throughout the RAC process as well. There was, even in this item, there was encouragement to address technology issues and to improve fair chase, including reducing the number of guides and outfitters. There were 5 comments related to that. Comments about taking the top off of our age objective. That was split pretty evenly, I would say. We had 4 comments that were in support and 4 that were opposed. There was 12 comments relating to the archery recommendation for the either sex permit that were in favor of keeping it the way that it currently is, keeping it how it's been in the last plan. Comments on CWMUs helping and needing to contribute more to elk management. The timing of the hunts, delaying the general season and spike hunts 1 week. More permits going to max permit holders and capping non-resident permits. We had comments on that. And I'll just close by saying we had comments that generally supported the plan. So there was a lot of comments, and we appreciate those coming for those that take the time to send those in.
All right, thank you. Any questions on that for the director? All right, with that, we will have our rack chairs report on motions. Let's start with Braden.
So we had 4 motions on this. The first motion was that we leave the early rifle hunt as it currently stands in the terms of the numbers of days and permit splits and eliminate the mid-season hunt. That motion failed with a vote of 3 to 4. We then had a motion that we remove the Paunsaugunt from becoming an any bull elk hunt and keep it as it currently is, a limited entry elk unit. That passed 4 to 3. We had a motion that we leave the general season archery, meaning that it would stay a hunter's choice elk hunt as it currently is. That passed unanimously. And then finally to accept the remainder as presented, and that passed 5 to 2.
Thanks, Braden. Kent?
There were a number of motions in the Southeast region. The first motion was to add 4 days to the back end of the archery hunt, the general archery, and that was unanimous. And we had another motion to change the plan to a 3-year review instead of 5. That's in the current recommendation. That failed 6 to 4. We had a motion to leave the general season archery either sex as it currently is. And that passed 7 to 3. The 3 no votes. One was an individual wanted to just trust the work the committee had done. And another one said no, that offered more flexibility to the division for their management strategy. And then one that just felt that people should be picking their sex, not be able to hunt either sex at all. Had another motion to change the multi-season hunt so they could hunt all seasons except for the second any legal weapon season. And that passed 8 to 2. We had a motion to make the second, the over-the-counter any legal weapon hunt on the any bull units a 4-point or better restriction. That passed 9 to 1. And the one no vote was he had concerns about law enforcement issue and maybe illegal take in that one. We had a motion to pass the remainder of the general season portion of the plan that passed 6 to 4. And one of the no votes was concern over the limited entry Paunsaugunt unit and what that would do to the deer hunt. And then the rest were just, then we had a motion to approve the limited entry plan as presented was withdrawn, and another motion to make tooth return mandatory on all limited entry hunts. That passed 8 to 2. The 2 no votes were concerned over other ways to get data participation and go into some public outreach before we'd done that. And then another one did not want to see people being punished for making an honest mistake, like they forget to get the jaw or whatever when they're packing out. And finally, there was a motion to approve the remainder of the elk plan as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thanks, Kent. Brock?
Thanks, Kevin. We had a bunch of motions as well. Almost all of them failed. So we had a motion to, to accept the general season portion of the recommendation except for the archery, leave that as hunter's choice for either sex. That motion failed 9 to 1. We had a follow-up motion to make multi-season tags exclude the second rifle season. That motion failed 2 to 8. We then had a motion to keep the Deep Creek hams hunt status quo for 1 year at the request of the tribe. So we have a tribe member on our rack, and then we also had tribe members there commenting in our public process, and we supported that motion passed to delay making that a general season unit with a vote of 7 to 3. We then had a motion to accept the remainder of the division's recommendations, and that motion failed. Still had ideas that they wanted to address. We had a motion to accept the remainder of the general season as present, just the general season as presented, and that motion passed 6-3 and 1. There were still a couple people that wanted to address a specific item that they, whether it was antler restrictions or whatever, but it passed. And then we had a motion to accept the remainder of the plan as presented, and that motion passed 9-1.
I appreciate that. One thing that I would just state that with that is sometimes it can be very difficult for a RAC chair when a member of the RAC makes a motion to have a sweeping vote when all those discussions haven't been able to come through. And I would just speak from a wildlife board member. It is very helpful if they will allow that discussion to go forward. And I know the RAC chairs do their very best to try to direct that, but when that motion comes on the table, it's tough. But if any of the RAC members are listening, I would say, man, it's helpful for you guys to discuss that, work it through so that it gives us more information when it comes here. So thank you. Brett.
Thank you. The Northeast RAC, we did not have much desire on the RAC to pull any items out of the plan to speak of. After listening to the other RACs, I brought up several of the items specifically to see if there was any interest, and there was not. So ultimately, we spent a little bit of time talking about the two text issues, one from the livestock, or I believe it's the livestock industry rep. And the sentence says cattle can infect big game with brucellosis, and that was the issue. Other than saying brucellosis is a known disease that can transmit back and forth, it stated that what they felt was highly unlikely with the vaccinated status of the cattle. So that was a big deal to that individual. The other one was just a comment that the federal agencies had been left out of the objective 2 of the habitat plan. So they just wanted to be mentioned. After those two issues were discussed, we had one motion to accept the DWR recommendations as presented, with the stipulation that the federal agencies be included in the habitat objective 2, and also removing the first sentence in the brucellosis section of the plan. Later, we discussed that, and it doesn't have to be removed. It was just the way it was written. That motion passed 5-3. Thank you.
Thanks, Brett. Justin?
All right. To try to help with the discussion, we divided the discussion up, first talking about the general season hunts and then later with the limited entry. So with the general season, we had a motion to set a cap of 15,000 permits for the second week of the general season, any bull, and that passed 6-4. Those in opposition felt like the plan, they liked the idea of the unlimited tags for the second season, but ultimately IRAC felt like that would kind of, the word unlimited scared a lot of people. Second motion, after that, then the second motion was just to approve the remainder of the division's general season recommendations, and that passed unanimously. And then then we had a motion to accept the remainder of the elk management plan with everything else, and that also passed unanimously.
Thanks, Justin. With that, we will go to public comment. I'd like to state that we will have you fill out a comment card. If you've not filled one out, please fill that out and hand it to a division employee. They will bring it up here to the front. We will have you come up to the microphone here and state your name. There'll be 3 minutes for individuals and 5 minutes for nonprofits or those representing like the tribe or anyone like that. So with that, we'll start with Tim and Gracie.
Hi, my name's Tim Ragland, and I'm from Salt Lake and also Una Basin. This is Gracie. She's very nervous. I first and foremost want to thank the DNR, the Wildlife Board, the Wildlife RACs, and I am here on behalf of the disabled outdoorsmen and sportsmen and women of Utah. And what we do is help get people with severe disabilities back out into hunting, fishing, trapping. And I just want to thank the Wildlife Board. We've had some great opportunities over the last 15, 20 years that the DNR has put together and made some very, very quality hunts for disabled men and women. With that, I wanted to just go over, we had been to one of the Northeastern board and mentioned our main concern is with some of the season dates and with some of the overlaps that overlap a disabled hunt. And I'll kind of give you some background real quick. 2002, my group, as well as other disabled groups, went to 3 years of boards of racks to get it passed, where the disabled hunters had early season on some of the deer hunts, as well as a mid-season, mid-September, right after the archery ended, rifle hunt for the disabled guys. And it's been a very great opportunity. We're very thankful for that. But over the years, there's starting to become some overlap of several hunts, and we've noticed it and really diminished quality for the disabled hunters. And not only that, but there is a limited draw hunt that happens for the youth now during the disabled hunt. And we think that's great because it's a limited draw for the youth and it gets them out into the woods when there's not as much pressure. The issue we have is 2 years ago, it was passed for the general season archery elk to extend 5 days on the end of their hunt, which overlapped the disabled and the youth hunters by 5 days. That was to be reviewed at the 2-year mark this year. In the last 2 years, my group, as well as others, have come to me. The disabled guys have had a very, very hard time. I mean, this is groups of people that have a very hard time hunting. Additional pressure of 12,000 plus people in these any bull hunts makes it very hard to hunt. I understand it's a very coveted time. People want to hunt the rut. As well as the youth. The youth have to put in for that as a limited draw between their 14 and 18 age. That's a limited draw for them. They get that and think they're going to go in the woods and have a great time and have less pressure. And over the last 2 years, there's 12,000 plus people in these anti-bull units that make it very hard for these youth. We need to look at that to keep these established, keeping these youth as hunters for our future, as well as the disabled hunters. We're all for keeping that. But as I heard one of the other racks passed, that they wanted to extend the archery now another 4 days into that. That would make a full 9-day overlap over that hunt. Really, there's only 300. From when I talked to Lindy Varney, she test. Lindy Varney has been very great to work with on the season dates and that. We understand there's a lot of other opportunities that the public wants. We just want to, come out and I want to be here to advocate on behalf of, we're a very unrepresented group as well as the youth. A lot of people haven't gone to the racks to speak on this. And I beg for you to please look at that and do not continue having overlap into that disabled hunt, which is in the mid-September with the youth and disabled. It does also overlap into in the southern slope. It overlaps into a deer hunt that is for the tribe, where the Ute tribe has a deer hunt during them, and they made a motion on the November 17th RAC meeting to approve the elk plan, but with the exception of not for the south slope for the 5 days extended archery because it affects them. But what I would like you guys to do is someone please make a motion to include that for all the anti-bull units, because there's guys that are disabled all the way across the state. There's youth all the way across the state that want to hunt these anti-bull units that really need this opportunity. So we just plead with you to continue with the opportunity, and we're very thankful for what the DNR and the board in the past has done. I mean, this has been a collaboration for many years, and some of us don't come and advocate in future years, and some of those hunts have got whittled away, and I just want to make it known that they're very important to the disabled and to the youth, that we continue with those and protect those hunts in the future, or offer some additional opportunity. You know, a meet in the middle. If the archery guys want to keep that 5-day hunt that goes into ours, maybe extend our disabled hunt 5 days on the end of it. But that would cause an overlap into the general season muzzleloader deer season. So the DNR did kind of create this overlap, and we want to work together, and we understand there's got to be a happy medium. So thank you for your time. Gracie would like to talk. She's very nervous.
I'm sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate what you do, Gracie. Thanks for coming.
Chairman, just a question. How many hunters do we have that are taking advantage of this COR?
Yep, we got Lindy. Perfect.
Yeah, so this year in 2022, we had 338 people be approved for a season extension, but those that had just for elk, because the season extension applies to general elk, general deer, and turkey, general turkey. But just 97 of them had the elk, and 92 had deer and elk. So roughly, 200 of them had elk tags.
So to understand that, Lindy, they have to apply individually for each species that.
No, it's an overall. If you are approved for the season extension, it applies to deer, elk, and turkey for general season. Okay. So then you have to obtain get the permits by drawing out or purchasing them.
Thank you.
I had one point of clarification, and maybe this helped alleviate some concern. The motion in the Southeastern region rack to extend the archery hunt 4 days was on spike units. It was to extend the archery spike season by 4 days. So that wouldn't be on any bull units based on the recommendation from Southeastern region. So where the limited entry archery elk season, we're recommending extending that hunt 4 days later, moving that hunt to be 4 days later. The Southeastern region rack made the recommendation to move the spike hunt to run 4 days longer as well. So that wouldn't affect the any bull units, just to clarify.
So question with that, Dax, that extension is already in there for the Any Bowl at the 4 days.
So 2 years ago, there was a recommendation that was brought through the public process from an individual, from a sportsman, to extend the Any Bowl archery hunt by 5 days. And those 5 days overlap with the early youth Any Bull hunt, which is also the extension for disabled hunters, and it also overlaps a special tribal hunt that the Ute tribe has on the South Slope of the Uinta. So, but we've had that overlap for the last 2 years. It's something that came about through the public process, and we've kept that hunt and are recommending that again for this year.
Thank you. All right, Brandon Sundell, followed by James Higley.
Name's Brandon Zundel. I'm representing myself. Thanks for the opportunity. Of all the giant changes that have gone through over the years, this has probably been the least controversial one I think I've ever seen. I'm amazed. I expected a lot more dissension and controversy. For me personally, the biggest thing I think I had a hard time with was the change at the archery, making it a bull-only tag. And honestly, as an archer, I can go either way on that. I like the idea that the biologist could have more flexibility. And if that gives them more flexibility, then I can support it. And really, that was probably the biggest thing I had with it. I've got to hand it to the committee. They really thought this through, and I got to say I support this.
Thank you. James Higley, followed by Troy Justison.
Yeah, James Higley, I'm just here representing myself. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I participated in our Northern RAC meeting for the first time this year. It was a great opportunity. I learned a lot. I plan on doing it more. So thanks, Justin. I'm here as an archery hunter, and I have concerns with the multi-season tag, and it's more than I just don't want more people in the field when I'm in the field. As I thought about it, I think some knowledge about what the design of it was with some help from a gentleman that I sat next to. He waved me over, sat next to me, and kind of explained what the design of the multi-season tag was. And I appreciate his input because I learned from him as well. But my concern with the multi-season tag, there's three things that I'm concerned about. Number one, it puts a ton of pressure in the field where I hunt. And the unit I hunt, they also offer control tags. And those control tags, my understanding, is to harvest cows, keep them from going onto private lands. But when you put that kind of pressure in the field, I mean, the elk evaporate, and so do the deer. And I'm hunting deer and elk at the same time. And now you're offering more elk hunters to come in, and it encroaches upon the art. Thing is with the multi-season tag, the gentleman that waved me over, he said they capped it at 7,500. The committee felt that was a good number, and I can't argue that. But one thing is that that's how many multi-season tags they sold last year, was in that 7,500 range. But the most telling question that Justin had for Dax, and Dax explained it great at our RAC meeting, was what is the multi-season tag used as a management tool? And really what I gathered, and Dax, correct me if I'm wrong, was that it had no management merit to it at all. It's just an additional recreational opportunity. Well, I choose to archery hunt, and that's my recreational opportunity. And now rifle hunters or muzzleloader hunters or archery hunters are now spreading themselves out over other recreational opportunities. And I have concerns with that. I guess it's a selfish point of view, but if it's not being used as a good management tool, then I would like just some different considerations about where that multi-season tag is as it lays in the plan now. Thank you.
Troy, followed by Kevin Norman.
Brother, Troy Justinson, speaking to you on behalf of the Yale community today. First off, Kevin, I want to say thanks for recognizing our brother for his contributions in service to wildlife and conservation. I also want to extend a hand of thanks to the division, especially Teresa Gavitt in the Southern RAC. They had a short video listing Bryce's accomplishments, his dedication. I'm a better man because I got to walk by his side. Many of you in this room reached out to me upon the news of Bryce passing and expressed your thoughts and appreciation. One in particular is a close friend who works for the division. Some of you may know him, Kobe Jones, kind of short. In the conversation, he tells me, he says, you know, Troy, I know the Lord has a special place for Bryce in heaven. My response was, I'm just glad to know the Lord lets Canadians in. Bryce, I love you, brother, and I miss you. Now, the serious stuff, speaking now on the elk committee. I've sat on this committee 3 different times, all with the same goal in mind of eventually trying to get that damn rifle hunt out of the rut. We came close. But I want to speak to you guys. You guys have a tough job, and your responsibility is to take the input and everything you hear from people coming in online and go through the racks and to form the best possible decision amongst yourselves. And I thank you for that. But I hope you've listened to this and you've listened to the racks. I really believe there is an appetite for change. As Brandon pointed out, and Dax can testify, when we started to make these tweaks and changes, and Dax's exact words is, man, you guys, let's back off. You know, I'm new at this job. I'd like to keep it for a year, maybe. We made some big changes. I disagree wholeheartedly with some of the comments that made that it's going to ruin quality. If we will stick to the plan and show a little bit of restraint and put a few of the tools back, kind of the motto that we took on in this committee was to increase opportunity and maintain quality. If we'll stick to those things we come with, I am a firm believer, not only will we maintain quality, we will grow quality. One of the big factors we had in making these decisions was the information, the scientific data, whatever, from BYU and Brock and Randy. A lot of things were brought to us that, quite honestly, contradicted what we thought before. And we're missing out on opportunity. We have a lot, what I call undesirable bulls that are on that mountain. They're big bulls. But with the way society is today, if they don't break that certain criteria score, I don't want to kill them. But they take up a spot in our objective. They take up a spot. A cow, a calf could be a new young bull coming up. We've got to get back out hunting. So I would encourage you to support the core recommendations of this elk committee. It's important. I think we can considerably increase opportunity and maintain that quality. One of which is that late proposal on that late archery season. I know the committee, some of us wanted to move that towards a hams. No. The reason why is we wanted to have that on all those units, and we wanted to pick the least effective weapon type. I know people get upset, says the archers, they get everything. All right, let's create a slingshot season, whatever. We went with the least effective weapon type, a weapon that requires most people to get in within 60 yards. There's a few that can stretch, but very few. And to give them the opportunity to go out and hunt, move them through the system in a time that's going to be very difficult. One thing I think we need to do is define what opportunity means, an opportunity hunt. I really believe an opportunity hunt means to me is you're going to be damn lucky to kill something. You're out there for the opportunity. And if you think you're good and you can beat the odds, knock yourself out. But by jumping to the front of the line, you lose your points. So please pass. I would support the recommendation coming from the division and the elk committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy. Kevin Norman, followed by Kevin Adamson.
Kevin Norman, representing SFW. SFW supports this plan with one exception. We'd like to see the archery elk tag general season stay as either sex. You know, as we met a fulfillment committee, there was lots of discussion, just like there is at the racks, and everybody quickly realized that this plan as a whole is pretty awesome, and to try and nickel and dime it wasn't a wise choice. One comment I'd like to make is going around to all the racks, man, there was a killer turnout. I hadn't seen a turnout like that since trail cams. And I kind of had flashbacks a little bit and going, whoa, this could be ugly. But what was pretty neat was the support that showed up for this plan. Like Troy said, I think there is an appetite for change, and yeah, there was some questions and some clarification, and I think lots of people get educated through this process. But as a whole, this plan is very well supported with the public and with SFW. And you know, Troy and I was talking yesterday how blessed we are to have this process. For the sportsmen and for everybody, the public, to have a voice like they do is pretty remarkable. And we feel grateful for that. And everybody should feel grateful for that, because not every state has this. And I know we can be a thorn in the side of the division at times, but we're very grateful, and we support this plan, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin Adamson.
Board members, thank you. My name is Kevin Adamson, and I'm with Utah Archery Association. I need to write my comments down or I'll forget something along the way. So I too am a member of the committee that helped create this elk plan. But first, I want to thank the division and some people specifically for the hard work they put into this. I'll just name a few here that worked tirelessly, in my opinion, with Dax, Covey, Lindy, and Mark. It was not easy to steer and lead this committee, but they did a great job, so thank you. Before participating on this committee, like many, I would sit back and wonder how these plans get created. I don't think I'm any different than many people, where I read lots of comments on the internet and I see many people just say, it's so easy. All the division needs to do is this, or all the division needs to do is that. Today, having sat through many hours of meetings, listening to the unbelievable data that the division has, along with Brock, and working with many knowledgeable people who participated on this committee, I think anyone can learn there is no easy fix that can be made. Gary can attest, as he and I sat next to each other on multiple occasions in this committee, discussions lasted long and compromises were made by all. It's commonly known that when everyone feels a little pain, you know you have a pretty good plan. And you've heard it mentioned that our overarching goal was to maintain quality while creating opportunity. Utah Archery Association supports the division's elk plan as presented, with one exception. We recommend that the general season archery
Thanks, Kevin. Paul Tosi, followed by Troy Henry.
Good morning, members of the board, chairman. My name is Paul Sosi, and I am the attorney for the Confederated Tribes of the Goshen Reservation. And I want to address a couple of issues that I think really need to be emphasized with respect to the elk management plan. First of all, I do appreciate the fact that the state, Mr. Shirley, and other people have come to the table to talk to the tribe. But I really need to emphasize 2 points first. First point being is that in 1912 and 1914, the President of the United States set aside the lands of the Goshen tribe. The Goshen tribe are south of Wendover, over 112,000 acres, and put it in trust for the exclusive benefit of the tribe. And when it did that, the United States Supreme Court has interpreted that to be that it set aside enough resources for the present and future needs of the tribe, which does include wildlife. So it's a trust asset. It's on a federal level. It's a federally recognized right under the United States Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land. The treaty clause of the United States Constitution says supreme law of the land. So if we're going to uphold the United States Constitution, which in Utah, we always say that that's the greatest governing document in the world, then we need to uphold it. Secondly, that this tribe worked in the 80s to help place the elk there. So taking into consideration, this tribe worked with the Bureau of Indian Affairs to make sure that that herd survived. Those two principles, that there's a legal and moral obligation to make sure that tribal input is incorporated. And thirdly, the other point that I left out is that in 2014, Governor Herbert passed an executive order which required all executive entities to consult with Indian tribes when making decisions that impact them. These decisions definitely impact the tribe. There's an executive order and there's an executive policy by the DNR that requires consultation early along in the process. This consultation must be, like I said, early on, and it must be substantive and meaningful. Meaningful meaning that the state must consider the goals of the tribe. It must incorporate those goals into any big decisions that it makes. And these decisions that are being made need to do that. So when I say it's a legal and moral obligation, it absolutely is, according to the governor also. And that nation-to-nation relationship. So there was a motion that was supported by the Central RAC to take the Deep Creek unit out of that portion of the plan for a year. Now, when board member Thorogood asked whether this would come back or not, and it was indicated that it's not going to come back, I can't guarantee that. And the reason why is because we need to work over the next year to incorporate tribal input into this. We really need to. And we will work hard in good faith to make sure that that's done. But if there's an impasse, then there's an impasse. But you're talking about a trust resource that you really need to consider meaningful consultation with the tribe and incorporate the tribal goals and views. Because the tribal goals and views is not recreation. All over this plan, it says recreational pressures. The tribe's goal is not recreation. It's subsistence and economic development. And the United States Supreme Court supports that. And there's case law all over the place that supports that state action should not infringe upon tribal rights. You're talking about environmental cases, water cases, hunting cases, that those cases say that we should work together. And we shouldn't put ourselves in a place where there's an impasse later on. So I want to strongly encourage that the Deep Creek unit be taken out, and we work together over the next year, and that in a year we address this again.
Followed by Lance Garner. Govey had mentioned that Troy coming up was a Richfield Wildcat that played your Emory Spartans.
I don't know how many times we pulled it off, but we tried. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today. First off, I'd just like to thank the RACs and the Wildlife Board for the countless hours that you guys put in trying to formulate a plan like this. I'm a big believer in the committee system where all interested groups can get together and hammer out some ideas and plans that may not be perfect, but that work for everybody. Sorry, I'm Troy Henry with Farm Bureau Federation, and Farm Bureau supports the plan as written and are thankful for the tools that are written into the plan to help landowners control livestock. I don't know any ranchers that want elk gone all the way, and I don't know any hunters that want cattle gone all the way. We just need to find a good management system. On a personal note, we ranch in Garfield County near Penguich Lake, and we're surrounded by forest on all sides. And the division has been very helpful in depredation work with us, and we've been treated very fairly. So thank you for your efforts.
Thanks, Troy. Lance, followed by Aaron Alveston.
Thank you. I'm Lance Garner. I'm representing myself. First of all, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to express my opinion. I'd also like to especially thank the DWR and for the amount of time that they put into managing our wildlife and providing the wonderful, incredible opportunities that we have for hunting. I think we ought to take the opportunity to kind of remember where this all started. This started with a survey. A survey went out to thousands of elk hunters, and those that cared enough responded to that survey. And in that survey, it came out that hunters really want quality and while still being able to have increased opportunity. It didn't start with the committees, it started with this survey. So you got thousands of hunters providing that input. And so I think that's really important for us to remember. I've reviewed the elk management plan. I've watched the videos, the presentations. I've looked at the data. And for my opinion, I think it's a great plan. Is it perfect? No plan is. Is everyone going to be happy? No, not everyone's going to be happy. But I think it's a good plan, and I think it's something that we should give it went into it really from those surveys. That being said, I really think I provided a comment online to the comments section. I think we ought to look at not just a 5-year review, but let's change the wording up in the language up in that elk management plan to let us have an off ramp when we need to. Give it a try. If something isn't working, let's make a change and not wait 5 years. A few specific areas that I'd just like to address in the plan. The multi-season elk tags, I think that's a great thing. I've had it for 2 years. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Hunters aren't all out hunting every day for all 3 seasons. What it's really doing is giving the hunters a flexibility to go hunt when they can. Bad weather, people get sick, you have family events, things happen, and you don't get a chance to always hunt. So the multi-season tag really gives hunters an opportunity to get out and hunt when they're able to. Another area I'd just like to address is the reduction in the age class for the specified units. The data that was presented by the DWR supports the change. In addition, the change really helps limit or reduce some of the point creep that we're seeing by offering more tags. And I think this is a step in the right direction. I get frustrated a little bit with social media because there's so much emphasis being placed on trophy elk. I think a 6.5-year-old bull is just as amazing as a 6.5-year-old bull. And to be honest, for me, harvesting any elk is a significant accomplishment. So I support those age class changes. Finally, at one time, I really thought the DWR probably just was kind of making kind of rough estimates or guesses, if you will, the tag quantities that they're recommending. But I got a chance to take a glimpse of the information that DWR uses in their recommendations. The models, the statistics that DWR uses is really fantastic. And to that end, with the significant point creep that we're seeing and with the problem we're having there, I think we really need to continue to look for ways to fix it. Therefore, I'd really like to see the DWR challenge their logarithms and parameters and things that they use in their models to help determine those elk tags and see if there's something in there that maybe we can increase some of the tags for these limited entry units and maybe help with the point creep. One final comment, I just want to say that I'm really preaching to the choir here on this, but every time the DWR recommends a change, people jump on it and say, hey, DWR is just looking for more money. This is about funds. And I think we got to remember, funds are a good thing. It's a good thing for our wildlife. As hunters, when we hear about, our excise taxes for firearms being used to help support wildlife, we brag about it. When hunters go to Africa and they go on these safari hunts, we claim that the funds are used for helping the communities. We brag about that. But for whatever reason here locally, when the DWR makes a change or suggests, tag increases or whatever, a lot of people like to say, hey, this is all money grab. This is about funds. Let's remember that, funds are a good thing. It allows us to have projects. One of the amazing projects that I recently read on that one of the studies was with BYU and Brock and Covey, the DWR and all its partners did when they looked at the public land and private land movement of elk. And that was done, I think it was over like a 3-year period. Those kind of projects are allowed to be done with these kind of funds. The guzzlers that they put out in the deserts. I hunted a unit a couple of years ago. I counted like 20 some odd water guzzlers out there used for the wildlife. Let's remember that we can't do these kind of amazing things without those funds. So thank you for your time.
Thanks. All right, appreciate that. Aaron?
I knew you probably didn't want to hear from me. Aaron Albiston, representing myself today. First off, thank you for the opportunity to be a part of the public process. A lot of people sit online and keyboard warriors, whatever you want to call them, and we'll be more than happy to make a post on Instagram or Facebook or some social media outlet, but won't come here and give their voice in the right manner and to the right body. First off, thanks to the DWR for the opportunity to serve on the elk committee this year and for the next few years if this does need to be opened back up. It was a motley crew of individuals who served on this. I won't say what Covey said in a private email. However, it was a very diverse group of individuals. We had diehard bow hunters, diehard muzzleloaders. We had representatives from everything. And I would challenge anybody up to right now to the amount of data we poured over in all the committee meetings that we met over. The opportunity came for us to make some big, bold changes. And the data that was presented to us, both by the division and also from outside partners, BYU, really made our job easy. We looked at the data, we looked at the numbers, and it became really easy to us to really move forward. And, you know, like Troy said, we wanted opportunity and also to kind of maintain that quality. And every group compromised to make this plan work. Of course, did I get everything I wanted? No. But you know what? It's for the greater good. And that's what I think all of us who left this elk committee feel good about and can put a pat on our back. The one thing I did want to bring up is, you know, we looked at weapon types, we looked at success rates, we looked at so many things. And, you know, why do we have the most successful weapon type for the animal that's the most vulnerable during that time of year? And I'm specifically talking the rifle hunt. You know, you're putting the most powerful weapon during the most vulnerable time for that animal. So I would really just ask you to keep that to a very short amount of time. We can get rid of point creep as far as that goes, but I would just challenge that opportunity to keep it at a minimum. Anyway, once again, thank you guys for the opportunity. I support the plan and really appreciate this opportunity to talk in front of you guys. Thanks.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to turn just a little time over to Brock.
Thanks, Kevin. I sent him a text. Several people mentioned me in their thing, and I just want to say I feel really grateful that I'm involved in research in the state, but I'm a small cog, and so I drew the short straw and presented to the elk committee. There are several people that could have done it, and so I just wanted to recognize the people that really put this work on the ground, and that's the district biologists and the managers in each of the regions, and Justin and Covey and Kent, and we work as a team, and any one of us could have done it. So it wasn't my research, it's our research, and really it's driven by the division.
Thanks, Brock. So it's the wildlife chair's responsibility to try to summarize what came out of the racks. This is a tough one because there was 5 racks and there were 5 different, absolutely, totally different motions. So instead of going through every one of those, I think the rack chairs did really well. My summary will be that each rack was absolutely different, and that input is very valued by the Wildlife Board. When in our discussions. So thank you. With that, I'll open it up for board discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for a motion.
I guess I'll go first. If you do this long enough, you're going to make some votes that you regret, and you wish you could do that differently. I appreciate the elk committee. They fixed one of mine that I regret in this plan. And what that vote was a 3-3 vote that was decided by the chairman to take bonus points for an over-the-counter private land tag. This plan corrects that. I think that program is a great way of killing cow elk, and we have to kill cow elk at the right time in the right place. And we threw a hurdle in there by taking the points away, and we're removing that hurdle today. And my worry is, my preference is to leave the archery elk an either sex tag, but if we split it, let's not throw that hurdle in of taking points again. The archers are killing those elk in August and September. The critical points that we get about harvesting elk is shooting them and chasing them around on winter range when they're in groups, and that causes all kinds of, so these archers are shooting them at the right time the right place. So my preference is that we keep that as either sex. If we don't, that we don't take those points for an over-the-counter tag. The other issue is I'm looking forward to the discussion on multiple season, or the second elk season and the multi-season tag, whether that should be a 3 or a 4-year season. The go shoot, I think, is something that is something we need to do. I like putting the 2024 so that we have a deadline to either resolve it or it goes into effect. And I really don't know what to do with the overlap on disabled and all that. There just aren't enough days in August, September, October, November. So that's where my mind is at right now.
One thing that I will maybe just give a little direction to the board on this plan is so big that when we do get ready for motions, I'd like to separate it into 3 parts. One just being the plan as general, and anything that we need to do that way. Then the limited entry portion, and then the general season portion. If we can have we can have all the discussion now, but when we get ready for motions, let's kind of keep that separate to make sure we're there.
Mr. Chair, I've got a comment, just kind of general in nature. And same as everyone else, I really appreciate everybody's time and effort that's gone into this. This hasn't been a year-long process. The truth is, this has been 5 years coming, 7, 8 years coming. And I'm often critical of government in that we are so slow to react. We don't make substantive changes. We peck at it. And I'm usually pretty critical of government because of that. And I wanted to see some really significant changes come from the committee, some big stuff. And is that bouncing in? And as I've read through this plan, I've realized, and just listen to the comments, listen to the racks, the culture and environment we're currently in, I really think that ship has sailed. I don't know that we're going to come in with big sweeping legislation and sweeping changes. I really think there's so much involvement and so many stakeholders that I think we're going to have to, when we make these generational type changes, I mean, this is one of the most significant changes to come in the last quarter century. It's going to have to be piece by piece and a little by little. And so I guess I'm apologizing a little bit and admitting that I think this plan got it right. I think the intent is that we make our elk plan a little more like our deer plan. We've got more general season. We've got some limited entry. We've got some premium. We've got more opportunity baked in. And so I think we've all felt like that this is the right direction to go. I felt like originally that we stopped a little short, but I really think that this is the only way to get us where we eventually want to be, is a little bit at a time. So I think we got it right here. I think those that have worked on it got this right. I think in general, this works.
I had a chance to sit on the elk committee as well, and we really did pour over a lot of information, a lot of really good information. Matter of fact, spectacular data was provided by the division and allowed us to really fine tune and look at stuff. And I know a couple of things that have been apparent in the RAC process is we have a chance as board members to gaze at the big picture. And that's our assignment as board members, to see, okay, what are people thinking, what's happening, how are people feeling about this, how are they receiving this kind of information and changes, and we, from our view, looking down at not looking down, but looking at everybody, it appears often we have a vocal minority that masquerades as a majority, and so they're the loudest. They talk the most about stuff, and it seems like that's what everybody wants, and I'm not sure that's always the case. So we have we're tasked with trying to kind of sort that out and see what will be the best for the entire big group. We had a lot of issues we voted on and stuff, and we talked a lot about everybody giving a little for the benefit of the whole group, and so as we looked at that, some groups actually took it in the shorts. I mean, to go from a 9 or 10-day season of unlimited bull down to a 5 and move it in a less optimum time to hunt. I mean, some groups really compromised a lot. We had some groups didn't compromise as much. We have kind of something on the table. We talked a little bit about the archery, about having that hunter's choice thing, and then we hear the division's opinion of it'll help us better manage stuff. And then I hear his regret on having them lose their points when they actually put in on those. Our task, our assignment was to actually try and increase opportunity and maintain quality. And in the process of doing that, one of the problems one of the problems was point creep, and it's happening in the cows too. Matter of fact, last year there were 927 cow tags issued, and there were 47,683 applicants. So it's becoming, the point creep thing's a problem across the board. I was in favor of just actually getting 2 tags. Actually, if you wanted to shoot a cow, it wasn't just an option when you bought your over-the-counter archery tag. I thought that was a good idea. Losing the points stings a bit if you've got someplace you'd really like to go shoot one at Thanksgiving. But I think it would help eliminate some of the point creep to not have the people that, I think that's a good idea. So, and as far as compromise goes, if everybody stings a little bit, like say some stung a lot, some didn't really compromise at all. And I think that's well within reason on that one. It's been a lot of and a lot of them come down to 1 vote. And that was after a couple of ties. So the stuff's not quite as cut and dried as it appears, in the proposal. And the proposal was the committee consensus, but I'm telling you, a lot of times that was 1 vote. So it's huge. The other thing I wanted to mention is, as far as the plan goes, 10 years makes me a little bit nervous. I've watched just what has happened to the elk hunt or the elk population and hunting in general with elk in the last 3 years. And I would be highly in favor of having a revisit of the plan, like at a 3-year interval, and just say, okay, is the stuff we talked about working? Is it accomplishing our objective, rather than having to wait an extended period of time to try and make adjustments? And I know we can do a little tweaking along the road too, but I would like to see some built-in stuff like that. I don't know if 10 years is too long to ask for, if maybe we ought to go back to 6 or 7 with a mid-review. But if we do stick with a 10, we've got to have a 3 and a 6-year review, just because it's too much. And people say, well, we can adjust it anytime we want. But as you guys well know, the last couple of years when we've talked about doing something with elk, well, we're towards the tail end of the plan. We'll be revisiting that. So basically we didn't change much, and so I think as volatile as conditions are here in Utah, and especially, we don't know if it's going to have drought, we're not having water, if we're going to have to adjust more. I think we ought to set it up to where we can have a good hard look at it, see if it's accomplishing our objectives, because these are great ideas. If you look at the data, it verifies that you're not really going to lose hardly any quality at all, and you can increase opportunity if you lower those age objectives. But anyway, those are some of my thoughts.
Thanks, Gary.
Chairman, I got a couple comments. I think the elk plan did a really fantastic, or the elk plan committee did a really fantastic job with what they've done. They've, I think they've stepped out of the box quite a bit by some of the things they are suggesting, and the division is suggesting things such like lowering the age class. I think that was probably a big one that was talked about, and we didn't hear a whole lot a whole lot through the process on that particular issue. We have some comments, but not that wasn't one of the more contentious items we had. By maybe having a split season for the any bull, and then having one of them unlimited, that's stepping out of the box, in my opinion, quite a ways. And so I think that we've seen some major changes there. I think we did leave a little bit on the table. I think we could have had maybe a split season for the archery any bull hunt, and unlimited anyway, and maybe you have 2 16-day seasons there, and maybe some additional tags there, and maybe cut into that point creep on the archery hunters a little bit there. So I think that was one we probably could have done a little more with, but I'm really pleased with the plan we've got it. I do have some issues that I'd like to discuss also. That I'm concerned. I'm also concerned, just like Gary mentioned, with the a 10-year plan. It seems like every species we work on, we're just increasing that plan longer and longer. They were 5-year plans, then we moved them to 7, now we're making them 10. I think as far as with the elk goes, maybe 10 might be a little bit long there. Waiting for a 5-year mid-plan review might be a little bit far there. So I would hope to see maybe something similar to what Gary was mentioned, with a 3-year and a 6-year maybe your reviews, or maybe just a 6-year plan or something like that. I think right now it's a 7-year plan. But I'm appreciate what all the work's been gone into it. We've got a ton of online comments. We've got a ton of information from the public in emails and both the RAC online comments that they addressed and the ones that the board has received since then. So we've got a ton of information coming from all different directions to try to help us make a decision with. And I appreciate all that information that comes. And I want you to know that we take it and from each one. So we can't just take one bit of information. We just can't take the online public comments and say that's what we need to go with, or we can't just take what comes from the RAC, say that's what we got to go with. We got to look at the whole picture and look at all the data and information we get and try to make the very best choices or decisions we can from that. And so it's kind of an interesting process that we sit in up here on these particular seats. So, but I do appreciate all the work's gone into this. And Chairman, I like what the RACs did. They talked about one issue at a time. Can we maybe, I like your idea of maybe working on just plan things first, and then unlimited stuff, and then general season stuff. Can we just maybe hit the plan stuff first, things that we have concerns with the plan, and then
I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I think I got on the rack about 15 years ago, and that was kind of one of my big things is, what was back then was always talking about, I feel like we're, I don't know, kind of squandering a little bit of opportunity. And so when this elk committee came, and I kind of followed bits and pieces, and then when they came out with their presentation, I was, pretty excited until I showed up at the Northern Rack and I seen all the people there. I'm like, oh, this is not going to go good. Had a pit in my stomach because there were so many people there. And then they started commenting, and all the people that were in favor and excited about it, there was a few things here and there. Some didn't like the change on the either sex archery, or a few didn't like, the multi-season, the pressure there. But for the most part, they were excited about the plan. And I think that, the elk committee did a fabulous job, and, there was give and take across the board. And I'm pretty excited. If I was king for the day, I'd make a few small tweaks, but, like I said, I would give up my personal, headaches or heartburn with like the multi-season if, we accepted the plan as is, because I really like it. But those are my thoughts on it.
Mr. Chairman, can I say just a couple more? When we first started talking about these changes, I was a little nervous about making these sweeping changes. I was wondering if it would be a wiser idea to kind of phase it in, so it would be more palatable to the public. But I think right now there is an appetite for change. Everybody sees the need to take it a little bit different direction so that we can continue to have this resource available to us to enjoy. And so I think I this in, and because I think the time is right to do it, and the plan itself is an excellent plan. I mean, there's little sticky spots here and there in it, but as far as the direction it's going, I think that's what we need to do. So, like I say, I was happy with the way. I like the plan. I like the plan. I think it's a great plan.
So I was just trying to think about, I made notes. How long have I been making notes? One thing that jumps out at me is the wording about domestic cattle and brucellosis in the plan, and Wade being handy like he is. We're looking for that here. What did we want to do about that? Was there something that needed to be stricken?
Yeah, you have what was the motion that was made in the Northeast region?
Brett, go ahead. I just was going to pull the plan up.
Yeah,
So
could you pull the plan up? It's on page 10.
Do you want me to read it, Dax?
Yeah, if you want. Yeah, go ahead and read the motion. I can read, there's one sentence that mentions cattle. I can read that sentence if the.
It was, the motion was to remove the first sentence. And that's our official motion. After the meeting, the livestock guy said that could be fixed by just changing 2 words. So it wasn't one directional brucellosis from cattle to wildlife, that it's a concern of transmission between both species. And so that was the direct issue there. The motion was to remove that sentence.
If you like, the sentence is, there's a couple paragraphs that talk about brucellosis. The sentence says, brucellosis is an infectious bacterial disease that causes late-term abortions, non-viable calves, and sterility in adult cattle. We know that it's not just adult cattle that can have brucellosis. I spoke with the individual that made that motion in the Northeastern region RAC, and he said, if you even just crossed out the words in adult cattle and just made the statement about brucellosis, that would even perhaps make him more comfortable. So, and I don't think the division has a lot of heartburn with that. If that makes everyone feel more comfortable, we can strike that sentence or strike those 3 words. As I mentioned before, brucellosis is a serious concern for folks in the livestock industry as well as wildlife managers, and none of us want to have brucellosis, and we appreciate, all the efforts and vaccination done by folks in the ag community, and we want to do our part as well and try to keep that disease out of our state.
It's almost like the livestock industry is a tiny bit sensitive about this issue. As I read that, it doesn't cause me a lot of angst, but we are pretty sensitive about this. There's been a lot gone into this, and so, yeah, if it makes a few people feel a little bit better, why wouldn't we strike those 3? It is a smidge misleading, but not much.
I agree with Wade. It's giving somebody some heartburn. And so, I mean, if it's not a big deal and if it doesn't change it's pulled from Godfreud, I don't know what that is. It's pulled from somewhere, this statement. And if that doesn't change it, then why not just pull that?
And I guess I'm not sensitive to it, and I don't really feel qualified to craft this, but could we do just a general motion that says get with the Farm Bureau or somebody and craft this, and then do the same with the federal agency and change a few words there and bring it back to us? I mean, I don't feel qualified to rewrite that, even just that few words here, and just tax you with getting with these people and the shareholders and changing it.
Wouldn't we have to redo the plan, reopen the plan to do that?
Yeah, you probably need
I
to
think
do it.
if directed by the board to do so today, we could, either reword or strike that sentence to where, take out the part where it references cattle. And then I got an email from the Forest Service, and one of their big asks was in the section where we talk about travel management, to add the words like as allowed by travel management authority. I think those are two pretty simple fixes we could do that perhaps would alleviate these concerns without I don't think those dilute the content and what we're trying to express in the plan very much. So if that solves those issues, I think we can make those couple wording changes pretty easily if the board would like us to do that.
Can't we word the motion that the closing of it is conditional on this, and then we don't have to reopen it?
Yeah, to me, these aren't substantive changes. This is wordsmithing. And so if we just say, look, address these two items, that'll be a part of the motion. It can be passed and changed. And yeah, this isn't a big deal.
If you trust us, we'll do our best to follow that direction.
Don't break the trust act.
We trust
We trust you, but if you don't, somebody else is going to get with us. So we trust that that'll all be worked
I'll
out.
make a motion that whatever Dax just said that they would do on those two issues, that they do that.
Second.
So we got a motion, a second, that they'll follow up. I think they will, but there's a motion on the table. Any question? Okay, all in favor? Motion passed unanimous.
Stacy loves how vague that motion was.
Would you please speak in the microphone?
All right, so that is directly with plan stuff. Let's stay with that theme. Is there any other specific items directly from the plan?
If not, we can pass it.
We better have a little more discussion.
The plan length, we've talked about that. I'd like to throw that in there and see what let's talk about that as a general topic.
I'd love to chime in on this just a little bit. I hear your concern. One of the things we've seen over the years, I was looking back at previous iterations of the plan, and we did used to have shorter plans. We also had committees that had 8 to 10 people on them, and they had 3 or 4 meetings. And then it's just kind of grown and grown to where this committee had 19 people on it and 8 meetings over, a 4-month period. And we have better data. We have more data than we've ever had before. And we put a lot of time and effort into these plans. I also, absolutely, we don't want to lock ourselves into something that isn't working. And we don't want to use it as an excuse ever. We never want to say, well, we don't want to deal with that because we still got a few years left on the plan. And in this last plan cycle, we had a 7-year plan. And after 4 or 5 years, we did a mid-plan review where we reconvened the committee, had a meeting, and we made some pretty substantive recommended changes after that mid-plan review. That's when we recommended converting multiple units into any bull designation. Ultimately, that didn't go through the public process, but we did make substantive recommendations and changes there. So I think I would love to entertain the idea of perhaps a couple mid-plan reviews rather than a complete plan redo, with the commitment that a mid-plan review might be, a couple, 2-3 meetings if needed, and we would bring substantive changes if needed. But it is nice to do the major plan effort perhaps at longer intervals in between. My one little bit of concern with doing one after 3 years is just, I do think with as many changes as we're making, it's going to take a year or two for some of those changes to it might be a little wild for a year or two, and it's going to take a little bit of time for things to kind of smooth out and for us to a review and another review after 7. I think something like that would perhaps be good. It's obviously it's your prerogative what you'd like to see from us, but I guess there's just a little kind of context and some ideas from the division. I don't necessarily think it's a bad idea, and we don't want to lock ourselves into something that doesn't work well, but we also need to give enough time for these changes to be implemented and start to work. And also we want to continue to put a major effort and all these data and all the information we take into consideration in a plan rewrite. So I guess there's something of a balancing act there, and we will do whatever we're directed to do.
I think it's important that we allow the data to come in. So to me, it's got to be at least a minimum of 3 years before we would do another review. But I think it's important we have the data come in and not try to make decisions in a short time, because we know there's years that things are just different. I mean, whether it's drought or whether it's not too much of a drought or whatever, too much moisture, things happen and change things. So I think at least 3 year, but I'm just not comfortable with a 5 and a 10. So I'm more comfortable with a 3 and a 6 review if we have a 10-year plan, or maybe a 3 and a 7-year, a 3-year review of a 7-year plan, or a 4-year review of the 7-year plan. I'm more comfortable with a little less of a period there, and I don't have any. I could hit it either way. So,
excuse me. Go ahead. If we did something like took a look at it in 3 years, and if we had enough data to make decisions, went with 3, but if not, give it another year. I mean, is there a way we can put a contingent like that in it, and then go to a 4, a 7, and then the whole rework at a 10? Would that be palatable to the division?
Yeah, it might be debatable of whether or not an issue is important enough to have it, but we could do that. We could check back in with the board after 3 years and see where we're at. If the board feels like we need a formal review, we do it then. If not, we could wait a couple more years. So, I mean, if that would work, we could do that. I think we're flexible here. We want to be responsive. We want to practice adaptive management, and we are implementing a lot of changes, and we're going to implement some of those changes incrementally. We talk about increasing permits when we change age objectives on some of the limited entry elk units. I don't think we're going to recommend the full anticipated change in the first year. It's going to take a year or two to work into some of those things. And so, yeah, I think we're open to that. I think that would work however you'd like us to do it.
I'd just like to speak to the two sides of this, kind of play a devil's advocate on two sides. One is the length of this plan will not only encompass everyone on this board, but it would encompass any of the rack chairs that would be sitting here. It would take their vote away also. So it's pretty big in what that would look like. Also, the mid-review can also be very difficult through the public process, because oftentimes they're not intended to be super thorough, and the Wildlife Board really got hit hard last time from the public that they didn't know during that mid-review all that was happening. And so kind of giving the info on both sides. One is this length can be really long, but I also want you to know that careful what we ask for. Those mid-reviews, they are shorter in what goes to the public. They're shorter what goes to the rack. And so sometimes those can be very difficult, what come back. And so just a little bit of food for thought as you guys look at motions.
Mr. Chair, I think we've all seen the color drain from division employees' face every time we talk about plan reviews. And it just brings to my mind the concept that we're making this too hard. I mean, that's why we're wanting to extend the length of these plans, is because the minutia and just the simple logistics of these plan rewrites is a monster. I don't blame the division for proposing these longer lengths. It's hard. The way we're currently doing it, it's just very, very hard. And quite frankly, probably too hard. It's probably too hard. And so I think we need to be cognizant of what the division has to go through every time we're redoing these plans. Having said that, I mean, Dax makes a bunch of great points, the data, the collection, and all of those things. But from a simple public process standpoint, I don't know that we can extend it out that long. We've got to be more reactive. We've got to be more flexible than that. And so I kind of align with where Randy's at on this, but I think we've got to figure out a way to make the process easier for the division.
And I actually like the word that Dax used, kind of check back in, rather than a full review, that instead of putting together a committee, doing a full review, that we do a check back in, and then if it's determined, look, we need to review this, but that we don't set a 3 and a 7 full review again, that we do a division check-in, kind of the state of the elk, and then we leave ourselves the ability to say, okay, this isn't working, we need to do bigger. But I liked the wording of check-in versus review of the plan.
Just, I mean, along those lines, in 3 years, they come back to us, they report, give us a report. The wildlife board says, yeah, let's look at this, or it's fine. And then, wait another couple years and get another review. And then we can decide if we want to review it or not, or or what depth we need to review it.
We could give a status update, in the spring cycle after 3 falls worth of these hunt strategies. We could give a status update, once we have harvest data and ages in. And then at that point, we could present a status update. And then if the board feels like, okay, do a mid-plan review, we could do a review that summer and, have a couple meetings and reconvene a committee and then bring something back that fall. If you want to do something like that every 3 years through the life of the plan, I think, and I think in the past, the mid-plan reviews have been like 1 meeting, and maybe we need to have a couple meetings on the mid-plan reviews. But I think, as Wade brought up, it is an intense process, and I think we would rather perhaps have, a couple bigger, more formal meetings for mid-plan reviews than reconvene and rewrite an entire plan every 5 years. It just, it's a major effort. We're not afraid of doing the work, but also we don't want to change everything before we ever have a chance to see if anything works. And sometimes we can have a knee-jerk reaction after just a year or two. So it's a balancing act.
Thanks, Dax.
Mr. Chair, can I comment? I'm not really, when I was proposing a 3 and a 6 or a 7 or a 4 and a 7 or whatever it turns out to be, not a full review. Most of the plan's airtight. I mean, 90% of what you read in that plan is just absolute biology and good thinking and ideas. But some of these major sweeping changes, I think we ought to look at them in 3 years and see if it's accomplishing our objectives, if it's actually working the way we want. And at that point in time, say, well, you know what, looks like we're gonna have to watch this another year to see if this is really getting some traction. That's kind of what I'm proposing. I'm not a full plan review, because I don't think that's necessary. Just on the hot zones is the only place we'll need to look at, unless something else comes up through the course of it.
All right, good discussion. I think I'm going to ask that we, on this issue with the plan review, I'll ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion that at 3 years, we look at it and get a report from the division on the progress of the changes that we've made and how they're going. And at that point, if we direct them to look a little harder at the plan, at that point to do it, I think we should do that at 3-year intervals through the course of this plan.
Second that.
So make sure I understand. So it'd remain a 10-year plan, and your motion was to do one 3-year or 2 3 years, like a 3 and a 6, or?
Yes, like a 3 and a 6. Like I was saying, on the 3, if we were seeing what we thought we were seeing, then there's no problem with that. But I don't want to let it go too long. Like saying, most of it won't need anything. Most of it's just good airtight biology, but some of the stuff, especially the changes we've made, will have a chance. And then, as Dax mentioned, we'll be phasing in some of this. It won't happen all at once. And so we'll have a chance to actually see if it's getting the kind of traction we wanted it to have when it was devised.
So we got a motion by Gary. We've got a second by Bryce. We had a little bit of clarification. Stacy, is that motion clear? Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Stacy's giving me those rolling eyes.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question?
No.
All right,
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
go home then.
You can.
Just, would that include the 5-year mid-plan review in that?
Yeah, I think it just shortens it.
But you could move the date up on the review pending the reports from the division. Is that what the motion states?
Yes, based on what we heard from the division on the third year. Yes.
Okay.
Thanks. All right, everyone comfortable with the motion? All right, I'll call for individual votes, starting with Bryce.
Yes.
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 Motion passes unanimous. All right, any other individual items just pertaining to the plan? All right, with that, I'll ask that we move to more of the limited entry unit portion of the discussions that come through the racks.
Chairman, I don't have a whole lot on the limited entry that I'm concerned with, although, I was surprised. I know I've heard a lot of, in the Northeast region, I've heard a lot of input when we did the spike elk hunt in the Book Cliffs and how it potentially reduced the numbers out there. Of course, we've had some pretty nasty droughts out there too, and a lot of other things going on out there, other mouse that are being fed. So we've lost some critters there. But the plan suggests, or what's being presented suggests we make a spike hunt on the Diamond Mountain, and that's also in the Northeast region. And I was surprised we didn't have a single. I never read a single comment on that through the entire process, not in any of the racks, or especially not the Northeastern rack. So I was surprised on that. But I would like to make a comment on the spike hunts. That is my personal feeling. Well, it's not personal. There is some data that I've got also, but on the spike hunts, I'm not I know there's a ton of opportunity, and I get that, but I really am concerned, I guess, about what it's done to some of our limited entry units. Now, I know we say there's not a whole lot of detrimental things going on there with it, but if you look at if you kind of compare some of the data in the last 13 years, we've lost over 410 any bull unlimited entry tags to the units, to just the 4 units. That's just the Pavant, the Monroe, the Dutton, and the Book Cliffs. Those 4, we've lost 410 any bull tags in those areas. Something's going on why we're reducing those tags. Hopefully, with this new age class, maybe that'll change that. But so I guess I'd like to see the division, and I'm not sure. Maybe Dak could answer this. Did the committee look at a comparison of spike when we implemented spike hunts in those areas, and how many, if we, what we've done to the any bull tags?
So, that's a great question. The spike hunts have been around for a long time on a lot of units. Like we've got the spike hunt on Cache, Wasatch, Manti, Fish Lake since the late 80s. I think 88 or 89 is when they implemented the spike hunt on those units. It was in, I have it in my notes here. This is the kind of thing I forget if I don't look at it in writing. I think it was 2010. 2010, we added the spike hunt to most of the rest of the units in the state. And so that happened in 2010. During that time frame, unfortunately, we've also experienced some major drought, and we've seen, especially like these last few years, and we've seen our deer populations decline. On some units, we've seen productivity and elk populations be reduced, which does translate into available elk on the landscape, including bulls. We've made some changes to age objectives on some of these units. So there's a lot of confounding factors there. I think probably some of the bulls that are harvested as spikes, would have been harvested as limited entry bulls, when they were older, but it's not necessarily a 1-to-1 ratio. It's not like for every spike that's harvested, you're going to have to cut a limited entry bull permit 7 years down the road or 6 years down the road. But we do have a track record of spike units working pretty well. We killed hunters harvested fantastic bulls on the Manti, the Nebo, the Wasatch on units with spike hunts this last year. But we also have a few units with spike hunts that have been struggling. One of the things I look at are what are our deer populations doing on some of those units too during that same time frame. And we know the spike elk hunt isn't affecting, it's not affecting deer populations or how many buck deer permits we can give, but we see the same trends in buck deer permits and limited entry bull permits. I appreciate that, and having worked the last 15 years in the Northeastern region and worked really closely in the book cliffs for a lot of those years, it's definitely one that comes up a lot. I think it's probably a very small part of what's happening with limited entry bull permits, but it's not the driving factor based on just looking at survival data and production, and some of those questions are actually really what prompted us to start some of the research we did in the book cliffs, looking at pregnancy rates and survival on elk, and we've learned some kind of alarming things through some of that research, and we're committed and focused on trying to address those issues. And we have resource limitations on a lot of these units. We also have a lot of units where we are at objective, where the elk population is at objective. If we eliminate a spike hunt on a unit that's at objective, then we reduce how many places we have available for elk on that landscape. So, because we're going to carry excess bulls, the bulls that would have been harvested as spikes are suddenly not harvested. And if we're managing for limited entry, we can't necessarily just harvest a bunch more limited entry bulls because we're managed to an age objective. So we have to harvest more cows, and we reduce the productivity of those elk populations. We have biological impacts by changing sex ratios and productivity. If we have, and on many units, we have a population objective where it's managed on a social carrying capacity. And we have some units in the book list, there's probably one where we're dealing more with a biological carrying capacity than a social carrying capacity. And that's something that's a little new for us that we're experiencing and finding more of just in the last few years. But when you have resource limitations, again, it just biologically to carry excess males, surplus males on the landscape, when you have biological or resource limitations, again, reduces the productivity of those herds and put your sex ratios to a weird spot where all the habitat work that's been doing, and if we can get, precipitation patterns to turn around a little bit, we want those populations to be in a good place to grow. I hear the concern about the spike hunt. I'm sympathetic to it to a point. I also think we've just had kind of really unfortunate timing with the expansion of the spike hunt back in 2010, and then these drought cycles that we've experienced pretty severely the last 6 or so years. So we talked about it on the committee, and these are my comments are some of the comments that we shared and talked about in the committee, and ultimately the spike hunt helps us manage sex ratios, helps us keep herds productive, and provides a great opportunity. And so, we didn't recommend any changes to the spike hunt other than just expanding it to one additional unit that hadn't been included in the past. So.
Well, I'm not going to, make a motion on it. I just wanted to bring that up so that to me, it is a little bit of an issue. The Dutton, we've lost 119 tags there in the last 13 years. I hate to see our point creep is going way up, and us keep, reducing tags. Hopefully this plan will address a lot of that. But I think if it doesn't, I think we ought probably haven't.
I got Kobe here, and I think he's been sitting there talking to Teresa, and maybe has some data or insight. I think there's, what do you have to say, Kobe?
Could I ask a quick question too, Mr. Chair? What has happened to the bull to cow ratios on these units in the last 10 years? Do we have a trend at all?
I don't have that with me, but we can look it up.
And I can answer this first. The reason why we lost those permits is more because of the increase in age objective across almost every one of those units. So when you look at the Dutton, the southern units, we found this elk complex in the last plan that we wrote in 2015, and we adjusted all those up to match each other because they were all different and those elk were all commingling. And so we cut several hundred permits out of those units because of the increase in age objective in the 2015 plan. So like Dak said, there's a ton of confounding factors, but the biggest driver was the increase in age objective.
Which this plan fixes. Is that right? Does it fix it on all those?
Fix is a strong word, but
adjust. Okay.
Thank you. That's better.
Yeah, and I don't have the bull to cow ratio data, and we can do some digging and get that to you, but it might take a minute. As I mentioned before, bull to cow ratio data, we look at it, we take it into consideration, and it's we probably look at it as a minimum, but it's not a piece of data that we really hang our hats on and focus on a lot. So, but I'd have to do a little digging and get it to you. But yeah, as Kobe mentioned, that in 2015 in the last elk plan when we changed those age objectives, it's some of the discussion we had with this elk plan, and it goes both ways. If we increase the age objective by a year, we have to cut permits by 50%. If we decrease the age objective by a year, we can increase, theoretically increase permits by 50%. So it goes both ways, and that probably explains some of those changes on some of the units, but in the book cliffs, we haven't changed the age objective there. And so that's, been the focus of a lot of this research and some of the concern looking at productivity and resource limitation.
I have a question. Dax, we talked about this a little bit in the committee as well. We're all about trying to just give you guys enough tools in your toolbox that you can spot manage when it's necessary. And I wondered if we have units who are struggling and it's not because of habitat restrictions and feed and forage for the animals, that they're just struggling, if we could somehow put in your toolbox to close the spike hunt for a year and just let all the bulls live for 1 year and then kick it back in whenever we felt like the area was actually doing a little better. And is there a contingency like that in that plan we could use?
We don't have anything in that plan, and I think part of the reason we've tried to avoid that is because we really don't have a biological concern that harvest during the spike hunt is going to, tip a unit over or make a huge significant change. Like I mentioned, we've got units like anti-Wasatch, some of these big elk units that have had a spike hunt on them since the late 80s. And one of the I guess concerns or issues here is we all have like a backyard unit or our favorite place. I think everyone does, and especially our avid sportsmen and elk hunters. They love their unit, and I think one of the concerns we have is if we open that door, we're going to get bombarded every year by sportsmen from the Monroe or sportsmen from the Book Cliffs or sportsmen from the Pavant that don't care about spike hunting, aren't invested in spike hunting, and just want to maximize trophy potential on those units. And if there were a sound biological rationale for why we needed to, recommend closing the spike hunt on a unit, we would bring it to the board. Even if it's not in the elk plan, if we had like a biological emergency, we would bring it to the board and tell you what was going on and ask for help. But if it's just a social thing or a preference thing, I worry about opening that door because everyone probably, the folks who love hunting big bulls on X unit probably don't want a spike hunt on X unit. They want a spike hunt on someone else's favorite unit, not on their favorite unit. So that's why I'm a little bit hesitant to add something like that in the plan.
Okay, thank you.
Any other things on limited entry?
If there's not, because this was one that there wasn't a lot of, opposition to, I'd like to make a motion, we approve it as.
I think that we can approve that in.
If we don't need to,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yep. No, you're good. You're helping us roll, so. Yep. Okay, with that, we'll move to general season stuff.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a couple of questions? And I guess this is you again, Dak, sorry. Just some of the committee's thoughts on a few of these things that have been floated. Obviously, one is the split archery hunt that Randy brought up. What were their concerns with that? And then obviously the either sex on the archery hunt. What were their concerns with that?
And that was the split for limited entry archery bulls. Yeah. So now one of the things, this is interesting, and I even saw this theme a little bit in some of the comments here today, is there was like a strong contingency for archery as a way to hunt where it's more challenging, success rates are typically lower, you can give more opportunity if you give more permits to archers. And you know, that's true. Looking at a lot of data, we could give a lot more permits and still harvest the same number of bulls if we converted a bunch of permits to archery permits. And on the committee, there were definitely folks that advocated for that, like, hey, you know, we're archers, our hunt is more challenging, so give us more of the permits and we can expand opportunity. That's true. At the same time, there were a lot of folks that were like, well, the bulk of our hunters are rifle hunters. It's, you know, 80-ish% of our applicants are putting in for rifle hunts. You know, that's where our hunters are. 70-something% of our hunters are putting in for rifle hunts. And so we don't want to take any more away from rifle hunters and give it to archery hunters. And there was a lot of back and forth there. It's really a social decision. You know, there's some biological impacts at some level if you know, looking at harvest rates and stuff, but we can manage that. And so we talked about the split archery season idea. The only way we could do that and expand opportunity would be to probably give a higher portion of the archery permits, of the permits to archery hunters. And that was one of the compromises that we made on this committee when we looked at the weapon splits and what percentage of the permits we give to which weapon type. We kept the same overall splits among weapon types. So 25% of the permits have gone to archery hunters. We kept that. 15% have gone to muzzleloader hunters. We kept that split. And 60% go to rifle hunters. We did make some tweaks within the rifle hunts of how those are allocated, but we kept those overall splits. And that was probably something of a compromise. So if we were going to split the archery hunt to try to create more opportunity, it would require us to change the splits and allocate more permits to archery hunters, or, you know, and we'd have to look at that and see if success rates are different. It kind of felt like unless we made a bigger change and changed the splits, it was kind of sixes whether we did something like that or not. I'm not saying it's a bad idea by any means, but that's just kind of why the committee left it how it was.
I want to speak to this a little bit because I had committee members, and even during the RAC tour, some of the committee members spoke to this in that maybe they felt like it wasn't their purview to change that allocation of the rifle number, the archery number, but totally just speaking at a 10,000 foot level, I think this committee did really good in moving the needle and moving us in a direction. I do think that we did miss the boat on this one, that we can split that hunt and move some of those rifle tags to archery and get to our end goal of keeping quality and getting more hunters. I don't think today's the day that we need to do that. I think that we've moved the needle so far that I think we're moving great, but maybe in one of those mid-plan reviews, that would be something that we could look at. I'll probably catch some heat from some rifle hunters going, hey, you're taking tags. Let's look at it at, you know, what we really need to is what's that end goal. And I think honestly that gets us there, but I think the committee had some trepidation in doing that, and that's fine. But speaking at a level, at some point in the review, I think that could be great.
One of the things that caused us a little bit of pause on changing the numbers is we actually looked at how many people put in on the archery limited entry tags for elk versus the other varieties, and 14% of them were archers, and they're getting 25% of the tags, and we were hesitant as a committee to give more than that at that time.
Yeah. Build the dreams. The committee's built a great plan, and there'll be a time when we'll get that opportunity.
I hate when I have to recite a number and I never remember if I'm saying it right. I just pulled it up. 77% of our limited entry elk applicants applied for any legal weapon hunts. And that was, as Gary mentioned, part of the rationale for not making changes there. I think there's definitely good arguments to be made, and that's the rationale behind why we ended up where we ended up. With regard to the archery, general season archery elk being, bull only permit, and then also have an archery cow permit that's during those same dates. But if an individual bought that, they would lose their preference points. And Gary actually brought this up too. Last year we had 47,683 applicants for antlerless elk tags. Those are, the ones that go through the draw. We issued 9,027 antlerless elk tags through the draw. So that's 1 in 5.3 draw odds. So essentially, it's taken folks 5 years to draw in general, and there's some units are easier and some are harder, but generally you're looking at like being able to draw an antlerless elk permit every 5 years. And so that was, and we received direction from the board, and that was one of our objectives, was try to reduce point creep. And at the same time, that archery harvest is great harvest. And that's one of the things we're trying to focus on in this plan too, is harvesting elk in a strategic way so that we maintain favorable elk distributions. We don't want to push all the elk onto private lands where maybe the landowners don't want them, and we don't want to push all the elk into inaccessible areas like, across state lines or national parks or monuments or onto tribal grounds. We want to keep our elk where they're accessible to our hunters, and archery hunting is pretty effective at that. I mean, if an archery hunter has a blown stock or even makes a good shot on elk, they'll move some elk, but they don't move them the same way that somebody does when they, empty the magazine onto a 300 Win Mag and the elk run for, 4 drainages after that. And so we like that archery harvest. We want to keep it there, but we're also trying to address point creep and this increasing demand for antlerless elk hunting opportunity. And it was mentioned earlier today that, for a lot of folks, any elk that they're able to harvest is a trophy for them. We have a lot of folks that feel a real sense of accomplishment when they can harvest, even just a cow. We also have a lot of folks that they value that opportunity to hunt bulls so much that that might even be someone who's not an archery hunter. I was talking with Kevin Bunnell, our regional supervisor from the southern region, and Kevin's not really an archery hunter, but he told me, well, if I could get a cow tag and an archery cow tag, maybe I'd buy a bow and go give it a shot and see, but then I know I could still, get my general season muzzleloader or bull tag and go with my family during the spike hunt like I always do. So for some folks, it would represent an expansion of opportunity. Kevin told me he's good with it either way it goes. One way he gets to hunt cow elk and become a bow hunter. The other way it saves him $1,000 for having to buy a new bow. So, there's different ways to look at this issue, but the rationale behind the recommendation was to address point creep while still being able to maintain that archery harvest, which is important, and we do value that.
I guess, was the number 47,000 cows that you've applied? Or cow, is that the number you gave us?
47,000 applicants for the cow
so
tags.
we had about 600 cows killed on the archery hunt. If we take all 600 of them out, are we even going to feel a ripple?
Well, it would be
in that. I mean, theoretically, mathematically, statistically, yes. Would the normal hunter, would it even change how many years it takes if we take all 600?
If we took the 12,000, if right now we're selling 12,000 general season archery elk permits.
You're not going to take 12,000 aren't going to buy those tags.
Yeah, probably not.
Probably the ones that are killing the elk are going to be the ones that are doing the others. So you might get a few more than 600. Let's even say it's 2,000. Statistically, yes. Realistically, will that even adjust a year? And if that small amount taking it out is important to point creep, why are we taking it off of private lands?
I think a key point, Carl, is, man, everyone had to give in this plan. I think we need to hold to that. I mean, that's pretty key. Everyone was asked to give, and man, that's a small ask.
Well, but the give isn't. The give isn't. The give was you gave us an extra tag, or gave the archers an extra tag, and then took their points. Just leave them alone. Let them go kill those elk in the perfect time. So it's not like somebody's having to give or or
Well,
take
well,
or
the
something.
give is that they want to go do it without giving points. And there's a lot of people that can't go do that. So we ought to be able to, we ought to follow the division's recommendation and let people that have 5 points draw. That's the give.
I guess what I'm saying is we are giving them the opportunity for a cow with an asterisk on it. And like I said, and Gary said you regret losing points. I don't regret losing points. I regret throwing a hurdle to killing cows at the right time of year. And so that's the, if it was such a great thing, we wouldn't be taking it off the private lands. It created an issue there. People were not buying tags and we're not killing elk at the right time of year in the right place. So we're taking it off here and putting it on here. And generally when I step in a puddle, I like to avoid it the next day. And so, I mean, I understand everybody had to give and everybody here. I don't see this as a take for the archers.
The only part I think's a take is not them having to use a point. They're getting an opportunity where everyone else has to use a point if you use a different weapon type. But if you are archery, you don't have to give a point. That is a give. Everyone else has to give it
because it's in either sex.
If you go hunt elk with archery, you don't lose your point. If you go hunt elk with any other weapon, you lose your point. That's a give.
We don't do that for turkeys.
We're talking elk.
No, we're talking points. And we don't do that for lions.
No, but we have points for antlerless elk. We don't have points for antlerless turkeys, right?
Some would accuse us of offering tags for those.
Yeah.
No, I get it. I think, and I may be a lone person on here, and I'll make the motion, and I may not get a second, but we're throwing up a hurdle to killing elk at the right time of year with the recommendation the way that it is, and we should just go back to the either sex.
Okay, Carl, I guess I'm not seeing that as a hurdle of killing elk at the right time of the year, because it's not going to stop those guys from killing elk at the right time of the year. Matter of fact, it's going to allow them to do it every year.
They're not going to buy the tag.
Because they'll lose their 4 points to hunt with the rifle.
They're not going to buy the tag. The people who are killing those elk with a either sex tag are also building points, and they're just not going to kill it. They're not going to buy an extra tag, and they're not going to kill the cow. And so then we're going to issue another tag, probably in October, but a good chance that those tags are going to be later in the year when people criticize us of killing them on the winter range and jumping around, and we have big elk herds and creates all the problems. You don't have that on the archery hunt. Okay, they're out there, they're separate. The shot's very close. We're not having a group of 50 elk chased on the winter range, fire, you have 3 tags and you have 5 dead. This is just a great time. And that either sex tag allows our cow elk to be harvested, and we have to at the right time of year when it's more acceptable to everybody else. And I understand everybody had to give. I know that archers archers have a great thing. And I would say, look, rather than being mad at them or envy them or getting revenge on them to take, you have to give, grab a bow and come hunt. Go kill a cow in August.
Yeah, I'm not actually debating that. I don't think it'll affect the numbers of cows killed like you think it will. On those private lands issues where, you do have the same group of gun hunters possibly hoping to draw an area where they want to hunt. They were hesitant to go help some farmer shoot some on his property because because they lost their opportunity to go hunting where they wanted to go hunting. You know, and so I'm just not seeing it. It's not going to, I don't think it's going to affect the cow harvest that much. Matter of fact, it might even increase it.
Change Point Creek. We've been taking points for private lands, and we're still talking about Point Creek. This might be a higher volume, but if that's our argument, I don't think we'll feel a bump on Point Creek for cow elk.
Carl, would you prefer just to keep it the way it is with the either sex permit, or would you prefer going with the division's recommendation of a bull permit and a cow permit, but just not take the points from the cow permit?
I don't want to give them an extra elk.
So you'd
Just
prefer to
leave
keep it the way it
same
is?
as it is, and let them kill those cows at a good time of year, and just leave that. I don't need the extra elk. The archers, if that's the gift that everybody's talking about, I don't need that. Just leave it the way that it is. Let them hunt those elk at a good time of year.
But not take the points.
But not take the points. Just an either sex tag, and they can decide what they want to do. Should I make that motion now and we can end that issue? Sure. I'll make the motion that on the general season archery elk hunt, we leave it as is, as an either sex tag.
And I'll second that.
Okay, we got a motion seconded by Randy. Any questions on the motion? I'll call for individual votes. Start with Bryce.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Sorry, Gary.
Dax, come up to the microphone. So the question is, so a lot of my concern was originally with having the two tags and letting them purchase a tag and not lose the points. Under the motion right now, it's if they have a bull tag, they can harvest a cow. And currently, we don't take the points away. But do you feel like that that purchase of a bull tag, but allowing them to harvest a spike, do you feel like that is adding to point creep at all?
Yeah, to some degree. There's folks that I think, I don't know the exact numbers. It'd be a really hard analysis to go through to see which ones of the folks that buy general season archery elk tags also apply for antlerless elk permits in the draw. But I suspect it's a pretty substantial group of folks. Carl brings up a fair point. It's not like it's going to make it to where you can suddenly draw those, limit the draw antlerless elk permits immediately. It might knock a year off it or something. So I think it addresses point creep. That's why we made the recommendation. I think we can live with it or make it work, however we do it. The basis behind the recommendation is just, it's a pretty substantial number of folks that are kind of having their cake and eating it too, have the ability to harvest an antlerless elk every year, but also can apply through the draw. And we're not 100% consistent on it because we are recommending removing that on private lands because of, some different issues and hurdles and some considerations we're giving to folks, from the Farm Bureau on the elk committee. That was probably their biggest ask, was they said, we want it's the same family members or individuals that we trust that we want to allow onto our hunt to hunt on our lands every year, and we don't want them to lose their points. So it's a little bit complex. You've heard the rationale from the division point of view as to why we're recommending it, and we've heard it from the public in the racks, and Carl does a great job articulating those arguments as well of kind of the other side of it. So good luck, Kevin.
Thanks. You want to give any advice?
No.
Okay. So my biggest concern was that to buy an additional cow tag, an additional opportunity, and not take the points. And I, now that you have changed that to leaving it as it is original, I think that is minimal effect to the point creep. And with that, I'll vote yes. All right, next issue.
Mr. Chair, Could I just, this one's a little obscure, and sorry, Dax, another question for you. With regard to our general season, our conversion from some of these units from general season to, limited entry to general season, how many LOAs are being dissolved?
Let's see, is Chad here? The Ponsegant has an elk LOA, and Deep Creeks has
So
an
just
elk LOA.
two? Okay, thanks.
And they're both a pretty small number of permits. I mean, I'm not saying it's not significant, but it's a pretty small number of permits.
Dax, I guess I'd like to visit just a little bit about the multi-season tags. We've heard today, folks here that kind of split both ways. Of some like it, some don't. I know the people I've talked to personally that own the tag and use the tag, they do hunt the seasons, but they hate it. They hate it because of the amount of hunters that are in competition out there when they are, they've seen a real difference in that. So I'd like to visit with that a little bit, but I know that was a question on the survey. Can you give us the results of what the folks thought about, I guess, overcrowding or what they've seen in the recently? I think you guys had a question or two on that, and I haven't actually seen the survey results. So I just now pulled them up, but I haven't even looked at them yet.
I don't have them pulled up right now, but the survey was really split on pretty much everything, but crowding was one where it was pretty overwhelming. And to inform our discussions we had in the committee, if you'll remember 7 years ago in the last elk plan, there was desire to implement something similar to the dedicated hunter program for elk, where folks wanted more days. And rather than taking on the administrative burden of a program as intricate as the dedicated hunter program, we went a simpler route where it's just, hunters paid more money for the permit, and then they were able to hunt during multiple seasons. That permit has progressively gotten more and more popular. I think it's maybe the most loved and hated permit in the general season world, perhaps. Where a ton of folks love it, a ton of folks hate it, and even a lot of folks who buy it hate it, I guess. So it's, especially when you talk with folks that hunt the muzzleloader hunt and the archery hunts, they seem to be the ones that feel like, now their hunt is similar in crowding to the rifle hunt, or more crowded, more like the rifle hunt. We had a lot of discussions about this in the committee, and honestly, for a minute there, I thought we were probably going to recommend doing away with the multi-season permit, based on some of the discussions in the committee. And then when it really came down to it and we had to make a final decision, it felt like, within the committee, there was kind of the spirit of maybe it's not what I love, but what can I live with? And ultimately went with something of a compromise where, the recommendations for 4,500 multi-season spike permits and 7,500 multi-season anti-bull permits was keeping it at current levels. Not allowing it to continue to grow or expand, but also not getting rid of it or cutting it back. So it's something of a compromise, and it was brought up earlier. There probably isn't a biological rationale behind having the multi-season hunt. It's pretty much just a recreational opportunity that folks wanted, or some folks want, and maybe some folks don't want. And I've heard there's been a few different solutions that have been tossed around in some of the racks, or maybe complicated. Some of them are only let the multi-season hunters hunt, one of the rifle hunts, either the earlier one or the later one, which is less desirable. Maybe that balances out the multi-season tags. I've heard some different arguments that way. If we make a change that's more complex and changes which season they can hunt in, and they can't hunt all the seasons, we'll have a little bit of a learning curve to help the hunters understand that. This is one where, there's definitely opinions on both sides of the thing, and it's really a recommendation that came from a desire to address a social a social desire or to be able to hunt more. All of our hunters want to hunt more of everything all the time, everywhere, and they want to be the only one out there. So we kind of have an impossible task sometimes, and I wish September was 60 days long and October was 60 days long. That'd be great. Those are my favorite time of the year, but we're limited, we're constrained.
I love the way you put that. I just love the way you said that same thing in a couple of the racks, how hunters, and that's the way, most hunters feel. So I appreciate you putting it that way.
And the interesting dynamic that I've heard on the multi-season is if we do it for 4 seasons, there will be a whole new customer because they want to hunt both the rifles. They want to hunt because we're going to split those any both seasons. So we will have a new customer. It won't be archers, muzzleloader, and rifle. It will be the rifle hunters that want to hunt both seasons. And so the draw for this, the pressure to get one of these tags is going to be stronger because we're adding a whole other customer into this base.
Because they get both rifle seasons.
Because I don't want to hunt 8 and 8. I want to hunt all the rifle. And so, we need a cap. I've wanted a cap on this from the beginning. And I actually wanted the cap at 5,000, and maybe we would have been good to do that. But I'm okay with these caps at the level they're at because we're going to add a whole other element of customer to it. And I want this to stay an over-the-counter tag and not a draw. And so if we went down to that 5, or even if we went a little lower, I think we short circuit it and it will be a draw before we know it. And I just would like this to stay over the counter, as bad as that day is.
So let me ask that question. So if you reduce that number, why does that cause us to go to a draw?
Because it's just the pressure to get it. I didn't get in and get it. That day is already hectic as it is.
Even if the tags are unlimited?
For the multi-season.
Oh, people will want the draw for the multi-season.
Yeah. And just because, hey, I tried to get in, the day went bad. I mean, people are signed. They're not 22,000 on the list, but they get that number and they're in the waiting list. And so I've toyed with going back, recommending 5,000 that I did when this started. I've gone away from that because we're going to add a whole other customer base that wants those 2 rifle seasons. And I want this to stay as bad as that day is, I want it to stay an over the counter tag.
I think it's part of my concern is we're adding opportunity, but we're only adding opportunity to folks that already have an opportunity. It's not adding additional opportunity to folks that haven't had an opportunity. So I guess that's my concern there, and then causing the overcrowding in areas because of that, and maybe making a hunt a little less desirable for somebody. That's my concern. So I wouldn't mind lowering it to a certain thing. I wouldn't mind eliminating it. I do know that in the in the committee meeting, and maybe Gary, can you help us speak to the votes? Didn't that go to a vote 3 different times, and that particular issue?
You're talking the 3-season stuff or the multi-season? That one, I actually don't remember if that was one of the ones that went to 3 rounds, a tie and then a tiebreaker. It doesn't seem like that one was one of them.
I can't remember. Some of those meetings were a blur to me, I'll be honest.
Some of them were, but if I may, Mr. Chairman, there's a lot we went over and a lot of discussion, and correct me, anybody that was on the committee that's in here, Aaron, whatever. But I don't think, at first we had a little bit of discussion, like Dax said. Now, maybe we ought to eliminate that. But then there was also the thought, well, this is a really popular hunt, and we're already making a lot of changes. The one thing we went back and forth on with the committee was whether or not to allow the multi-season to use all 4 seasons or to restrict them on one of the rifle hunts. And that was the thing we went back and forth with, and there wasn't really a lot of debate about it. And ultimately the decision was made. And I think we just kind of, it was consensus. We didn't actually have a vote on this. We just done a consensus and the DAX, hey, is everybody okay with this? And yeah, we can live with this. And it was just, let it be, let them have all 4 seasons that came out of the committee. Having said that, my personal comment is, I think it's probably a good idea to restrict them on one of the rifle seasons for reasons Carl stated, and then, you know, reasons of just kind of, well, what I thought was fairness, but Carl brings up a good point with regard to, we add a whole new customer base there, because you can have everybody that instead of just saying, well, I'm just going to get one or the other rifle tag, everybody's going to try to get that multi-season tag because they can hunt 14 days instead of 7.
Mr. Chair, could I weigh in on this a little bit too? I'm actually where Randy's at. I was confused and puzzled by this proposal simply because it's counterintuitive to kind of the direction of the whole plan. We're trying to provide more opportunity, and yet we're letting guys stack up and hunt 4 seasons. We're providing more opportunity for the same people. And it just didn't ring true with me. I've struggled with it from the beginning. I get that, yes, there's a lot of major changes being made, and we can't bite the whole thing off right now. But to me, this is one, honestly, Randy, I'd love to let's talk about eliminating it. I mean, I'd love to make that motion and just vote and see where we're at on it. My concern with making them pick one of the rifle seasons, that's getting pretty complex. I mean, we're already, if we can simplify this, to me, this makes more sense. I'd hate to go down that road of trying to meet in the middle.
Okay. Is that a motion?
Okay, yeah, I'd make the motion that we eliminate multi-season altogether.
Okay.
Second.
We got a motion on the table by Wade, seconded by Bryce. Any questions on the motion, Stacy? Okay. Any questions from the board?
I got one question. Is that eliminating for both the any bull and the spike hunts, or just the any bull?
I didn't really consider the spike, Randy. I was just thinking any bull. Maybe let's keep it at any bull when we come back.
I still second that.
Okay. All right, I'm going to call for a vote. Let's start with Bryce.
So this is, can I just, so clarification, so this is just any bull, this
Yes.
isn't, because like I say, most of the complaints we received has been from any bull units.
Yeah.
Of
This-
overcrowding, that's where the massive problems. been.
This is just any bull.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm a no.
Yes.
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 Motion passes. All right. I know that there are still several items on here. I know we're getting close to lunch, but there's still several items here that came from our racks.
Well, let's talk multi-season spike and resolve that issue first.
Okay.
What they'd say.
All right.
At least from the people I've talked to, the emails, the people at the rack, that was never something that was brought up or talked about. So I mean, if you guys want to address that, I just don't think that was something that needed to be addressed.
I think one of the things there, you're limited in numbers, the tags that you sell, and it's across 30 units. And so that doesn't seem to be the issue the Any Bowl does.
You ready for a motion?
Well, there doesn't need to be a motion on it if we.
If it's just with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dax, maybe I can ask you a point of clarification here. If it's just multi-season on the spike units, what would that do to our archery hunters that can go back and forth spike or any bull? Would they be able to hunt both sides of that until the muzzleloader hunt starts?
I guess probably the way we have it interpreted now, or have to look at the rule maybe, but if someone buys a multi-season permit, whether that's a spike, multi-season spike or multi-season any bull during the archery portion of the hunt, they would be able to hunt on either spike units or any bull units, whatever's open. So yeah, if someone purchased a multi-season spike permit, they would, based on the way our rule and things are written now, they would still be able to hunt during the archery hunt on any bull units. That's how I.
Any other items from that came out of our racks that we want to pick up on the general season?
Yeah. Is this a time to talk about the Paunsaugunt becoming a general season?
Sure.
Is this that time? I've looked at that, you know, and as much as I know, we'd like to reduce the elk numbers and stuff there. To have that go general, I know causes a little bit of heartburn, but I think we could eliminate a whole bunch of it if we, if when it does go general, if it does go general, that we don't have an archery hunt on that, because there's been guys that have been waiting for, you know, 25 to 30 years to actually have a chance to hunt that. And that is, I mean, that's one of our claims to fame, is that's such a good deer unit. It would be really unfortunate to have hundreds and hundreds of people descend down when a couple of guys are trying to sneak in for their once in a lifetime opportunity on it. And we talked about this a little bit before. Yeah, it is playing favorites, but that is the premium deer unit. And so I'd hate to just mess that up horribly with an any bull unit. And if you've been on an any bull unit hunting on the opening or even close to the opening, you kind of know what that's like and you can sympathize with it. And I do think in a few years that angst might go away once they see what's really down there.
So I see that you want to comment and you need to. I just want to make sure I understand that. So your recommendation would be to follow the division's recommendation. It would still stay in as an any bull general season unit, but you would eliminate the archery portion of that hunt to remove the conflict with the premium deer hunters.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at basically the way the deer move, by the time we get to the regular elk season and the muzzleloader season, they're on the lower third of the unit and all the elk are still on the upper third. So there's not that direct interface like there would be on the archery season.
Thanks.
I hate it when governments start picking winners and losers and playing favorites. I really do. I don't think it's a role of government. Having said that, we do it. And we've done it in this case. We've identified the Paunsaugunt and the Henrys as the only two premium limited entry deer units in the state. And we've set them apart. We've made them different. And we've played favorites. And the question to me is, are we going to continue to play favorites? You've got folks that legitimately spent the last quarter century trying to draw a deer tag down there. And are we going to safeguard and protect their experience? And I think there's valid arguments on both sides of this, but I think there's a few unintended consequences of this. I sat in a group 15 years ago around a table and we talked Paunsaugunt elk management plan, and there wasn't one person at the table that wanted to stand up for the elk. The bottom line was we felt like we had too many. We felt like we wanted to safeguard the deer herd, and we wanted a few elk because we could get away with. And at that time, we talked about any bull. We have talked about any bull every other year since then. And every time the discussion starts, it always ends with, yes, there's some advantages to it, but it just is not worth the unintended consequences. We can't do that to all these people that have waited a quarter century to hunt this deer herd. And so we've always pulled back. And none of those reasons why we pulled back have changed. This is the 6th or 7th time we've had this discussion about any bull on the ponds. But there are some significant issues I think we've got to address if we want to walk down that road. And one of them needs to be, of all these any bull units that are being proposed, we're only losing 2 LOAs. I think that's got to be addressed. I really do. I think the Paunsaugunt and Deep Creek, they're unique and different. I just wonder if there aren't enough unique factors about the Paunsaugunt that while yes, would we all love it to be any bull and do we want more opportunity? But does it fit in this case? I think we've got to have that conversation. Maybe not even just compromising it, just not having it at all.
That's one area I'm not as familiar with as I'd like to be. But the folks I've talked to have told me that after the archery hunt, pretty much the elk go high and the deer go low. Is that kind of the way it works? And if we had during the muzzleloader season, during the any bull, any weapon season, would that cause major heartburn to those deer hunters? Because I'm like you, Wade. I don't want to do anything to jeopardize the experience of those guys that have waited. They put in 20-some years, plus they had to wait till they were 12 to put in. So they put in for more than a quarter of a century for that. And so did that, is that the way that works? If we didn't eliminate it totally, would a compromise be that we just don't do the archery?
I think yes and maybe. I think geographically the unit is very split. After October 10th or 15th, the deer are on the south half, the elk remain on the north half. Currently, the elk are on the north half. We basically killed everything that wasn't on the north half, even north third of the unit. And so, yes, after that date, geographically, you would already be split and we wouldn't be having some of that conflict. Not just calendaring conflict, but just conflict in general, because they would be hunting different halves of the unit. But I think the muzzleloader hunt, the muzzleloader deer hunt also applies to that. If we were bent that the Paunsaugunt needs to be any bull, my recommendation would be that we go archery and muzzleloader are removed from the any bull. Those hunts are removed from the recommendation for a period of time. I mean, we all know this is going to annihilate whatever is still left. And if we remove those two and then just went maybe in 2 years, revisit it and come back and try to include them.
So the any bull, are you recognizing when the any bull muzzleloader hunt is?
I was actually going to ask that.
It's later. It starts the Wednesday after the rifle deer hunt ends.
When is our next hunt after any bull archery?
For any bull?
Yeah.
It's usually the first Saturday in October, and that's the rifle any bull, or the first rifle any bull season. So the any bull muzzleloader season is late October, early November.
So we really wouldn't have a lot of conflict there. I'm talking deer date on the deer date, but obviously that there's no crossover there. I mean, the Paunsaugunt deer season, muzzleloader deer season, is going to end about that same time as that next hunt starts. So maybe we could accomplish what we want to by removing the archery.
The director did bring up that there is a possibility of those that draw the youth any bull, that they do have an opportunity to go on those units. What are those dates?
The youth any bull hunt is typically, it starts right after the archery hunt ends. I guess just a couple things to keep in mind. The youth any bull permits, we typically only give 500 of those spread across all any bull units across the state. There's only a couple hundred elk on the Paunsaugunt unit. It's a couple of things to keep in mind, like the Oak Creeks, the Henrys, they're any bull units. You don't see a lot of elk hunters down there during the deer seasons because there's not a lot of elk on those units, kind of like the Paunsaugunt. I do think for the first year or two, it might be, you might see folks like kind of looking for these surplus giant built up bulls on any bull or on limited entry units that are converting to any bull. And then after a year or two, they'll realize they're not everywhere. I think something like you're suggesting, Wade, where maybe we leave the archery hunt out, the any bull archery hunt out on the Paunsaugunt for a year or two to kind of go through a break-in period. And folks will realize if they hunt, the rifle seasons or the late muzzleloader season, any bull on the Paunsaugunt, they realize it's pretty hard to find elk. It's not necessarily the best place to be. That might be a way to avoid some of that conflict. I think that's probably a good suggestion.
I think, and you bring up those other units, and I appreciate where you're coming from with that, but I think the Paunsaugunt is a little bit unique in that it wasn't very long ago. It was mediocre unit. I mean, it wasn't bad. And so you still got people with 10 and 15 points applying for the Ponsagon right now. The word on the street is the Ponsagon's a sleeper. It's easy to draw. You can get in there and still get a decent bull. And so I think it's going to be significant. I think it's going to be the amount of people that rush down there to hunt this. If this goes any bulls, going to be significant. So I just think it's got to be addressed.
Clear as mud.
I guess, Wade, are you ready to make a motion on whether it should be any bull at all? Or are you there at any bull?
Let's, why not? Why don't we just run with that and see where we land? And if not, we can come back to meet in the middle there somewhere. So I'd make the motion that we exclude the Ponsagon from the any bull list.
And a motion on the table by Wade. Do we have a second?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
can I make a comment real quick? I just wanted to point out that the Ponsagon is the #1 elk unit for return tags. It's 31% of the permits are surrendered. That's the highest unit in the state. Just wanted to point that out. So people are drawing this permit with, a fair amount of points, and then they do their research and they're saying, this is not the hunt for me. There's no elk. It's not a quality elk unit.
They go down and they realize they don't want to mess up that premium deer hunter's hunt, so they turn it back.
And I haven't seen that one on the list, but
It was either that or maybe they called me, Kevin. I think 30% of those called me and I said, hey, you don't want to burn your
yeah,
points
that
there.
might be a possibility too. But yeah, I just wanted to point out that is the highest surrendered unit for elk.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, Lindy. So we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
And the motion was to remove the Ponsagon totally from any bull. I think we ought to vote on it. I'll second it.
Okay, we got a motion on the table and a second. Is that clear, Stacy? Okay, call for a vote. Bryce?
No.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
No.
Okay, motion fails.
That answers that question. Should we get on about the second question then?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I move that we remove the archery season from the any bull hunt on the Ponsagon.
I'll second that.
Permanently or just for a period of time?
Thank you, Dax. I would say let's revisit that after 2 years, after 24. Let's revisit that and see where we need to go from there.
So 2 years.
Can I just amend that we revisit it when we do the review of the plan in like 3 years?
I'd accept that amendment.
And I'll have to vote no to that. Not that I'm objecting to take the archery. I just think we're going to kill those bulls that first year, that rifle hunt. I just think we can accomplish this with 1 year rather than 3 years. And so when I vote no to this, it's not that I don't want to eliminate the archery. I just think we can do that. We can do this in 1 year.
Okay.
So, sorry, do you want to review it in 1 year? Then you would be good with that? Is that what you're saying then? Just to clarify.
Just saying, eliminate the archery hunt. Let the rifle hunters and the muzzleloader hunters have their way on this. They're going to take care of these few hundred elk. And then we're back archery hunting as an any bull unit the next year. I would be comfortable with saying we're going to review it after 1 year, but I don't think we'll need to.
Mr. Chair, could I address Carl? It's a valid point. It's an absolute valid point. I think one thing that is maybe a little bit unique about some of these other units that were proposing any bull, the Ponsagon's nestled in between two of our pretty popular elk units right now, in between Penguins Lake and the Dutton. And the majority of the elk on the Ponsagon are on the northern half and the western portion, the northwest corner. We will always have spillover. There's always crossover currently. I mean, we look at our caller data and verify this, but there's a lot of crossover north to south from the Dutton and east to west from Penguins Lake. There will always be some bulls on the Ponsagon because of that factor. And so, yes, are we going to kill the resident bulls that never leave in the first year? You bet. Is this always going to be an issue we need to be cognizant of? I think so.
And I agree with that, and that's what I've seen on there. I just think the sleeper any bull unit, to use the sleeper, will be that first year. After that, there'll be a big bull that'll wander on that. Somebody will know about it and kill it. But that mass parade down there, I don't think it's going to be a mass parade, but a bigger group that comes down there, I think we can do it in 1 year.
All right. Can we restate the motion?
I move that we remove the archery any bull hunt from the Paunsaugunt, and that we revisit it when we do our mid-season plans in 3 years. I think that was the portion of the amendment.
Okay. And we have a second by Randy or by Bryce. Okay. Seconded by Bryce. Clarification?
Clarification question for Dax. Dax, if this were to pass, would that move the archery portion to a limited entry?
I guess if we convert the unit to an any bull unit, but we don't have the archery hunt there just wouldn't be an archery elk hunt during that period of time. That's how I'm understanding it. Is that?
Is there room for like a later November archery hunt? A December? I mean, just push it from September to the later season?
I don't think there'd be opposition to that. Really, if we can get any of these hunts after the 10th of October, I don't think anybody cares that draws a Paunsaugunt tag. There's just not going to be that conflict.
But we don't have any bull late season hunts anywhere. So that would be a whole other ballgame.
Be a mess, yeah. Okay, I'm going to call for a vote. Start with Bryce.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
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 Motion passes. All right. I see that there's still a couple items that have come from our racks. Would like to at least have discussion on those so that those that our rack chairs can know that those have been addressed.
Chairman, one that I've seen on here, in the northern region, they had a motion to set a cap on the any bull permits for the second season of 15,000. And then I think in the southern region, they had a motion to implement an antler restriction, 4 point or more on one antler, or have a brow time at least 5 inches long on the second, unlimited any legal season. So I think we've got a disparity there in our racks. I'd like to maybe throw that out there and then talk about that a little bit.
I think the northern might have had maybe a little bit different of tune if they would have known the 7,500 tags are going away, because now that just threw that mix back in. So, I mean, I can't speak for them, but I would think that would soften the landing, and I don't think they would have as big a, fight on that. I'm not going to speak to the antler restriction, but I don't love that idea. But anyway, that's on the cap.
Well, I'm going to speak to the antler restriction. We've looked at a lot of data. Brock's been really good to provide lots of that. And if you look at it clear across the board, I think as a committee, we're tasked with trying to create opportunity without losing quality. And I think one of the issues we've had with our any bull tags is some of the units, the quality would be almost a joke, just because of the amount of hunters and the sparse amount of elk. And so I would propose, I would like to see an antler point restriction to where we let them grow for a year before we start shooting them. And I realize on the first little get-go, it'd be a skinny on that first year, but after that, you would have a reservoir of bulls that were there every year. People would go out and scout and enjoy and anticipate and look instead of going out and hunting hard for the one spike that was still there. I think it'd be a good idea.
So are you recommending that for both seasons or one?
Well, for both. I mean, I don't, and like I say, I haven't had the really big any bull units experience, where they've got places, deep timber to go hide in and stuff. But in the units that are where I'm around and about, there's not going to be anything. There's no way there'll be a 4-point or better anywhere on the whole unit by the second season. I mean, so it would kind of be a moot point at that point. I think if we did it right from the get-go, it would leave a reservoir of bulls there each year that basically people would be out hunting 2-year-old bulls, which are a little bit smarter. So I think some of them would possibly get older. I mean, and because you still have a few that make it, but just not very many. But I think it would work good. Again, I think it would generate excitement for the any bull hunts. I mean, I think it would be, you could go out and actually look at elk, and instead of hoping to see a spike, you'd be looking at spikes and then some with branched antlers and getting excited about those. And I think it'd be a good idea.
Question, Dax, and maybe Colby. Our neighboring states, the Colorado example, where they cater a little more to opportunity, do they have any antler restrictions?
Yeah, Colorado has an antler point restriction on their general elk units.
What do you know about it? Have you heard?
I think it's got to have brow tines or be a 4-point or better bull, and they sell unlimited permits during their second and third rifle seasons. During their archery season, they have a muzzleloader season and like a 4th rifle season where they have quotas. And they recommend limited quotas. We looked at some research. That was actually some of the data we looked at. So the division was not in favor of a point restriction, and part of the reason for that, we looked at some of the data from Colorado, and even though spikes represent a pretty small, yearling bulls represent a pretty small percentage of the harvest, when they implemented that change, they did harvest a little bit bigger bulls, but their overall harvest rate went down. I think it reduced by, it was like 400% or something. It was a pretty substantial drop. So, and because the spikes are pretty small, those yearling bulls are a pretty small percentage of the harvest, but the whole harvest dropped way more. And they did have a lot of law enforcement issues, especially the first couple of years they implemented that. I think a lot of folks were so hesitant to shoot because they didn't want to get turned into a poacher accidentally. We already have an antler point restriction on our spike units. You can't shoot a 2x2, which is probably still a yearling, but it's not legal. And so, there's some concerns with regard to enforcement. It was a big reduction in harvest. And then we have some of the issues I brought up about just the proportion of bulls that you carry in your population too. And we could have biological impacts. Most of our any bull units are at, or even a lot of them are even over objective. And if we have a point restriction there and we're carrying more bulls, that means we're going to have to reduce cow numbers if we're going to stay at objective. If we have proportionally more bulls in the population, it presents some pretty serious issues for private landowners on any bull units. Any bull designation is usually a pretty good tool for landowners that maybe are having elk depredation problems on private lands. And now I might be tying, if we have a point restriction, am I tying the hands of a private landowner that maybe has a bunch of spike elk in his corn and now he can't harvest those legally? The division had a lot of reservations with a point restriction and felt like what it accomplished wasn't worth what we gave up, and some of the biological impacts to elk populations that are managed at objective, some of the conflicts it could cause with landowners. And Dallin Christensen, the manager from Northeastern region, I think he's here today, he killed a 320 bull in the Uintas last year. It can be done, and most of the units that we have recommended to go into the any bull designation. We're recommending that because they have lower densities where it's harder to find elk. They have big areas of refuge where those elk move to places where sometimes they're accessible, sometimes they're not. So we will reduce bull numbers on units that get transitioned from limited entry to general season. We won't kill all the bulls, and there'll still be a nice bull that pops up here and there. It's the exception to the rule, but we're not trying to manage any bull units for quality bulls. We're trying to manage them for maximum opportunity. I understand where folks are coming from, but the division has some pretty strong reservations about a point restriction, and that's kind of what they are.
Thank you, Dax. Just seeing where we are for time. Is there any other discussion on this issue? Is there a motion?
I guess I do have some reservations about going unlimited without maintaining something in there being for quality. So I would like to see a motion one way or the other on this particular thing.
I'll make a motion that we impose an antler point restriction on the any bull units, especially if we're going unlimited tags on them. I think that's a good idea. That way it'll at least leave a little something. I realize there's agricultural conflicts on some of these units as well, and we've been addressing them as they arise, I've noticed. So I'll make that motion.
Got a motion by Gary.
I'd like to see a vote on this. I'll second it.
Okay. Seconded by Wade. Any questions on the motion?
Clarification is there's no antler point restriction, but what would you recommend it being?
Colorado?
Yeah, similar to theirs, where it actually has to be a 2-year-old bull. And to use the definition on that, it'll have at least 4 points on one antler. It'll have brow tines that are longer than, the little baby ones yearlings get sometimes. What is that? They said 5 inches?
Just make the motion that it follows Colorado, then
Yeah.
it gives them a clear definition.
I would make that motion.
Mr. Chairman, can I have a second during the motion discussion, if that's okay? Is that a yes? Okay.
No. I think you're going to give it, Colby.
Okay. I just want to make the board aware that if it goes this direction, we'll end up in a situation where these units are often dominated by private land and refugia, as stated before. So the situation you're putting the agency in is that we will then be out removing younger bulls with our depredation specialists and technicians. And so I think that's a fair piece of information to vote on. When we get in a situation where we have damage, we're going to go then have to remove those animals because hunters can't do it. And our wait for a hunter to do it, there won't be that tolerance there by the individuals impacted by these animals that we have now.
Just another question. I'm sure this was a topic on the committee, and they voted against that. Can somebody tell me how that went?
Dax, give us the skinny.
So we talked about a lot of these issues in the committee. One of the things we talked about was differential survival rates for yearling bulls versus adult elk. It's not as extreme as we see in deer. For example, we have 50% mortality on yearling bucks to go from 1.5 to 2.5. On elk, it's not as extreme. It's 20% mortality, versus 95% adult mortality on adult elk. So again, and to meet the point restriction definition, the bull's going to have to be at least 2, maybe 3. So you're suddenly looking at 20-25% of the bulls that were would have been legal as a spike that might die of natural causes before they reach legal age. So, but the committee discussions mirrored these, mirrored these discussions and these talking points.
Did you vote on it?
We did, and ultimately that's one of the things we voted on and voted not to implement antler point restriction.
How many times did you vote?
I don't know. I think a couple.
So it was pretty close.
It was tight.
Yeah.
Yeah. At one point, I think I told the committee, even if you guys vote for this, I won't recommend it. We typically try to recommend what the committee wants, as long as we don't feel like, and this is one point of clarification. We love the committee, and I want to thank everyone who's here from the committee tonight. And we do our best to stay true to what the committee recommends to us. But as we saw with, SFW, Utah Archery Association, once they got back and met with their board, they tweaked, they were represented on the committee, but they tweaked a couple things in what they came and supported and didn't support. And ultimately the division, we really appreciate and the efforts and contributions from our committee members. They really put a ton of time and effort into it. And ultimately the division owns the recommendation that we bring forward. And sometimes we make tweaks. And this is one where, had the committee recommended a point restriction, the division probably would have not recommended that.
Thanks. Bryce?
So obviously the elk committee didn't propose this. The division's not proposing it. Only one rack is proposing this. I just don't see why we even, and we haven't had complaint from the public. So I think this is not a good move at this time.
Mr. Chair, could I just address that? And not address, I agree with what Bryce is saying. I think there's some concerns there, but to me, the real concern is it's unlimited. I mean, I think that is everyone's concerns that I've heard from. If we weren't talking unlimited, I don't even think we'd be having this discussion right now. I think that's the issue is could we do one or the other, not both?
And to that, once we took those multi-season out, the unlimited, I have no more concerns. If we were having multi-season hunts and you had those 75 on that last one, my vote would be completely different. But we've eliminated this other.
And I guess I got a little bit different opinion there, Carl, with 34,500 people putting in for elk tags. That's my concern on this one is we have 15,000 we're giving away on the first one. That's going to give us more than 19,500 tags possibly on the second one, even creating more overcrowding than that. So that's why I think I'm not very comfortable with the unlimited without some kind of a measure in there to help us with the maintaining the quality.
So, we've got a motion and a second. Any questions on the motion? Okay, I'll call for a vote. Bryce?
No.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Sorry. So let me tell you where I'm at. The unlimited has come to the Wildlife Board twice, and through the public process, we've heard there's a lot of concerns. I personally hold those concerns. I personally, if I vote as Kevin Albrecht, I vote to have the antler restriction to protect it. But I also see what the committee's done. But the biggest factor I have is management does not work to give the division to say, hey, you've got to use this tool and manage, and they don't want to do it. If the division does not want to manage antler restriction, I don't think it works. So I personally, if it goes back through and we put a number on the unlimited, I would be okay to vote no. But that is only if someone would make the motion that we go back and have more discussion on that second number. So I guess that's a question. Is that something the board's willing to look at? Okay, with that, I vote no. Open it back up for discussion.
So what would be taking into account the 7,500 we just added back in? What is the number? Because I'm a firm believer that we created something when we limited something. I've got 3 guys that work for our company that all bought them when they all of a sudden were limited, and none of them went just because they limited them. Oh, we got to have them. So we created a false, urgency to buy something that's not there. So, I mean, if it was me, I would just bag it and we would leave it, unlimited one season, because I think after a year it would sort itself out. But that being said, obviously we got rid of 7,500. I still think there's pretty good room in both those seasons for a pretty good number.
So I think Randy brings up a good point. There's potential to be 19.5 that second season if we kind of go off the data that we have. Dax or Director, would you speak to a number that the division's comfortable with?
If we currently had, and Jay, jump in if I out of line here. We had 17.5. The idea was the second season was going to be more crowded and likely to be more crowded and probably have lower success rate. A lot of those elk will have moved into refuge areas and some of the bulls will have been harvested. If we did it in 19.5, that would capture the that second hunt would be a little more crowded than the first hunt at 15,000. If we did 19,500 on the second hunt, I think that would probably capture most of the folks based on demand curve data, looking at historical applicant numbers and then looking at demand curve data. We're probably going to capture everyone who wants to buy that tag. That being said, there is kind of there's some psychology around perceived scarcity. And I almost think if we don't have a quota, we might sell more for a year or two, and then it would probably go below that. I think if we set a quota in place, we will probably sell the quota every single year. So, and the intent was to expand opportunity. We want to expand opportunity and maintain quality. And quality on any bull general season elk hunt is typically not super high. We have pretty low success rates. The hunts are more crowded than a lot of our other hunts. So I don't think we're really impeding on that. But yeah, I think, the division's comfortable with unlimited. I actually think in the long run, unlimited might end up, working itself out to be a little less. The change to eliminate the multi-season hunters on any bull units is definitely going to come into play as well. But yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate what Dax said, and even the motion that was just made on the, to visit this with a number, the division and the committee have felt like that's not necessary on that second hunt. And I think what Dax is saying is spot on.
All right, let's make a motion for the antler restriction. I'm changing my vote. All right.
A chairman can make a motion, right?
No.
Like my personal feeling is if the number's up there to 19.5, it's probably not worth having a number because of what Bryce has talked about is there is that thought that if they're limited, we've got to go out and get them. And I think we would actually sell more tags, which is okay, which but then you have less satisfactory people because they bought a tag and they didn't go out. So I think the number has to be lower than that, but I too don't like the number on it. I didn't like the unlimited to begin with, but I like it better. Criteria to maintain quality, but if it's up to 19.5, I guess I really don't care if there's a number or not. I could live with unlimited.
Can I make a comment? One of the reasons we talked about that mid review is to just watch this kind of stuff for a couple of years and see if it needs a little more adjustment. I think this could easily be one of those things. If we had astronomical numbers that continued on that unlimited any bull tag sales, then we could make it at that time, because you're exactly right. The kids call it FOMO, fear of missing out. If you artificially capped something, everybody and their dog wants to do it. And so that's the reason we put down the draw on the general season elk to start with, was one of the reasons. But anyway, so I think it would probably take care of itself. I'm not as concerned about, sorry, looking at the numbers, but.
So to me, this unlimited thing turns into a guaranteed hunt for a family, turns into a camping trip with a rifle. And people want that. I wanted that as a boy. I mean, the elk hunt when I was a boy, if you shot a branch antlered bull, that was amazing. People only shot spikes. That's all there was. The spikes did all the breeding. And so to me, this reaches that thing that many of us want. We want a family camping trip with a rifle. This reaches that. Unlimited. This reaches that. And so I'm okay. Elk will timber up. Elk will go somewhere. Elk will get away. Some bulls will survive.
And so I work for the federal government. You can go camping with a rifle. Any other discussion?
One interesting piece of data I was looking at, I looked at, I had Heather Bernales, our biometrician, run some numbers for me, looked at some data from 2014 through 2021, looking at successful any bull elk hunters. And I don't know exactly when these days occurred. We don't ask them which days they hunted, but we ask them how many days they hunted. But after 7 days, and we're proposing two 7-day rifle hunts, within 7 days of hunting, 87% of the harvest had occurred. And maybe some of those are folks that come back a second weekend or come back later in the hunt, but I would suspect a lot of that is, so I anticipate the vast majority of the harvest is going to happen during that second season. And the second season, and knowingly so, it's kind of a camping trip with a rifle. I'm telling you, you've got a chance. It might be, 1 in a million, but you've got a chance. And that's what we're trying to do. And that's where the recommendation is coming from is, can a family plan on this year after year after year? A lot of years, this hunt's going to overlap UEA fall break for families. For a lot of years, that Friday of the UEA break, we didn't have any hunts. That was one day where we actually didn't. The one day when none of the kids are in school and they could be out there, they weren't because we didn't have any hunts that one day. So that was the intent behind this hunt. Not that it's going to be a slam dunk to go out there and harvest great bulls, but that you can plan on it, you can count on it, you can do it every year. If you're out of town the day that the other permits go on sale, you can still get one. If you want to wait and see, what your work schedule is or your kids' sports or extracurricular schedule is, you can wait and buy it the day before the hunt if you want. I mean, that's the intent of this hunt. It is not designed to be a fantastic hunt with high success rates and low crowding. That's not the intent of it. So.
With that, any other discussions? We ready to pass the rest?
Make a motion.
Yeah. Well, let me ask one question. Did we miss anything out of the racks that hasn't been discussed?
Mr. Chair, just the issue of the go shoot. Do we want to address that?
If we accept the remainder as presented, then we addressed it.
That's correct, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a curveball to you guys when we change the recommendation between the RAC and the board meeting. But currently our recommendation, we have changed it from what we took out initially, that we would wait 1 year to implement the any bull transition in the deep creeks.
Okay, so.
And I'm in favor of that. Let me just make a comment. I'm not going to make a motion. I just want to make a comment on this. I agree with the tribe, appreciate their standpoint and their position on this. Having said that, this is no different than many of the other units that are getting transitioned to any bull with regard to the private lands on there. You have hundreds of landowners that are their property, their livelihoods, and a lot of the things that they have counted on over the years are going to be affected just the same as the tribe. And so while I agree with their position, and I will certainly vote for this, yeah, there are other issues at play here that we're not addressing.
Mr. Chairman, one other thing, the disabled sportsman, I listened to that in the Northeast RAC. I feel for you, but I don't have an answer. There just aren't enough days.
So. One question. We did shorten some days on that archery hunt. What if those disabled hunters, this is a question to the division, but what if those days went to the start? What if those 4 or 5 days, they were able to go to the start of the hunt when there's no hunt? Can you address that or have someone?
And I can't speak for the disabled owners, but I think from the division standpoint, if that was a recommendation to give some extra days in the beginning for disabled hunters, and Lindy's coming up, maybe I better not say anything. We'll see what Lindy has to say.
Uh-oh.
I hate to ask this, but can you repeat it? Because Kobe was telling me that I need to come up, so I missed the question.
Okay. So the question was, you know, with the season dates changing, we affected some overlap with the disabled hunters. But we did create some days at the start of the season now when there's no hunts. Is it 4 days or 5 days, Dax?
So
You're talking like early in August, but that would be on limited entry elk units. The disabled hunt that we're talking about is on the any bull units.
yeah, so the September 17th.
And their hunt starts the same?
Yeah, in rule, in the disabled rule, it says they get to hunt the any bull youth elk season. And what the conflict is now is that we extended the archery season for any bull into that hunt for 4 days, or additional 4 or 5 days. So the question is, like, if we can give them some more days, you'd want to do it before the archery season starts?
I was just looking to see if there were some days at the start. Doesn't sound like there is.
They'd still would be impacted. They'd still have other hunters unless we did it before the archery season started on August 16th or 17th. Prior to that, but then they would have to use a bow.
Yeah. Okay.
So.
There just aren't enough days, like Dax said. Just aren't enough days in those months that end with R.
Yeah, just to clarify that in my own mind, Lindy, the only option that would really make sense where we're not overlapping other firearm types with like the archery hunt would be to add a couple days to the beginning of the archery hunt where potentially a crossbow or some other COR could be.
Correct. And we'd have to amend the disabled rule because the disabled rule is pretty clear on what days they get extended. You know, that option is to end the archery hunt early, like we did 2 years ago, like back to normal. It was like 2 years ago prior. So then it's just the youth hunt or give them a day somewhere else in the calendar year.
And to give additional days, Lindy, we would have to change the disabled hunter rule.
Okay. I think it's pretty complex that we'd want to talk about a little more before we voted today.
Can I make one more comment? You know, one thing that, you know, we've worked with Tim for years on this, and we, you know, the division has no problem working with Tim. And after everything's settled, you know, we can, after the new year, work with it and come back, you know, to the board and ask for additional days. The hunt doesn't start till the fall. So we can go back and look at the calendar, see if anything does work out instead of trying to mush it all into one right now, and sit down with, you know, Tim and his group and Kenny and the director's office and see what works out too. We're not opposed to doing something like that as well, instead of trying to just on the whim figuring out dates.
Thank you. Yeah.
I do have a question. We've had so much information coming in. I'm trying to evaluate the source. They were talking about adding an additional 4 days to the general archery season because they did it with the limited entry. That's not in the proposal, is it? That's not in the plan?
We didn't propose that. We tried to there's so many changes. We tried to not change something unless it was really a driving factor. But yeah, that recommendation came in the Southeastern region. They said, well, if the limited entry archery hunters get an extra 4 days, why not give the spike hunters on those units an extra 4 days too?
You know, that's, yeah. I know we tried to eliminate overlap on that. You know, we ended the general season a little bit early, so the limited entry guys actually had a chance to hunt without all of the other general season hunters hunting at the same time. So I just wondered if that was in the plan we were talking about, or if that didn't make it.
Okay, and I got to clarify, Kent, just remind me, it wasn't just to add 4 days, but to shift to the spike, the general season archery spike. There's enough stuff going on. Sometimes it's a little confusing to keep it all straight.
And that's to shift it more towards the rut?
So right now,
which is the reason for the other one.
We give the limited entry archery hunters like a week. We end the spike hunt a week before we end the limited entry archery elk hunt. The reason we do that is because, you know, folks put in for a long time to draw that archery permit. and they didn't necessarily want to be competing with spike hunters, especially during that latter part of the season where you're getting closer to the rut. So that's kind of the history of why those season dates are different. And the recommendation to extend the limited entry archery elk season by 4 days, makes it so it's a week plus 4 days, where the longer period of time without spike hunters in the field. And so it sounds like in that rack they felt like, well, we can still give them a week and give spike hunters these 4 better days or something.
Thank you.
With that being said, I'd make a motion, we accept the remainder of the division's proposal as presented.
I'll second it.
And with that too, I'd like to thank the elk committee for the work they've done. So thanks again.
Who was it seconded by? Gary? Okay, we got a motion by Bryce, seconded by Gary. Any questions on the motion? All right, I'll call for individual votes. Bryce?
Yes.
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 Motion passes unanimous. With that, let's take a lunch break and let's come back at 1:30. That work, Stacy? Okay. All right, we'd like to welcome everybody back from lunch and welcome those that are online with us. Thanks for hanging in there with us. We will move to agenda item number 6, once in a lifetime hunt season dates. Rusty Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rusty Robinson, Once in a Lifetime Species Coordinator. I just needed to make some corrections a little bit. I apologize. After we sent out the rack packet initially with the proposed recommended hunt dates, particularly for bighorn sheep, we noticed that in the past, historically, we've always kind of had those sheep hunts more of a standardized hunt dates. We typically had the desert bighorn hunt dates end on November 10th, and the Rocky Mountain hunts go from November 1st through the 30th, or at least end on the 30th for some hunts. So just wanted to make these corrections to the originally proposed dates. And anyway, those are right there. And they do affect quite a few of the bighorn sheep dates. But so I guess any vote from the board to approve would include these proposed corrections.
Thanks, Rusty. Questions from the board? Questions from the rack chairs?
We could talk about the elk plan again if you'd like to get some conversation going.
Please. All right, we'll have the director summarize electronic public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On agenda item 6, 2023-24 once in a lifetime hunt season dates, we had 28 comments come in. 17 of those strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal, 4 strongly or somewhat disagreed, and 7 people were neutral. The themes on that, there were multiple comments supporting the proposal as presented. There was one comment on employing a 3-point or better hunting strategy for deer, which isn't, a once in a lifetime situation, but shorten any legal weapon hunts and allow restricted weapon hunts. There was a comment on that. Remove the special archery permit for once in a lifetime species. Success rates too high. Stop catering to one hunt type. There were a couple comments revolving around that. And then you had a comment to leave the archery once in a lifetime permits alone. So move bison hunts in the Book Cliffs Roadless area to an earlier date. There was a comment on that. So that's the summary. Thank you.
All right, rack chairs report on motions.
Yeah, we had just not a whole lot of discussion actually, and just a motion to pass as presented, which passed unanimous.
Thanks, Braden. Kent?
In the Southeast region, there was a motion to accept the division's proposal as presented, and it passed unanimous.
Rock?
Same in the Central region, passed unanimously as presented.
Thank you. Brett?
In the Northeast region, we had a little bit of discussion with the bison and the tribal bison seasons. So there was a little bit of discussion on it. Ultimately, there was a motion to accept as presented by the division, and it passed 7-1 with the tribal representative opposing.
In the northern region, we just had a proposal to pass as presented, or a motion to pass as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you. I don't have any comment cards from the public. With that, as you can see, it passed all the racks. That'll open it up for board discussion.
I don't have any issues with this one. I'll make a motion that we accept the presentation as presented for the once lifetime hunt season dates.
I'll second.
A motion by Randy, a second by Wade. All in favor? We're going to turn it around and we're going to start with Gary. It might help that I don't have to break so many ties. So we're going to go down there.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. No. No, that's a yes.
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 Perfect. Motion passes unanimous. Thanks, Rusty. All right, we will go to agenda item number 8, emerging technologies. Oh, sorry, Dax, I'm just going to skip you. 7, big game hunting season and key dates. Dax Mangus.
Wouldn't blame you if you wanted to skip me. Just before we jump into this one, just one, I guess, a couple corrections, modifications here again. The correction, and we already talked about this to the out plan, is that we would still include the LaSalle Mountains and Spike Hunt. That was an oversight that didn't get included on that map in the out plan. And then the other would be that after the racks and after consultation with the Goshute Tribe, we're recommending to keep the West Desert Deep Creek as a limited entry hams unit for the 2023 season date, and then discontinue that hunt as it is converted to an enable unit in 2024. So, and I guess with the recommendation that the board just made earlier in the out plan, we would also clarify that we would not have an enable archery season on the Ponsagont unit. And these recommendations are 2-year recommendations, so fall of 2023 and 2024. We plan to not bring anything back next fall unless there's an emergency. If there's some type of extenuating circumstances we need to discuss hunt, we would bring that. Otherwise, we're setting the dates for 2 years here.
Questions from the board? Questions from rack chairs?
Yes, I have one.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, if that's all right. So in our northern rack, we discussed the splitting up of the units 4, 5, and 6. And I guess the question, there was how many, my understanding is about 87% of those units is private lands. Do we know how much, do you have the answer of how much public land is in each one of those individual units?
I'm going to see if we have any of our staff here from Northern Region that can maybe help me out on that one a little bit. We've got Jim Christensen, the Regional Wildlife Program Manager here. Maybe Jim can help me out a little.
Jim Christensen, Northern Region Wildlife Manager. So percentage of public land, is that what you're looking for in each individual unit?
Yes.
So public land, Unit 4 is 14%, Unit 5, 21%, Unit 6, 10%.
Do you have that in acreage?
Yes, it's just about 85,000 acres, Unit 4. Unit 5 is just over 83,000. Unit 6 is 41,400.
Okay, so I guess, and maybe it'll be a comment now, I can wait. Now, but I think the question, when it came to our racks, I don't think this was noticed in the northern Utah, in the northern region, wasn't watched very closely. I can promise you that when the season starts, there's going to be a lot of upset people when they recognize that they can only hunt one of those specific units. There's such a small amount of property that they're able to hunt. And so now with the number of tags, the majority of those people don't stick to one of those units. They hunt the majority, they'll hunt one day on one of them and one on another. And so I know this has to do with CWD, but I just ask that we discuss it a little bit more, and we can do that during the comments, but that was my question.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this may be the wrong time to bring this up. I just got a text from one of the members of my rack reminding me that we hadn't discussed the motion on tooth samples, making that mandatory? Is this the wrong time to bring that back up? And if so, I apologize.
Yeah, that passed.
Okay.
Unless Rusty wants to come up and do the elk plan again.
Thank you. Yeah, the tooth age is a really important metric. We really want to get good sample sizes there. There's some pretty serious concerns about making it mandatory. We do get ages on between 65 and 70% of the limited entry bulls harvested. We get teeth from even more than that, but some of them aren't usable just because they're broken or that type of thing. But we want to have good samples. We don't want to make it so that people will pull teeth from another animal to avoid a penalty or something like that. And we've done some analysis looking at the folks who did submit teeth and the folks who didn't submit teeth but still did a harvest report survey. And based on the antler size and points that they report in the harvest report survey, we ran a statistical analysis to see if folks were more likely or less likely to submit a tooth based on the size of their bull, and there was no relationship there. So I think some people just lose the teeth. It's not necessarily people with bigger bulls or smaller bulls. So I think that's important, and I know that came up a lot in Southeastern region. It's something we're committed to doing. If there's ways to improve that, I think we're open to that, but we also, making it mandatory could potentially cause some problems too.
Director summarizes electronic comment.
Yeah, on agenda item, thank you, Mr. Chair. On agenda item number 7, big game hunting season and key dates, we had 52 comments come in. Again, these were very hard to summarize into categories, if you will. They were very, very one-off type comments for the most part. Anyway, we had 26 comments that strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal, and 23 that strongly or somewhat disagreed, and a couple that were neutral. The main themes that I'll mention right now are shortening the any legal weapon limited entry elk hunt to 5 days. We had 7 comments opposed to that and 1 in support. Move the limited entry archery elk hunt 7 days later to provide the same experience as the any legal weapon hunters. We just 1 comment there. Eliminate multi-season elk permits, reduce the number of guides and outfitters. Against unlimited permits for the second season, too much pressure on elk during the rut. We're hunting animals too hard from August through January. We don't need any more hunts. The DWR is favoring private landowners. Implement a 4-point or better harvest strategy on general season, on units that go to general season elk. Reduce archery hunt dates similar to those as that we have for any legal weapons. Delay the spike hunt a week. Convert late season muzzleloader deer tags to archery permits. You could double the permits. Deer hunts end too early, especially the late limited entry muzzleloader hunt. There's no incentive to use those points. The North Slope 3 Corners unit season structure should match the rest of the units. A support for more archery dates in the rut. Limited entry hunts should be 21 days since they take a lifetime to draw. That we need more midweek openers as opposed to weekend openers, and stop the extended archery hunt in the Wasatch unit during the muzzleloader and any legal weapon hunts, that there's too much pressure from August through December by archeries. And then many comments, multiple comments, I should say, supporting the proposed seasons and dates. And I know many of those were covered in a lot of our elk discussion. So
thank you. With that, we'll have our rack chairs report on the motions.
So similar to the last one, just we had a motion to pass as presented and it passed unanimously. Thanks.
Seems like the Southeast rack was the one that wanted to upset the apple cart. We actually had quite a bit of discussion on this. Some of us we had a couple of members and they asked that I would bring this up to the board. They were concerned, even though the elk committee the elk plan had already passed, with having a 5-day season. There was concern over only having one weekend for hunters that couldn't hunt during the week. And then there was also discussion and some concern with a couple of members of having the general season archery 4 days out of whack with the limited entry archery. And pursuant to that, there's a motion to add 4 days to the general season archery spike hunt. And that passed 9-1. And then there was a motion to accept the remainder of the plan as the recommendations as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you.
The Central Region had a motion to accept as presented, and that passed 9 in favor, 1 abstention.
The Northeast region had quite a bit of discussion about the overlapping hunts. The one that the Wildlife Board was addressing before lunch with the disabled hunters and the youth and the archery. There's another hunt that overlaps that in the Uintas, and that's the Ute tribal exterior boundary hunt, where they can hunt there also. So that was the topic of discussion. So when it was done, the motion was to accept as presented by the division, with the exception of ending the archery any bull elk 5 days earlier than proposed on South Slope Yellowstone and South Slope vernal units, and recommend to the Wildlife Board to look at opportunities to eliminate overlapping hunts on limited entry units. Thank you. And that passed 7-1.
In the northern region, we had a motion to accept the proposal as presented, and it passed 9-1. Our one against was our sportsman rep, Mike Lauder, and he was very adamant about the amount of public land that's on the units 4, 5, and 6, and just felt like recognizing there was some CWD still felt like it was a kind of a knee-jerk reaction, and that it's not going, didn't feel like it's going to help that problem, and it's just going to hurt a lot of access to hunters. That's it.
Thank you. With that, we'll go to comment from the public. We'll start with Tim Ragland and Gracie, followed by Tanner Carlson.
Hi, Tim again with, I'm an advocate for the disabled outdoorsmen and women of Utah. And thank you guys again. It's kind of on the same issues that we brought up before with that overlap that Brett had said that was discussed in the Northeastern region, where 2 years ago, the archery hunt was extended 5 days, which overlaps that any bull hunt, which is a draw for the youth. So when those youth draw that, it is an any bull unit general season area, but it's pretty hard for them to draw. And as well, that hunt is a disabled hunt that was put into effect in 2004 through 3 years of coming to RAC meetings, board meetings, and set aside. Understand, unless someone has a motion to, make September 60 days, I'm not sure how else to approach it, but that overlap is there now. It's been created. And it's been there for 2 years, Dax had mentioned, but I myself, from disabled hunters and youth hunters, have heard a handful during those times. Everyone wants to hunt the rifle during the rut for elk, and it's a kind of a coveted time, and there has been a large amount of general archery hunters out during that time of field, which really impacts the disabled hunters and especially the youth hunters that draw that. It makes a very poor experience for them, and we need to really keep and retain those youth, our up and coming new hunters, to preserve what we're doing here today altogether. So I would recommend that you look at doing that, not just what passed in the Northeastern region. They did it for the South Slope, Vernal Bonanza for both, because there is also an overlap for some of the exterior boundary tribal, but that you continue to do that for all of the any bull hunts. And or we look at, since that hunt has been overlapped, that we extend it, maybe add 5 days on it to the end, or kind of a meet in the middle, since the archery hunters now have that 5 days into that hunt. Extend it 5 days, but it would push it into the general muzzleloader deer hunt. But I thank you for your time and just would like you to consider that. And I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tanner Carlson representing myself. I just want to thank you guys for the time. I wanted to talk about units 4, 5, and 6. And I grew up hunting those. I still hunt them. It's kind of discouraging to hear about those being broken into individual units. I've talked with division employees. I get the CWD things could be an issue. But with all the amount of private property that's on those, it really hurts the public hunter. Just one example, my dad was up on the Hennifer Echo WMA on the General Rifle deer hunt and was riding through on that unit or that state property on the north end, there's a really nice draw, a couple draws there. And in the dark, he rode up to a brand new fence line. And that fence line is now CWMU. And that CWMU has over 30,000 acres to hunt. And now they have an additional 330 that was WMA, that was public land, that was purchased with state money. And in return, we got 40 acres of grass inside the WMA. That hurts the public. And so if we split these units, there's not enough public land in northern Utah for public hunters. And my fear is that we're going to have the buck to doe ratio. We're going to be heavy on bucks. And then the division's going to have to issue more buck tags to private landowners, to CWMUs, that will get that objective back in line. And then that just hurts the public. I really hope we can keep that one unit. Like Justin said, there will be a lot of people that are going to be shocked if this passes in January about that change. It's nice to be able to bounce around on that unit where there's not a ton of public, to be able to go ride that WMA. If we get weather, it's fun to go jump on a horse and ride, because some of the wildlife gets pushed off the private onto that. Or to be able to run up Monte Cristo Highway and hunt those quakies earlier in the season. But I just really hope you guys consider not splitting those, just keeping them the way they are. They've been that way for years and years. Maybe even consider, if you do harvest, do a reporting, a 2 sample, or take a blood sample to the division or that's closest to your home, something like that. But thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Tanner. That's all the comment cards that I have. Any clarification on any of that, Dax? Okay.
I don't think so. I can answer any questions that have come up because of the RAC reports or anything, though. Or the questions.
I guess I just have a question on 4, 5, and 6. I mean, what's the rationale for splitting them up? Or
So everywhere else in the state, we hunt deer at the same scale that we manage populations based on our wildlife management units for deer. That was one exception where we didn't do that. It helps us with our modeling if we and monitoring populations and managing populations if we hunt them at the same scale that we manage them. And then with some disease concerns that came up specifically in the East Canyon unit, it gives us a little more ability to be precise and look at how we harvest bucks on that unit. Keeping large numbers of older age class bucks on the landscape increases the likelihood that you're going to have more chronic wasting disease, which is one of the considerations there. And then Jim from Northern Region, if there's anything I'm missing, feel free to come up and chime in, but that's kind of the rationale there. A lot of those permits do go to private landowners that hunt on their private lands. And but that's why, is just to hunt deer at the same scale that we manage their populations at, and to give us more precision ability to manage CWD.
So, and just to further answer, this is one of the things that the board asked us to move towards in 2012 when we went unit by unit. It's part of the motion of unit by unit was to start managing at the scale of the population, the buck hunting as well. And it really does start to blow up it makes things not work. And so that's the biggest reason for this. You can't have it both ways. Ultimate flexibility and high quality data, you've got to pick. And so we knew we had to go that way, and we've worked that direction for several years. So this wasn't just an overnight decision. It was, this really isn't working anymore. And if we're going to go unit by unit and manage at the scale that we manage at the population scale, we've got to do it everywhere. And this is still a problem.
All right, I will summarize the motions. We had two regions that passed as presented. The Southeast region voted to add 4 days to the back end of the general season archery hunt on the spike units. That passed 9-1. The Northeast region made a motion to accept as presented by the division, with the exception of ending the archery any bull elk 5 days earlier than proposed on the South Slope, Yellowstone, and Vernal units, and recommend to the Wildlife Board to look at opportunities to eliminate overlapping hunts on limited entry units. And that passed 7-1. And out of the northern region, there were some concerns with these units and what we just discussed with the units 5 and 6. Correct. Okay. With that, I will turn it back to board discussion.
Dax, I know I was there at the Northeast region when we talked about the Yellowstone and the Vernal South Slope units and their impact to the tribal folks there. And as I remember, there wasn't an issue from the division by doing what the Northeast region presented. Is that still a fact? Have you guys had a chance to talk about that, and how do you guys feel about that?
Yeah, so we have a cooperative agreement with the Ute tribe, and it's a little bit unique in that part of the state where there are a lot of lands. The size of that reservation was adjusted over the years, and there's a lot of lands in the Uinta Basin that were formerly tribal trust lands. They're no longer tribal trust lands, but the Supreme Court's ruled that the tribe retains some hunting, fishing, and trapping rights on those lands. And so it's a little bit complex, and that's probably an oversimplification. I'm not an attorney, don't claim to be one. So, but it gives you, I guess, a little bit of background just there. So we do have a cooperative agreement with the Ute tribe. We coordinate and seek to meet with them on a regular basis, at least annually, often more, much more often than that. In that cooperative agreement, there's some different things that both the state and the Ute tribe, some give and take. One of the things that's in that cooperative agreement is that there is a special hunt. Typically, it's a rifle hunt for qualifying tribal members that they get to start hunting the Saturday after the general season archery hunt ends, and it's a 10-day hunt. So that falls in that same week. It's a deer hunt on the south slope of the Uintas, and the tribe has had that for. I think this agreement was signed in the 80s. Mike Levitt was governor when it was signed, 80s or 90s. It's been in place for a long time. So the tribe has a 10-day rifle deer hunt that pretty much happens in the gap between when the archery hunt ends and before the general season muzzleloader deer hunt begins. And so we're not telling them to change that, or obviously we're keeping with what's in the agreement. And I guess what the tribe was asking is just to not have as many other hunters in the field during that same period of time. And again, we just kind of run into this thing where there's just not enough days for everyone to have the place completely to themselves when they have hunts. And we do have a little bit of overlap with that early youth any bull rifle hunt, and then that 5-day extension to the general season any bull archery hunt that we started a couple years ago. And that is part of our recommendation that got implemented a couple years ago. And since then, there's been a lot of positive feedback about that as well. 12,000 archery elk hunters in the state of Utah. There's a lot of folks that like having those extra few days during that time frame as you're approaching the rut, and to have more archery elk hunting as we get closer to the rut. That's kind of the holy grail for archery elk hunters, is to have that rutting time frame involved in your season dates. So it's just a matter of balancing a lot of different
competing interests that want to have the mountain to themselves during the same time frame. There's an issue here and there. We do have issues here and there where folks feel crowded, but that happens, on a lot of hunts. Even if everyone's hunting the same species with the same weapon at the same time, we still have that happens. I've gone out and dang, someone beat me to my favorite spot, or darn, there's 3 other trucks parked where I'd like to hunt today. That's just kind of how it works on public land sometimes. And so that's kind of some background and history there. I can dive into that more if you want.
No, I just want to make this is public hunters and tribal hunters hunting public land, and at the same time. And so it sounds like the division is okay, still going forward with their proposal, original proposal.
And the tribal hunters are hunting deer, not elk, and they're using rifles, not bows. So they're hunting different species with different weapons types. And the tribe hunt is a 10-day hunt where the state overlaps only the first 5 days of that. We don't want there to be conflicts, but I think there's room for everyone, especially if we're hunting different species with different weapons.
So this could be something that down the road, if we implement this and we decide that there's too many conflicts, we can, during our mid-plan review, we can adjust at that time. Is that something that we could commit to look at and work with the tribe to make sure we haven't done something that is unintended consequence there that we wished we wouldn't have done?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Before we leave this topic, has to do with the overlapping of what the Northeast region wanted to look at overlapping on the limited entry units. And I, for one, I'm not smart enough to get in my mind when all the hunts are happening and what's overlapping what. So I would like to see a spreadsheet created showing, and it's just a simple Excel spreadsheet showing all the hunts coming down the left side of the column and all the days of the year coming across this way, to where I can look down this column and see on September 12th what all the hunts are overlapping on each other that actually are going on that day. Is that I think that would be helpful to me, especially when we're looking at and proposing additional hunts and new hunts and having folks tell me about what the overlaps are. I can actually look at that and say, well, it might be a big deal, it isn't a big deal. So I guess I'd like to make a proposal that the division provide a spreadsheet showing the season date overlap detailed by hunt unit and species for all big game hunts, once a lifetime hunts, cougar hunts, and black bear hunts. It's formatted in such a way that we can see the overlap. That's a motion.
We have a motion on the table.
I'll second that.
And we've got a second by Gary. Any questions on what that motion is? I think today we've probably seen a couple issues where that would be helpful to pull up, probably even for Dax. So I'll call for a vote. Bryce?
Yes.
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 Motion passes unanimous.
I think I have a draft or two version of that, because that's something as a biologist, as a wildlife manager, you're constantly trying to look at. It does get to a point where honestly, especially if you add in bears and cougars and it could get so complex, it's hard to look at it all at the same time and process it all at once. I'm with you, Randy. I don't know that I can take it all in, but
last year it was a bear issue, in the roadless area and stuff like that was causing us issues, and maybe some
we'll
bison
do our
hunts.
best to put something together that's useful, but just keep in mind, there are so many different things. It can be complex to process it all at once. I don't, maybe someone out there is a graphic design genius can help me with it, but it's tricky. So, but we'll work on that.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I'll make another motion that we accept the big game hunting season and key dates as presented.
Second.
Okay, got a motion by Randy, seconded by Bryce. Any questions on the motion?
Yeah, on this unit 4, 5, and 6, I realize, with the limited amount of public land and stuff, are those corresponding units? Are they right next to each other? Are they just in the same, why is that? Can you talk about that just a little bit more?
Yeah, I can a little bit more if that's all right. The biggest thing is I feel like the Northern RAC failed on this topic because it was such a big packet and everything was in there. It didn't get discussed properly. It wasn't until after our RAC meeting that I got more and more feedback. I think one of the concerns is that East Canyon unit, basically 80% of it is private lands. If we're indeed trying to separate Unit 6 to help manage with CWD, we're going to attempt to manage Unit 6 on 20% on 41,000 acres because that's the public acres. I don't see the CWMU and private lands people up in the number of animals that they're going to take on that. So it just feels like, so on Unit 6, we're going to put a lot of tags on a small amount of area. And maybe that's not the case. That's the sentiment that we're feeling. And then as Tanner, who was up here, mentioned, it's just such a small area in northern Utah to hunt deer in those units that most people do hunt one day in Unit 4, one day in Unit 5. They're all right close to each other, and there's just so little public ground. So I understand what they're doing, but I do feel like we're going to see some problems with it as it passes with people. I just don't think many of the public hunters in northern Utah are aware of what's about to happen.
Mr. Chairman, Chad, could I ask you a quick question then? So on these units, 4, 5, and 6, what % of the private land is in a CWMU, and then what % is just in general season? Just ballpark.
Yeah, that's a tough question. I don't have that off the top of my head, but Unit 4, that whole Lost Creek drainage in Deseret is all CWMUs, and you still have Durst Mountain. Oh,
this is Jim Christensen. I've got that already. Save Chad some talking here. So Unit 4, 75% of that private land is in CWMU. Unit 5, 16% is in CWMU. Unit 6, 55% is in CWMU. So there's still a fair amount of private non-CWMU ground that is available, and where it is highly or high private land ownership, those private landowners still, do go hunt their private land.
And thank you for that. I guess if I could kind of follow it up with a comment, and I appreciate where Justin's coming from because he's absolutely right. I think that's something we've got to consider, but that's not the entire unit. Even though it's private land, we love drawing these lines and saying his and hers, but the reality is those portions of private land that are in these units and not in the CWMU, still part of the general season unit of number 4 and 5 and Unit 4, 5, and 6. And so I hope we don't completely discount it and exclude all of that, because those permits that are being allocated to that unit are still valid on those additional private lands. I appreciate Justin's point, because it is going to create an issue for those hunters that are only hunting public lands. But there's a larger unit there that's got to be considered too.
Yeah, I think I have a motion out on the table. I haven't heard a second though.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the remainder. What? Okay, a motion by Randy, seconded by Bryce, and it was to accept the rest. Okay. I will call for a vote. Bryce?
Yes.
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 Motion passes. Thank you. All right, we will move to number 8, emerging technologies. So with this, I would like to turn a little bit of time over to Director Shirley to address this topic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the chance to say a few items, a few words regarding agenda item number 8. I'm a pretty lucky bugger, I would say. I have been able to work for the Division of Wildlife for 20 years. I've been involved in just a wonderful aspects of being involved with 500 different employees that all are pushing in the same direction to make great decisions for wildlife management in this state. We also at the division have amazing partnerships. There's no, I think we're the envy of the rest of the country and what we're able to accomplish because of our partnerships. That includes individuals who sit on our committees, are willing to, at a moment's notice, come help us on projects, help our objectives get done. And we're very grateful for that. And I think that through the public process on this item, we fell short as the division. I fell short as the director in communicating effectively with not only the committee, with our partners, with our RACs, and you saw that through the public process. There's been a lot of concern, and this is a very emerging technologies. This is something we're going to be dealing with for the foreseeable future. And you saw those voices come out during the RAC process. You also saw the confusion that started with the initial recommendation, our initial blast of information. People thought we were doing this for all hunts. We were already backpedaling, even though we felt like we had tried to make that as sound as possible. We had to change that. There's just been a lot surrounding this issue, and the division today still has a recommendation to the board, the same recommendation that we sent through the public process. However, I think this is something that, as the director of the agency, I would very much appreciate the opportunity for us to get this right. I think this is a big enough issue. I think we have an amazing committee that has put in a lot of time, and we have amazing employees that have put in a lot of time. We have amazing public and RACs that discuss this at length for hours. And I think of all the, in my history with the division and these meetings and issues, I think this has been one of the most, I'll just say it this way, we have all been pulling in different directions, even from agency alignment to partnership alignment to the alignment with the committee. And so I want to, one, apologize, and two, make sure that it's known with this board that we would appreciate the chance to address this in the April-May RAC cycle. Thank you.
So with that, I'd like to add to what the directors stated. I think pretty big of a director to take a lot of that on himself and say that there's been some things missed. But I, too, as wildlife board chair, would be not honest I have felt like this really has needed to move forward. And part of the reason why is we had you've seen how much passion there was in an elk plan. And I really felt that if we voted on the elk plan without having some of these tools in place for up to 10 years, that felt like that we would be missing the boat. And so I put a lot of pressure on the division to get to where they are today with what the director just explained. So with that, I too am going to ask the wildlife board that we hold off on this till the April-May RAC. With that, we have some online comment. We probably have people here today that want to speak to it, but I think it would be a lot cleaner if just at a whole, we totally make a motion to send that back, get all of those constituents, partners together, and get it right. So
with that, I'll make a motion that we postpone the emerging technologies issue at this time, and it go back to the division to be brought back through the April-May rack and board meetings with all the other technology issues the committee has worked on. I'll withdraw that motion.
So sounds like there are many of you here that may want to speak to this. And so instead of going to a motion, we will follow our regular process. Questions from the RAC chairs? Director summary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On agenda item 8, emerging technologies, restricted weapon definition amendments. We had 64 comments on this item. 35 of those comments strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal. 25 strongly or somewhat disagreed, and 4 were neutral. The main themes on this, the first thing that I wanted to emphasize was that there was a lot of general confusion when the first email blast came out that people thought we were applying these to all hunt types across the state. And so we had a lot of comments that were based on that thought process, 13 comments. General support for the restricted weapons definitions as presented, there were 22 comments there. There was leave archery equipment as it currently stands, 4 comments. Leave hams definitions alone, they're restricted enough, 4 comments. Comments that the proposal needs more clarity and discussion before making any changes. Comments that we need to do something with technology, but worried about going too far on things like clothing, rangefinders, et cetera. Muzzleloaders need to be open sights. Comment, outfitters and guides need to be regulated more closely. Give out less tags of restricted hunting equipment. And then there was a comment related to the other proposals that have come out dealing with technology that have not gone through the public process, and those wanting to see that. That's it.
All right, so go to our RAC chairs.
Yes, as you said, there was some confusion on this and quite a bit of discussion. So our motion may not, well, I guess we'll see where you go. But our motion was that we accept the recommendation as presented with the addition of SFW's recommendations 2 through 10. They sent out a letter to everybody that had their recommendations lined out. We felt like it would be easier to summarize 2 through 10 instead of regurgitate. So, and that passed unanimously.
There were actually several motions with regard to this, and also, discussion on the technology part of it. There was concern that was being brought up at the tail end without going through the public process. And the first motion we had was to accept this SFW's recommendation on restricted archery, and that passed 7-3. Those that voted against that all felt that it was maybe misunderstood. They felt like it was just an additional opportunity that was being added. It wasn't a restriction, so they were opposed to SFW's recommendation on that. There was a motion to accept SFW recommendations on the tech side of it, and that failed for lack of a second. There was a motion to change the definition of shotgun, restricted shotgun, and restricted handgun to a smoothbore shotgun only, with the magazine capacity restrictions mirroring migratory birds. And on the handgun, to have that restricted to a straight-walled cartridge, 35 caliber or larger, originally intended for a handgun with a barrel length no longer than 12 inches. And that passed unanimously. There was a motion to accept restricted muzzleloader and rifle recommendations that passed unanimously. And then there was further a motion to prohibit electronics on scopes and latitude and longitude marking rangefinders, and that passed 8-2. And the two votes that voted no on that voted no because while they agreed with the motion, they disagreed that it hadn't gone and been vetted completely through the public process, and the public hadn't had an opportunity to comment on it. And then there was a motion to accept the remainder, including the division's letter, and that passed unanimously.
Rock. Central region's early, so there was a great deal of confusion that early in the cycle. Most of us had been contacted by several members of the committee, and so we have a mishmash of stuff. And the first motion was to accept the division's recommendation on restricted rifle and restricted muzzleloader, but not archery, and accept all 10 items on the SFW letter. That motion passed 6-4. There was a motion to remove the exception for lighted pin and video equipment on a bow. That motion failed 8-2. And then there was a motion to approve the division's restricted archery definition as a second category of restricted archery, and that motion passed 8-2.
Thanks. I'll be filling in for Brett Previdelli. Had to step away from the meeting, so I'll fill in for the rest of the meeting for him. In the Northeast region, some good discussion questions regarding the technology item and things in the division's proposal. Ultimately, the RAC learned some of the rationale was that since there wasn't a special hunt being proposed for under these restricted weapons definitions, that they were comfortable in waiting until the full proposal could come forward. And so the motion is to make no recommendations at this time and delay a decision until the remainder of the technology package arrives.
Thank you. Justin.
The Northern RAC first gained a lot of respect for the Central RAC as we were the first one out of the gate during this round of RACs. And so we were surprised and blindsided by a lot of things that generally we get to watch the Central RAC figure out. And then again, we have a day to think about it. But ultimately, after hearing all the conversation, we had a motion that we do exactly what is being suggested, that we table the emerging technology restricted weapon definition amendments and encourage the division to bring it back to the April 2023 with RAC with more recommendations from the technology committee. And that passed 7-3. Those three that were against felt like all three mentioned that we missed the opportunity to define a restricted weapon. So everyone was agreeing with the majority of it, and the sentiment on the RAC was it was almost used as leverage not to make any decision on the restricted weapon at that time.
Thank you. With that, we'll open it up for public comment. First is Brandon Zendel, followed by Tim.
No. Shows it's on. Oh, okay. Sorry. Brandon Zundel. Thanks for the opportunity again. I think the right decision today is to table it and bring it back in April. There's some good ideas here. And I got the opportunity to read SFW's letter, and I liked a lot what I saw there. And I think this committee has done a good job. But I think it's just been rushed. We're not quite ready to bring it out. But when we do, archery equipment, a compound bow under our current definitions is plenty restricted. The only thing I would add to a compound personally is I'd remove electronic sights, not lighted pins, electronic sights like the Garmin. But I would love to see a longbow recurve definition to be used as a tool to create new opportunities. If we want to create, that's an opportunity to create a new hunt, but do not put it in a hams hunt or anything that we currently have, because that would be taking opportunity away from the bulk of our archery public. And I hunt with a longbow. I don't want to take away from my compound buddies so that I get something they don't. If I can get something extra, maybe they come over to my side. But, you know, you talk about catering to a minority. We are definitely a minority. So anyway, I like a lot of the things that are in there, but I think it needs a little bit more thought. And let's bring it back in April, May, and let's have a lot of great discussion about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Brendan. Tim, followed by Kevin Adamson.
Thank you, Board. Representing again advocacy for disabled outdoorsmen and women in Utah. I also have some concern and agree with Mr. Sherwin and Albright that this needs to be brought back to include also an exception in the rule that does not exclude people with disabilities. For instance, individuals that cannot pull back a bow, there needs to be an exception in there so they can use a crossbow, so they're not left out of what it looks like maybe some proposed hunts in the future, that this will be there. And that's also a concern that there may be some future overlapping. And it sounds like you're ahead of it, you know, if you get a spreadsheet on that, but we just want to make sure that we're not excluded from that rule, you know, gets rewritten in there, that it'll allow an accommodation for individuals with disabilities to use a crossbow, qualifying ones, people that cannot pull back the compound or a recurve for those possibly, it sounds like, proposed hunts that will follow if this rule goes through. Thank you.
Thanks. Kevin, followed by Kevin Norman.
Kevin Adamson, Utah Archery Association. I actually have a lengthy comment or whatever that I was going to read, but I'm not going to, because I'm going to tell you I fully support, and I hope you take the recommendation that was made earlier and bring this back to the division to polish it. This thing is not polished. It's not even close. I'm going to throw a question out to you right now. When you hear recurve and longbow, what do you think? Do you think, oh, can I use a release, or do I shoot with my fingers? None of that's defined, and there's so much ambiguity in what's here. I ask you to take it back to the division, but I'm going to challenge you to do two other things. When you send it back to the division, and I hope that's what you vote to do, that not only do you challenge the division to take it, but that they have the task to send it back to the Emerging Technologies Committee to help create these and define these, but one step further, create a plan to implement them. Because I think that's the key thing. Even today in this discussion, I've heard various things about these new definitions. Do they affect the current hams hunts? Well, from what I read, if they were accepted as defined and proposed today, it would replace what's in the hams hunt. And now today I heard, no, it doesn't. It needs polish. It needs clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin, followed by Troy Justison.
Kevin Norman, representing SFW, and I also sat on this committee. Director, I was going to see if you had time in your schedule to come up to Paradise Second Ward and host a fireside on repentance. That was pretty impressive. It's hard to be angry at that. Appreciate it. As we went through the RAC process, we pushed hard on a few things, partially out of frustration, and there is a sense of urgency on some of these items we brought forth that were the committee's recommendations. Ultimately, as Brandon mentioned, you know, going through this process, there were some pretty eye-opening and neat people show up to that. The traditional archers were one of them, and I think there is an appetite for that, and I think it gets messy, like Brandon mentioned, with the hams and the traditional equipment. It does need sorted out a little bit better.
hopefully we can be urgent on this. I mean, those items 2 through 10 that we brought forth, they're going to get messier the farther we go along, and people spend thousands and thousands of dollars on these new emerging technologies, and hopefully we can address these in a timely manner. And I would also encourage that if this does get tabled, that it does go back to the technology committee. I think we worked hard, just like the elk committee, to get things right. And I think we could learn from this and grow and improve and come back with a pretty awesome product. So thank you for your time and appreciate it.
Thanks, Kevin. Troy, followed by Chris, Jasmine.
Troy Justinson. I was actually an alternate on this committee, and I just echo what's been said by Brandon, by Kevin, that we appreciate the director, we appreciate the chairman and owning some things. Let's run it back through and let's get a finished product. Thank you.
Then after Chris.
Hi, Chris Jasmine. I'm here today representing Compton Traditional Bowhunters. We are a national traditional bowhunting organization. Had a big thing written up because I thought this discussion was going one direction, so I'm going to kind of wing it here. One of the items that I think all commissions and boards like this around the West and around the country right now are faced with are these emerging technologies. There's not many commission meetings that go by anymore that aren't talking about, well, should a drone be legal or should thermal optics be legal? And that's something that's not going to go away anytime soon. Boards like yours are going to be battling with those things for a long time to come. But when I look at opportunities like restricted weapons hunts, it's actually a tool that I think can be used to dangle a carrot in front of hunters to say, hey, look, if you're willing to adopt more restrictive technologies and give them an opportunity to embrace that, I think we can organically start shifting from always having to have the stick to say, no, we're not going to use that, no, that technology is bad, and actually give them an incentive to bring more fair chase type weapons back into our hunting space. So, I think there's still room, I think, today for there to be a motion here in front of this board. I think the definitions that were proposed are not bad, although I do agree with Kevin that there is some room probably for clarification. But using that as a first step to start this discussion, so maybe we can identify some traditional only or traditional muzzleloader only type opportunities here within Utah, is just one more tool that this board could adopt that would then help limit this discussion and make this a discussion about emerging technologies easier into the future. So that's my recommendation. My recommendation is you guys do have a very serious conversation about adopting maybe the definitions, but not going as far as adopting them into the hams hunts as they're currently proposed. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Ross?
I'll be brief. I was actually meaning to comment on something else for the CWMU, but some thoughts came to mind on this anyways. But I largely what's been echoed, I think it would be wise to table it. I don't want to see, heaven forbid, we remind ourselves of last year's issue with the trail cameras and the confusion, everything around that. I don't think we want that all over again. So I think some time to pause it, put it on the table, and make sure that we do it right, so that everybody has that input and the public has better understanding of it. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Do we want a clarification from the division? All right. With that, given the time that we've had, I'm going to leave the summary to what we heard from our rack chairs, and I'm going to go to board discussion.
I'd just like to point out, I appreciate the division's response on this one, because they've listened through the public process, and they're willing to back up and say, okay, let's get this right. And I appreciate that. I think that it adds a lot to the process for each of us to say, okay, maybe we need to back up here. So I appreciate that.
when we make a motion, or if that's still on the table, that we postpone it, will it, we need to clarify too, that it would be, go back to the technology committee at least, and the division, both? Is that fair?
So in the motion, it states that it'll go back to the division. I would just ask the director, listening to you, it kind of sounds like you have plans to go back to committee.
Absolutely.
I think we're probably good.
Mr. Chair, could I address that? And this might be an unpopular thought, but I would want to get it out there. I think this item is a little bit unique. This originated with us, if you'll remember, and the chair has kind of been the lead on this. We made this an action item. We created the committee. We started steering this. And I guess my concern is this, that yes, does it feel a little disjointed and hurried right now? Sure. Does this need some more work? Sure. My concern is we send it back to the committee, which I heard, and maybe I heard what I wanted to, but the last proposal and report from the committee was, here's what we've talked about, and here's some general recommendations. And then the division said, we're looking for more input from the board as to where to go from here, if anywhere. And then we saw this proposal come out. And so I wondered if, well, this is what the division wants to take from the committee and kind of go with. Obviously, it wasn't all of it. If the committee feels like this is our recommendation, to go back and have the same conversation all over again, I worry about the value of that time spent. The division sounds like they've got some things they want to put forth. Because this originated with us, my fear is this comes back in too shiny a package, wrapped up with absolutely no room for us to work on it. And so I have some hesitancy to kick it back right now. I really do. And I don't want to take away from the committee's ability and certainly not the division's ability, but I would just ask them, leave some room for us to work on this. This came from us. We don't need a package that's tidied up so well that we're going to be jerks if we try to dive into it.
I want to address that, Wade, because I too, when you send something back several times, it could get to the point where we take away the public process and tell the RACs that, hey, you can't comment on this. We've cleaned this up so well ourselves that the public process doesn't get to work. So I had fear in that too. And that there was a lot of thought put into the motion because it wanted to give the division the decision space that ultimately that the committee will do the pros and cons and they will talk to the division, but the division has got to be able to have some decision space to manage with what they're comfortable with. But then this absolutely needs to go through the RAC process, and we need to hear what the public says. And so I appreciate you stating that, but I think that I'd ask the director in the motion, do you feel that gives you the space to be able to visit with your staff, and also will it give the public the space to comment on it?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do. There, again, as I stated in the beginning, the division's motion had items that were outside of what the committee recommended. And I think between the HAMs, restricted definitions, what was going to be accepted, what came through the process, why we didn't add the other technology items at that time, those were all things we were talking internally about and felt like we needed more time on some. We were worried about not pushing a restricted weapons definition for HAMs. And I think we blundered by doing so. I think we should have waited on that item as well. We were not ready. But whenever we have a committee working with us in an advisory role, we're using that committee to come up with the best recommendation as a division that we can. And I think all of our committees understand and we have those conversations about the role of the committee and how this is going to work. And, everyone's going to have to give some up, and we try to come up with these really good, solid recommendations like the elk plan, like the bear plan, like the turkey plan, all these things that are coming, but they obviously get changed some as they go through the public process and or here at the board. So I don't see this as any different. And we would definitely be using the committee that has done a ton of work and work that we support. And we just would like the extra time to make sure that, as it was stated, to polish it up. And I think by polishing it up, that means that there may still be things that we don't agree on, but we come with a recommendation that the public understands so that when it goes through the public process, we know exactly what we're talking about. And I think in this case, it got so clouded that we weren't sure what the recommendation was. So, and if I can add one last thing, the committee did an amazing job by putting forward a guiding document on technologies that was also part of this recommendation. I'll just say it got overshadowed by all the confusion that was in the recommendation. The division fully supports that guiding document and thinks that is a great statement on how we're going to handle these things moving forward. I don't know if that confuses the issue, but that is one part that, we'd love to move forward with, but also we understand that if it's cleaner to just have it all come in April, May, we would support that as well.
Thank you. All right. Any more discussion? Randy, do you want to state your motion?
We propose that the emerging technologies issue be postponed at this time and it go back to the division to be brought through the April, May RAC and board process meetings with the other technology issues that the committee has worked on.
Okay. We have a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Bryce. All right. Yep.
Sorry, I think we're all in the same place on this, but what the director just brought up, I actually think there's some value to that. Approving this statement doesn't set parameters or anything else. I think we could, as a board, accept and approve this statement. What are we calling it, Director? This guiding document. I mean, it's kind of a general plan. It's a shot across the bow of, okay, here's what the state of Utah intends to do. Passing that today doesn't hurt my feelings at all. I think anything past that probably hurts all our feelings.
Just to comment on that. So I sat on that committee, and I appreciate all the people that sat on that committee, diverse committee, and the things they come up with. And I love that document, but I kind of want it to come when we do it in April. Here's the document, and here's what's going to come along with that, because this is why we did it, to kind of give it more, I guess, light at that time and not now. But because, it can come then just as good as it can today, but everything else that, and we're not trying on the committee to overdo, set something and outdo the wildlife board. I just think they had some really good suggestions that nobody would just love to see that document come at the same time we bring the other things. That's just personal opinion. So.
All right, we've got a motion and do we have a second? Yep. Okay, I'll call for the vote. Bryce?
Yes.
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 All right, motion passes unanimous. Thanks to all of those that have worked on it. Thanks for your patience with, I'll speak for myself, but with the Wildlife Board. So. With that, we will go to agenda item number 9.
Kevin, can I be excused then?
Yeah. So we're going to excuse Bryce. He's going to join us online. So thank you.
Okay, Chad Wilson, the Private Lands Public Wildlife Coordinator. After Jim answered my last question, I was hoping maybe he'd come up and do the rest. No, Jim? Okay. Yeah, just before questions, really, I just wanted to make sure that we're solid on the same page as far as what the recommendation is. There was a lot of variance requests. So in those variance requests, you had the request and you had recommendations from an advisory committee, and then you had division recommendations. So I just wanted to run over those real quick and then take whatever questions. So we had a variance request come in from Jacobs Creek. They wanted to extend the elk season till November 30th. The CWMU Advisory Committee recommended that they stay with the 61-day season, but just shift it so it's October 1st to November 30th. And the division's recommendation is to strictly follow the rule and not. Lazy H had a request in to allow some non-contiguous land be part of their CWMU. The CWMU Advisory Committee did recommend to approve that non-contiguous land, but to not make it, so that land would have made it so it was over 10,000 acres. But because it wasn't contiguous, they recommended that it not be an elk CWMU, but still stay a deer CWMU. The division on this is recommending denial of that request. The landowner there was found guilty of a criminal conviction, and for that reason, we're recommending denial. And just for note, the CWMU Advisory Committee there wasn't that at that time, so their recommendation may have differed because of that. We have Sweetwater CWMU. This is an under acreage. It's 8,200 acres about. They had a request to become an elk CWMU. The CWMU Advisory Committee heard that and recommended to approve that as an elk CWMU, but with close monitoring of permits by the biologist. And again, the DWR on that, our recommendation is to strictly follow the rule and not allow that to be an elk CWMU. And then one last one was Grass Valley CWMU. They came before the CWMU Advisory Committee. So I guess to set this straight, about 3 years ago, we had a CWMU Advisory Committee that we talked about cow elk harvest. In that conversation, the operator at that time said that there was a spot where a landowner wanted to cap the amount of animals that were harvested in that certain area. That was just a conversation at the time, but it was told by the CWMU Advisory Committee to that CWMU that they weren't, that they couldn't do a cap. So the public had the ability to hunt the whole entire CWMU. Grass Valley had a public hunter on a deer hunt. His complaint that he brought to the CWMU Advisory Committee was that he was not able to hunt the entire CWMU. The CWMU Advisory Committee heard his complaint, heard what the CWMU had to say. A little bit, I think, might have been mixed up. The CWMU did say that they weren't trying to restrict him, but that there's other people in that area, and for safety reasons, we're trying to let them not hunt that area, or I guess discouraged them from hunting that area, but didn't feel like they absolutely restricted it. So with that one, the CWMU Advisory Committee came up with a recommendation that one of their private tags turn into a public tag for 2023, and that was their recommendation. And the division's recommendation is that they stay with the same amount of tags. And with that, if there was any other questions or any other clarifications I need to make, let me know.
Questions from the board?
Lazy H. Mhm.
Questions from the RAC chairs? The director will summarize electronic public comment. Yeah.
Just, I guess for future meetings, this came up at our RAC meeting, and it was the first time in my experience of having any type of restriction put on a CWMU when they were discussing that. Is that something that is going to continue to happen, or was that a mistake? It was just in 8 years, I'd never had anything come up where we were supposed to ask to discuss or vote on a CWMU, I don't know what you'd call it, a sanction or whatever.
So you're specifically talking about Grass Valley?
Yes.
So yeah, that was, and maybe we were a little bit out of line, but I don't think so on this. But the CWMU Advisory Committee, one of their things that they're charged with is to make recommendations to the board. So after them hearing that, they make a recommendation to the Wildlife Board. And having that be part of our recommendation process, we felt it was appropriate to take that through the entire public process, including the RACs. I guess there would be the potential where they are making the recommendation of the board that we could just take it to the board. But yeah, I think we could make that process. I think what you're getting at is we could make that process probably a little clearer and easier going forward, because that was also the first time I'd done that. So
it came to us, and we had no details, knew nothing about it, and didn't feel comfortable being a judge and jury on something. And it looked like it was going to turn into a trial at ours. And so I just would hope that wouldn't. That's what the advisory committee should be for, I'd hope.
And that was some of the feedback I got, was that they went to the CWMU Advisory Committee and their decision was made, and then they went through 5 racks, almost like 5 new trials, like, or potential at least if people brought it up, and then to the Wildlife Board for like the 7th trial of the same thing. So that's something internally we'll discuss of how to handle those going forward.
Chad, could I add to that? And please correct me, because my memory's kind of bad, but I sat on the advisory committee for quite a while, and I think one of Justin's points was, is this sort of restriction and penalties new? And it's really not. I mean, when I sat on the advisory committee, we talked about these kinds of penalizing, restrictions quite often and imposed them. I just don't think they ever came through the racks, and I, quite frankly, can't exactly remember how they got to the board. So it's new that it's coming to you guys, but these kinds of things aren't necessarily new. They're rare, but is that fair to say, Chad?
Yeah. And I guess for me, this was the first one that I brought through the board, and yeah.
Does it need to go through the racks? I mean, when you're kind of spanking somebody, is that something we ought to pass around the state?
Yeah, I think there's pros and cons to it. I think that's something that we can work at how, as internally, of deciding if that needs to go through all of them, or maybe if it just goes to the region where it happened. I think for me, a lot of this is in the spirit of transparency of what's going on. Just that we do take these complaints seriously when they come through, and there's recommendations to that advisory committee, that it's just transparent, I think, was the thought of bringing it through these RAC processes. But
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Because I was served on that committee as well, and we would take them straight to the board, and they had full knowledge of the reasoning behind it and also the division's recommendations. And so it wasn't so many questions about it. These guys kind of got blindsided.
Could I address that too? I feel like, and we're getting bogged down on this, but I see the advantages of running it through the RAC process. And a lot of members of the public say that they don't hear about some of these problem CWMUs until it's too late, and then they're on that complaint docket. And so I do see an advantage to advertising this a little bit. I mean, I'm not opposed to putting it on the division's Instagram page. And if we've got a billboard out here with some space, I mean, if CWMUs are legitimately causing problems, they need to pay the penalty, and you don't get to decide what the penalty is. And so I'm not opposed to doing it if that's what the division decides they need to do moving forward.
Can I ask one more question with that? It'll be quick. I thought maybe my question would be is, could you possibly have it be an informational in our racks that it could come up, you could say what it is, and this will be discussed and brought up in the wildlife board meeting. That way you have your transparency, the public can hear about it, but it's not left up to the individual racks to vote on it. That's a question that I would ask you to think about doing.
That's a good idea.
All right, we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 9, CWMU and landowner 2023 permit recommendations. We had 35 comments. You'll be happy to hear most didn't add to their comment. They just either strongly agreed. We had 17 comments that strongly agreed or somewhat agreed, and 13 that strongly or somewhat disagreed, 5 that were neutral. Some of the themes on those that did actually put some notes in there that they were not supportive of trade lands and public lands being included in CWMUs. CWMUs need to contribute more to the public hunter. CWMU should have to follow the same season dates as everyone else. And one question, a specific CWMU regarding the posting of boundaries and other issues. That's it.
All right, I'll have a RAC chair's report on motions.
Yeah, so we had a motion to accept as presented with one addition, and that would be adding the elk to the Sweetwater CWMU, and that passed unanimously.
Thanks, Kent.
Southeast region had a motion to accept the proposal as presented, and 9 in favor, 1 abstention.
Central region gets a bad rap of being anti-CWMU. I don't think that's true. I think that they like to follow rules and they're not a fan of having public land. And so they have public lands from the Ingham PWMU. That trade lands, our discussion was that a lot of the trade lands, they're giving up high elevation stuff and they're getting winter range doesn't hold very many deer during the hunting season. And that motion passed 8 in favor with 2 abstentions. And then they had a motion to accept the remainder of the recommendations as presented by the division, and that passed 8 in favor and 2 abstentions.
The Northeast region voted to accept the division's proposal as presented, with the exception that the Sweetwater CWMU, that the variance request be granted for them, but with a maximum number of elk tags at 3 elk tags.
In the northern region, we had a motion to accept the CWMU and landowner permit as recommended, and it passed 8-4 and 1 abstention and 1 against. The 1 against, I think there was some confusion with the Grass Valley. I called him. There was some confusion with the Grass Valley restriction that was putting on, and he didn't feel comfortable voting about that. But anyway, we did pass it 8-1, and the 1 abstention was a member of that CWMU committee who had already voted in the committee, so he felt like he didn't want to vote. He had already had his opportunity to speak on it.
All right, with that, thank you. We'll go to public comment. Ash Jenkins, followed by Russ.
Ash Jenkins, Sweetwater CWMU operator. And I just want to get some antlered turkey tags from Kevin. Oh, I appreciate the board and the RAC and everybody that's gone through the process and all that you do for Utah's wildlife. I just wanted to comment on the Sweetwater CWMU and some of the reasons that the advisory committee recommended that it be approved. A big part of it is that there's been a lot of depredation on the CWMU, and to the extent where they've actually, the division has had to harvest bulls. And so we would just assume that we allow hunters to harvest those bulls rather than the depredation shoot those bulls. It is under acreage, and we took every piece of private ground that was contiguous to this and included it in the CWMU. So there is no other private ground that can be obtained, and there is no public ground in the CWMU either. The division consistently is paying thousands of dollars each year in depredation fees to the landowners, and if the CWMU is granted to be able to have elk, then those depredation fees and the shooting of bulls will be stopped, and we'll be able to hunt those with hunters. I don't know if there's any questions that any of the board members have for me. I know Kyle Christensen has helped us with this, and the division can't recommend it because it is against the rule, but I feel like because of the things that we explained to the advisory committee, that they felt good about recommending it as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Ross Worthington, just representing myself. I didn't get a chance to get to the rack on these, and anyways, just been brought up about the public land that's included in these, and it seems like this is something that comes up year over year over year, and it doesn't feel like there's much, if any, movement on it. Nowadays, with the technology, the public has a way of knowing where they're at. A little concerning, if I caught right, part of the Hennifer Echo got included to a CWMU. I mean, that's one of the biggest spaces in the northern to hunt that's public, and to take more of that away when the public knows where they're at, that's not okay. I mean, the public, we're limited on this as much as we are. And then the land that we do get on trade, the big problem is oftentimes it's really hard to find what you still can access that's supposedly private and traded. It's not easy to find. Or the problem that we keep getting is the land that's traded we're giving up huntable ground for unhuntable ground, or just where the game's not. It's time to stop kicking this can down the road. The public deserves more. I appreciate the CWMU. I've been able to participate in them. My wife killed her first elk on a CWMU, so I'm not anti-CWMU. I think it's important, but it seems like we've long time been on an archaic path, and it's time to really start making some changes in stride and talking about how we give back to the public on what should be theirs. Thank you.
Chad, any clarification?
Yeah, just on that last comment, just so you're aware, that is something, you're right, it does come up every year. And it is something that we're taking very serious. So just through this last rack process, or before the rack, our CWMU advisory committee was able to review every CWMU that had public land in them and made a recommendation of what that should be. So it is getting scrutinized there. And I would say too that going into that process, there were 4 CWMUs that had public land in them, and we only heard from 2 of them because the other 2 voluntarily took public land out of theirs. So I appreciate those comments. We're taking it serious. The state law requires that it's looked at every 5 years. We're looking at it on every renewal. It'll go through that process, and we'll continue to look at that.
Thank you. I'm going to leave the summary to what we heard from the rack chairs. And with that, we'll open it up for board discussion.
Mr. Chair, 2 quick things if I could. Number one, I have obviously an affiliation with a CWMU, which typically would put me in a position of conflict of interest. My CWMU is not up for renewal this year. There is no part of this proposal affects me at all. And so I just wanted to declare that. Second, just to address what Chad and Kyle just did, I believe there was a motion made by Carl last year, and seconded by me, that every CWMU with public land in it would be audited and scrutinized every renewal, as Chad stated. And I appreciate where Chad's coming from, or Kyle's coming from. He's absolutely right. But there has been progress made on this. I think there's been more progress made on public land issue inside of CWMU, more progress made in the last 2 years there has in the last 20. And so I appreciate that it comes up every year. It should be justified or removed every chance that we get. So I do think there's been progress made on it, even though it feels like we talk about it a lot.
I, like Wade, I'm involved with 2 CWMUs, neither of which are on this, and so I don't think I need to declare a conflict of interest on those.
Yeah, I can sympathize with the Sweetwater CWMU. There's no additional land available for them to get. But I don't want to see us open up a Pandora box. We just kind of closed one with landowner association rule last year. I would hate to see us open one up because once we establish guidelines or rules, we just need to stay with them. So I can sympathize with them, but I can't support making one that is 1,800 acres short. I know CWMU. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, could I address that? When I was on the advisory committee, we actually met with a CWMU rule revision and we talked about this. We talked about this very thing of, all right, what do we do with these CWMUs, particularly elk, that don't meet the 10,000 minimum, but they have significant elk habitat. They truly benefit the elk herd in their area with their 8,500 acres. What do we do with them? Do we turn our back on them and then let it be a continual problem and a thorn in the side of the wildlife population as well as the division, or do we create a way so that we can make some exceptions? The discussion went kind of like this, Randy. It was, let's just drop it. Let's just remove that 10,000 acre minimum because we all have the same hang up. We don't want to make exceptions. If it's a rule, it's a rule. And so we said, let's just remove that minimum and let the division at their discretion decide this elk CWMU will benefit the herd, this one won't. And the division had some qualms with that, rightly so. And so the decision was made, okay, let's leave that in there as a guiding principle. And because it's still in there, the division has to abide by the rule. They can't recommend one under 10,000. But that we, as an advisory committee and then as a wildlife board, need to be able to use some discretion on these CWMUs that truly benefit an elk herd, that we can authorize some of these under 10,000. We have already done it. It's been done a couple of times. And I do think there's precedent. I think it's been very guarded and very rare. To me, I actually heard from this landowner prior to any of this. I actually heard from this landowner a couple of years ago. This has always been a bit of a problem area. There's been a lot of depredation, a lot of depredation tags, a lot of removal, a lot of mitigation. This has been a problem area. This is an area that a CWMU could fix those problems. I truly think, and I know the division is recommending not to approve this, but I truly think that even the division sees the benefit of a CWMU in this area. It's certainly in the best interest of the elk herd in that area. I just think, and I get where you're coming from, Randy, but I think we've already crossed that bridge. And to me, it does feel like this one passes muster.
And like Wade said, I don't want public ground on there, but this one feels like it fits. And I mean, the DWR has the rule and they're going to recommend by the rule, but we're the gatekeeper to break that. not breaking the rules is the wrong word, but bend that when it works. And so this one works for me, even though I'm passionate about no private land and these should fit the rules, but this one fits for me.
So I think we're making a mistake because we looked at 2 CWMU operators the last 2 go-rounds and we told them we can't do it. There's a law and we've got a hold of that law. And now, because they're not in the room, we can say this one's different. We're okay. I think that's a big mistake. I think that it has been happened in the past, but that's grandfathered in, and that's not on the board in the time that I've been here. That's talking quite a long time ago. So I think that I think we need to have some consistency in this. I think it would be a big mistake.
You know, if you recall, December 2nd of last year, during this particular meeting, I had a motion and it passed unanimous with 2 abstentions that the CWMU rule committee be formed to revise and look at that rule. I think this particular issue should be addressed when that committee goes to work on that. So to me, I think we're getting the horse before the cart on this one a little bit. I think it needs to give the time for the CWMU committee or rule committee to be formed and work through the process, because maybe this could be lowered to 8,000 acres instead of 10,000 acres, or maybe there's a way that they could put in there that would some good clear criteria that others could go by to use to allow this to happen. Because I agree with Carl and Wade. This because there's no other acreage available and it's surrounded by public land, and there is a problem there. We ought to be able to do something there. But I don't think, I think we're going to open there's going to be a whole lot more coming to us if we allow something like this to happen. And but I think we need to wait until this committee is formed and let them do their job, and let them this be part of them.
Mr. Chair, could I maybe there's a little confusion, Randy. The committee's already there. The CWMU advisory committee's been in place for 20 years. These are the exact issues that they work on a regular basis. They are experts in it. They have been weighing in on these issues for decades now. And to me, I put a lot of credit and a lot of credence into their recommendations. They are recommending that we do approve this one, that this does pass the criteria. They don't recommend an approval on every under 10,000. They have very specific criteria that they use. They get into the weeds on this stuff. They know a lot more about this than we do. And they're recommending that we approve this one. I think all of that is in place, and I think we've got a recommendation to do this. So I don't think we're stepping out of bounds. I don't think we're setting a precedence.
Bryce, do you have any comment? Doesn't sound like it.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you have
Okay. I do. I'm a little worried too about the precedents we're setting by changing it, because I think there's going to be a lot that are under 4,000 acres on the deer. There's going to be a lot more under 10,000 acres on the elk. As far as I was concerned, it was a rule, and we've denied the ones in the past. So I would like to stay the course until the rule changes. So.
I would hate for us to approve this today, and then in a year or so, when we get new recommendations on the new rule, this will not fit the mold and then have to be revoked. So that's kind of my issue there also.
Mr. Chair, I'm talking too much, but let me throw one more point out. I get that there's got to be sideboards, there's got to be guidelines, there's got to be rules, and they need to be adhered to. Exceptions need to be very rare. But what I'm hearing and setting a precedence, then we do care about that wildlife herd. There's been significant damage done to that wildlife herd because this landowner's not in a CWMU. There's been an awful lot of bull elk killed on a really great trophy elk unit because of this. This fixes a problem. And so to me, we've got to look at what creates a bigger problem. We're using an exception that has been used in the past and granting an exemption. Does that create a bigger problem than what's already currently on the ground with the depredation and the removal that's already happening? To me, we're solving a far bigger problem than, some murky water that we're worried about.
I think, Wade, I think we're on the same page. It needs to be solved, but I think it needs to be solved at the level with the committee and work through and what those answers are. I think you're right. There are many that deal with this all the time, but I think to set the precedence that it's okay on this one, we're going to get bombarded with all of those in the past. So the way to address it, I agree with you. We need to address it, but let's have that committee and let's have the division work together to get it right.
Wait, I think I understand the CWMU rule enough, but a CWMU rule or the CWMU can allow someone to buy an access to go hunting on their property for elk, right? Even though it's just a deer CWMU, you can have someone pay for access to hunt the bulls on there, hunt the cows on there. They can still acquire funds through that way. Okay.
Yeah, if they're not an elk CWMU, then they're just fall into the regular unit. The issue is, and the issue with this is, how are we going to incentivize these landowners to quit hating elk? Because quite frankly, they very much do and have for quite some time. How are we going to incentivize them to do that? And is it going to be by selling trespass fees and deer tags on a general season unit? No, that's not an incentive. The only way we're going to incentivize these landowners is to allow for some very sought after, very difficult to get permits that have some value, which would be tenfold over anything else they would get on this other side.
We've talked a lot about Sweetwater. Can I get a little more information on the land swap that was brought up? Is that?
On the Ingham Peak trade lands.
I didn't get the name. I'm sorry, I don't have it.
Yeah, do you have specific questions? I could just log in and show
Somebody
a map.
brought in about land trade. Is there a land trade involved in any of these?
Yeah, Ingham Peak we have some trade lands in that. So they incorporate just over 4,000 acres of public land, and they open up over 5,000 acres of private land as a trade. And if I can't come.
And the recommendation from the committee and the DWR are what?
Was for that trade land.
To approve
Yeah,
that?
because it's had that trade land in it for quite some time now. So, and by rule, when a variance is granted, then they don't have to continually ask for that variance. So where that variance has been granted in the past, we just say, and that the CWMU advisory committee looked at that we'd continue with that.
And I agree with what was said is that's hard to know. I mean, it just is difficult. Your Onyx is going to say it's private. Do I get to hunt without getting on the DWR website? And then you're going to get run off public. And so I'm guessing this is one of the two that had public that came up for review.
Yeah. And I can pull up a map here.
Chad, when they do a land swap like that, is there any requirement for them to do strategic signing so that people know what's what on there, that they're welcome to hunt on what shows as private and they're trespassing on the public? I mean, is it pretty obvious? is there posting requirements by those guys when they get land like that?
No, by rule, there's not. We do have a trade lands map on our website that you can click, so you can see what those trade lands are. But yeah, it's not required by rule. That's probably something that will be addressed when the rule opens up, and something that we're beginning to encourage them to do. So yeah, I don't know if you've had a chance, but all the black is trade lands, and then you can kind of see the BLM and a couple parcels of SITLA in there that are public land inside the boundaries. So most of it is accessible. There is a couple of those chunks of SITLA in the middle that are not. No, that's the private land that the public could now hunt. What's that? The description as far as the black checkerboard is the trade lands. That's private lands that are open to the public. Then you have the yellow BLM land inside the CWMU boundary and the blue SITLA land. And you can see some of the SITLA is not accessible, legally accessible, that's inside of it. What's that? Yeah, I'm not sure what is going on with the SITLA. Yeah.
Hey, Chad, can you speak to on the public land that's being traded in the CWMU code? It requires that there be a special use permit provided by the operator for that public land. Can you state whether that was provided in this case?
Yeah, so I don't know if 100% sure if they have that or not. We are reaching out to CWMU operators. By state law, they do have to have the appropriate permits, I think is what it says in state law. They have to have the appropriate permits for whatever land agency that is. And so we do tell them that they do need to secure that. I don't know that we've followed up with those super good in the past, but it is very much on our radar going forward. Part of the CWMU application going forward is a box checking that they need to understand, that they understand if they have public land in their CWMU that they do have to have those appropriate permits.
I think it'd be a huge mistake to turn a blind eye to that if that's required by code.
Yeah.
So the Central Racks problem was really the stuff on the left where they're giving up two miles of mountaintop and they're getting 2 miles of 5,000 foot elevation stuff.
Jim might know that answer. I really might. I was the biologist up there, and it was in there when I was the biologist. Jim was before me, so we could probably at least get it back to him.
Yeah, Jim Christensen. So it was included when I started out there over 10 years ago as well. So it's been in there for quite some time. And if I can add to that too, all those public parcels do fall within the rule, and there's the 3 criteria for being included, which they do include, which is why it's continued to be included within the boundaries.
Okay, any more questions or clarification? Or are we ready for a motion?
Mr. Chair, maybe just one more quick thought. And again, it kind of comes back to the overarching principle of, are our wildlife herds better off because we can have CWMUs or are they not? And if the answer is yes, to me, it behooves us to be as flexible as we can and still be legal and to try to make this work. Now, am I a proponent of having public lands and CWMUs? No. Is let's get all of it out that we possibly can. Having said that, if it's going to be a deal breaker in the herd and consequently the public to let's make it so we don't have to bust this into 2 CWMUs. Let's make it so this can be an Oak CWMU. Let's be flexible enough so that we can benefit the herd.
Chad, do we know how it would really benefit the herd to leave this in there? Just by looking at that map, it kind of thinking maybe this is one that it ought to come out of. But how does it benefit, if it benefits the herd? And I can understand the Sweetwater one, I really can. That one to me could, but this one looks like it probably has some public access, easily access to it. How does this one benefit the herd?
Yeah, so and maybe just going back on Jim's point, I think this one was more, it fits the rule because of an enforceable boundary. A lot of that is right there on a ridge top or following fences or gates, and that was the main reason for that boundary. And as was stated by the public comment, I forget his name, but sorry, excuse me, but technology has changed. You have those abilities to look at it, but there probably is still some benefit of having a hard visual, something to look at, you know, that's very defined and a very definite boundary. So as far as, I mean, we're looking at 4,000 acres of public land and 5,700 acres of private land. They're all kind of in the same area. I don't know if the wildlife benefits, like if it was switched out, I don't know how much that changes. Does that answer?
But they have enough ground to be a CWMU without the public and without the trade.
Yeah.
They could run their own business.
Yeah, you might have some other, like some of that down on the bottom left of the map of like that, well, actually that's corner to corner. So as long as they got their contiguous, then yeah, they could still be a CWMU without the trade lands.
Honestly, this one bothers me more than Sweetwater on it. This one bothers me more than Sweetwater. The confusion of wanting to look at my Onyx and I'm on public ground and being wrong and not being able to see that. I didn't check the DWR website before I left and it says it's private, so I can't hunt there, but I really could. That is a big issue to me.
Carl, I think one thing that was brought up too, and I'm unfamiliar with this area, so I don't know, but Brock has addressed it a couple of times. I think, Chad, correct me, there is something in the code that says as we start doing these trade lands, it's got to be somewhat comparable, that we can't give up just pristine prime hunting area for something that, you know, wildlife never walks across. And so if there really is that big of a disparity between those two, you know, pieces of property, that's got to be addressed as well.
Yeah, and these, it did go through the CWMU advisory committee. So they heard from, they saw the same map. They heard from the division and from the landowner. And, you know, when we do classification data, that stuff that, you know, Brock pointed out is 5,000 acres does hold a lot of animals. And that might've been part of the reason when they migrate there was a little bit of, that was a discussion in the central region, right, Brock, of whether those come in late or after the snow. So they may be available during the hunt or they may not be. But yeah, we try to take all of that into consideration when we have these meetings. Now, does everybody know every part of where every animal is out on every CWMU, that'd be really difficult for the biologist.
What was the advisory committee's recommendation on this one?
To leave it as it is, to continue with the trade lands.
Can I weigh in? Seems to me like we've got a lot of confidence in committees. I haven't been on any of this, but if they recommend it, they've been in the work for decades. It's been working for decades. They're recommending it. That's easy for me.
Ready for a motion? Yeah.
Some of these I think may not, or at least this first one may not pass, but I think there needs to be a vote. And so I'm making the motion that we accept the committee's recommendation of including Sweetwater as an elk CWMU.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Brett. Okay.
Mr. Chair, just one point of discussion. And sorry, maybe Chad, maybe Teresa, if I could, just a question. Do we have even a ballpark idea of how many bull elk have been killed on this property due to depredation issues in the last, I don't know, 6-8 years? I mean, since it's become a significant problem. I'm just trying to gauge what level of problem that we've got down there. I mean, this is on the Dutton elk unit, arguably one of our best elk units in the state. And how big of a thorn in the side of that unit and that elk herd is this property?
Texas Kyle, see if he'd say 10 bulls over the last years. I mean, I've been involved when we've done antlerless cow removal out there, but it is a problem. And we've done some trade-offs through the depredation program with grazing some of our WMAs. And just so everyone is aware, they currently are a deer and pronghorn CWMU. Was that clear? So they just wanted to extend it.
Thank you.
Kyle, I see that you're online. Do you have any recommendation or advice before we take a vote on CWMUs and conflict of interest?
Hi, Kevin. No, not any advice that's different than what I've given previously, and it sounds like everyone's kind of run through it. But it's up to you board members if you feel like there is a potential of financial conflict, either real or perceived, involved in any association you have with the CWMU. Then it is best to state it on the record and recuse from voting. So that's kind of my normal song and dance.
Thanks, Kyle. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion?
Could you restate the motion, please?
That we allow Sweetwater to become a CWMU for elk.
So follow the recommendation of the committee.
Follow the recommendation of the committee, but basically go adverse to the DWR's recommendation.
The committee recommended it, but the DWR didn't.
Just to be involved with vetting some of those particular situations. I know the in-depth look that the committee takes at it. And I'm sure they managed through the details pretty seriously about whether this is justifiable or not before they recommended it. And I'm kind of comfortable with that.
All right, well, Bryce?
Yeah, so when the CWMU committee looks at this, I don't think they take into account the kind of precedents that we're setting for, say, like the LOA. If we do this for the CWMU, then you're doing it for the LOA. Then it's for the next person, you know? So I go back to, I think we have a rule and we need to go by it until we change that rule. If there's a good reason to change the rule, let's change the rule. Otherwise, let's go by what we have.
I'm a bit surprised by Carl, because honestly, you've been that stalwart in this all along. Though, if we're gonna do it, we need to do it right and change the rule. So I'm interested in your change today, because I've been on the board the same time of you, and we've seen a lot of these. And normally, you've been the one that's really pushed, like, hey, this is not where we're not following the rules. So I'm interested that you're okay today.
There's a couple reasons. One is there's no public ground in it. There's nothing hazy about it. It's close. We've been told there was a problem, and it just fits. They've got all of the ground. It's not like they could actually go and shop for more. They have all of it in there. There's no public ground. We have an elk problem there, and this helps solve it, is why I'm okay with this. And I'm actually very comfortable with the gatekeeper role of, we have these rules and we're the body that decides. Now, we're not going to agree on this one, okay? It's going to be a split vote. Kevin, you're probably going to have to decide this, I mean, realistically. But that's our role in this situation. And I'm comfortable with this, and I know that it is different than stances, and one other one's going to pain me more than this one. So, yeah.
I guess I'll speak to me. We turned down an 8,600 acre CWMU in the time that I've been on the board. And so to turn around and approve one, man, we're not very consistent. So that's my pain. So anyway,
Mr. Chair, could I just address that? I mean, I think we're all familiar with these governing bodies have legislative and administrative responsibilities most of the time. If this was strictly an administrative issue, Chad can count to 10,000. He knows what is above and what is below, and we don't need the board. It's a strictly administrative thing. We apply the rule. Well, that is not what is at play here. This is a legislative decision by a legislative body. So we do have discretion. That's why we're here. And so I think Carl's absolutely right on this. We weigh the pros and cons, and we do what we think is best. And I don't think it's out of character. I don't think it's out of bounds. I don't think it's out of our lane.
All right, I'll call for a vote. Bryce?
I vote no.
Yes.
I vote no, and basically with the caveat that I think we need to wait until the committee's reconvened and comes up with, because they could come up with some criteria that could throw this one back out, and that doesn't feel good to me.
Let me reiterate, because clearly someone thinks I have a conflict of interest. I do not have any affiliation with this CWMU in any way, shape, or form. I have no conflict of interest on this. My vote is yes.
I vote yes.
I vote yes.
Motion passes.
Sorry. Jacobs Creek, they asked for a different date, but the DWR recommendation was basically follow the rule.
Yeah, they want, and really they want an extended elk season. So they want to go from September 1st to November 30th. The CWMU Advisory Committee said they recommended it still be a 61-day season from October 1st to November 30th. And the CWMU actually said if it's not granted the way that they want it to from September 1st to November 30th, that they'd rather it just stay the original dates and not have the CWMU Advisory Committee recommendation.
Okay, Lazy H, they want to be an elk. DWR's recommendation is they stay a deer, but then I believe there was.
It was a non-contiguous.
Right.
So they wanted the non-contiguous to be part of the CWMU. And the CWMU Advisory Committee recommended that be part of it. But that non-contiguous would also push them over 10,000 acres. But they said where it's not non-contiguous, that it not be an elk CWMU. And then our recommendation, the landowner there was convicted of federal fraud. So our recommendation is just to be denial of the whole, because it's up for renewal too. So our recommendation is just that it's not renewed as a CWMU.
And Grass Valley, there was a negotiation or something on tags, and DWR's recommendation is basically just follow the rule.
Yeah, to have the same tags that they normally would and not switch one from the private to the public. Yeah.
Right. And then Ingham, there's a land trade. The recommendation from both was to approve it.
Yeah.
So the motion I'll make is on the rest of them to follow what the DWR recommends.
I'll second that.
Got a motion by Carl, seconded by Gary. Any question on the motion?
Just a quick question. Chad, were those federal fraud charges wildlife related?
No, they're not. They're crimes of immoral turpitude is the way that the rule states that if there's crimes of moral turpitude, then the ability is there to.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I'm going to, is there any questions, Stacey, on the motion? I'll call for a vote. Bryce?
Yes.
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 Point of clarification then, on Ingram, the motion would be that we not allow for trade lands. They would still stay a CWMU, there'd just be no trade lands. Is that?
Motion is that it stays in right now, and then after this passes one way or another, I'm going to ask Chad that, look, I don't like this. Somebody else will have to sit in my chair, but I don't like the way this is, but I don't like pulling the rug out from under
Okay.
you guys.
Very good. I vote yes.
I'm still confused. They're still in? Yes.
Yes.
Motion passes. All right, that's everything covered there.
Can I'd just like to know, Chad, when could we expect the CWMU committee to be formed and maybe start working towards a rule revision?
Yeah, so I am, I think, done with LOAs now, right? For a minute. It's up for renewal or revision next year, so we'll be working on it.
It'll come through like this time next year. What's the dates?
I don't know that we've pinned down a date on that. It could be potentially another a big committee, but we could say that we can shoot for the next year at this time, and then depending on how things go, it may be the spring after, if that works. But we'll get working on it. That work or?
It makes it hard when these come through, and I know you guys got a big lift, but the sooner that it makes clarification for this is easier. I think it's better for everyone all around. We recognize that you guys have a big lift, so, but from my standpoint, the sooner that you have, they can come out with a clear, precise decision, we don't want to make the mistake that we did today with the technology. But let's get it right and get the right people on the committee and be thorough. But at the same time, let's be working on it.
Yeah, we'll get going on it for sure.
All right, thank you. All right, with that, we will go to agenda item number 10, bison permit variance.
It looked like it was on, sorry. I'm here to present a variance appeal to you guys today. On October 20th, Mr. Schlenker submitted an application for a variance request on his 2022 once-in-a-lifetime bison permit on the Book Cliffs Little Creek South unit. His variance request was because he got subpoenaed in his home state of Ohio to testify in a criminal trial. He was one of the key witnesses in that trial, so he couldn't get out of it. He received the subpoena on October 3rd, so as that is definitely less than 30 days before the hunt started. So he was unable to surrender the permit without losing all of his bonus points. The trial was scheduled on October 24th. And so it was said to last about approximately 4 days, and it lasted about 4 days. And his hunt started on October 22nd and went till November 1st. So by the time the trial was to be over, he would have only had 1 day or 1 day and a half to get to Utah, hunt his bison, and return home. He's asking to extend his hunt into the 2023 season, which is allowed by the variance rule for once-in-a-lifetime permits. However, being subpoenaed for a trial, it does not fit the qualifications of a variance. So the variance committee did have to deny this request. The only way we can approve these requests is by personal injury or illness, death, or significant injury to immediate family member, or deployment for military or national defense, and of course, COVID-19 related health problems. However, the Division of Wildlife is supportive of granting this request and allowing him to hunt on his 2022 bison permit into the 2023 season. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Hey, if he'd known about it sooner, would he surrendered his permit?
If he got to his subpoena, yes, he would have. But he didn't get the subpoena until October 3rd, and his hunt started on the 24th. So he would have lost all his points. That's why he submitted a variance request.
So what if we just granted him the variance on his being able to surrender without losing his points? Did that get talked about at all?
In the rule, it allows them to pick either or in the variance rule. If it's approved for a once-in-a-lifetime permit, they can either get their points back or extend to the next season.
Was he at max points? Do you have that information?
I can't remember for that hunt. He did have 20 bonus points, so it was a significant, and he's a non-resident.
Okay.
So I don't know if he was the max point holder or not, but he was pretty close.
Any other questions from the board? No. Questions from RAC chairs? We do not have any public comment on this, nor will there be any audience comment. I'll open it up for board discussion.
To me, this one isn't a tough one at all because he didn't do anything wrong. There's nothing that he could have done different. He's waited over 20 years and was lucky as a non-resident to draw a once-in-a-lifetime tag. So to me, the documents that he has provided us with his subpoena and the letter from the county attorney, I think he's got all of his ducks in a row well enough that I can definitely support giving him a tag next year. I'll make a motion that we approve the bison permit variance that Lindy has offered us.
I'll second that.
Got a motion by Randy, seconded by Carl. Any questions on the motion? We'll call for a vote. Bryce?
Yes.
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 Motion passes unanimous. With that, we
Mr.
will go.
Chairman?
Thank you, Lindy.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment on that last motion there for a second? Perhaps maybe the board ought to look at having the division look into that rule and get some language in there pursuant to people being subjected to legal proceedings outside of their own control and they haven't committed a crime.
Can you speak to that, Lindy?
I can. We actually already are looking into it because of this request, and there's already discussion happening at the division. So you may see some rule change in the coming year.
Way to go.
So thank you.
Thanks. Way to be on it. With that, we will go to agenda item number 11, Expo permit allocation amendments. Colby.
It's on now. All right. See if I can bring that up really quickly. This should be quick. I mean it. Oh. I can see Paul working diligently over there, so I know that it's coming. Okay, so some of the changes that we made today, we bring the expo permits forward in August. Some of the changes we made today impact those. And so this is just to align a few of those where we have issues. There are a few in Elk. Most of these are slight boundary changes, or the first two are slight boundary changes. So Bookcliffs, Bitter Creek South goes to Bookcliffs, Bitter Creek East. Central Mountains, Nebo goes to Central Mountains, Nebo, Sand Pitch, where a portion of that was cut out and put into the general season unit. And the Ponsagont goes away. And the recommendation there is just to move that to the Plateau Fish Lake, Thousand Lakes. Pronghorn, Southridge, Ogden was just too long, so we changed it. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Colby. Questions from the board? Questions from rack chairs? All right, again, this did not go to the public through the rack, so we don't have any public comment, nor do we have any motions from the racks. So I'll open it up for board discussion.
Just a quick question. The reason you couldn't just dissolve and remove like that Ponsagont tags is because it's already been allocated in that package for the expo? Why did that need to be reallocated to Thousand Lakes?
Okay. So we've tried to maintain a similar number of permits in that. The View Expo is another public draw, and just tried to say, hey, we'll try to offer 200 permits in that public draw at the expo, and then the rest through this. And so when it was removed, I mean, that is a possibility or an option, but we've tried to maintain those for that as well.
Sure.
Make the recommendation that we approve as presented.
I'll second that.
Got a motion by Carl, seconded by Wade. Any discussion on the motion? We'll call for a vote. Bryce? You're on mute, Bryce.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
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 Are we good with that? A vote from Bryce? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Kobe, before you leave, I just want to recognize Dax. He did a really bang-up job on that elk plan committee, and you need to take him out and buy him a big steak or something. He did a really good job. He was just so transparent through the whole thing and provided some good data. So good on him.
I appreciate that, Randy. Thank you. Yeah, and we'll take him out. He looks pretty flustered right now. So in the Northeast region, if you don't know, the Northeast region is considered the region of giants. I think you've got to be over 6 foot to even work in the region. And so when they eat steaks, this is true. They buy 2 steaks. They buy one cheap steak that's known as the filler steak, and they eat that first, and then they get a little piece of the expensive steaks. So they get some good stuff too. So we'll get him 2 steaks.
Thank you. So I do have some other business that I would like to ask Blair to come up and address the Swan stuff. I know it's at the end of the day, but this is pretty important.
Now is that? Okay. Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a presentation that's going to be coming up just to give you some background on the Swan issue that's been going on the last couple of years. So just wait for that. It does remind me of a swan joke I heard the other day. There was a swan that walked into a bar, and the barman said, "Hey, I named my bar after you." And the swan said, "You named your bar Dave?" So, thought Justin Shannon probably would laugh at that more than anybody, but. All right. So let's see. Okay. All right. So just a little bit of history about the swan hunt over the last little while. We made some changes in 2009 to the swan hunting regulations. The first thing we did was we expanded the swan hunting area in Box Elder County. So the old boundary used to be the Forest Service or the Forest Street Road that went out to the Bear River Refuge. And we expanded that north, included about 10,000 more acres, including public shooting grounds, some clubs, and some private sloughs and stuff that were in that area. We also increased permits from 2,000 to 2,750, and we increased the quota from 10 to 20 swans. About that same time, we started seeing more trumpeter swans come into the state. I've been hunting that part of the state pretty much my entire life. I never saw a trumpeter swan during the season until about 2016. We started seeing a few more every year, and really the floodgates opened 2019 for whatever reason. It kind of coincided with all these changes. And we just started seeing, thousands of more swans up there than we had ever seen before. So it really was poor timing to coincide with all these changes we made. To give you a little background on trumpeter harvest, we've never hit the trumpeter swan quota in Utah prior to 2019. Also, prior to 2019, we averaged about 1 trumpeter swan for about every 800 tundra swans that we were shooting. So it was really like 2 to 3 trumpeter swans were being shot every year prior to the 2019 changes. And so also prior to 2019, we'd only had 20 recorded trumpeter swans ever harvested in the state. And over the last 4 years, we've had 85. So whatever happened in 2019 with trumpeter swans kind of blew everything out of the water that we thought we knew about trumpeter swans and trumpeter swan harvest here in Utah. Looking at average swan tags that are filled each year, really over the long term, we've averaged about 40% success on those hunts every year. What we've seen the last couple of years, though, with the swan hunt closing earlier and earlier, we're seeing that the number of tags being filled is decreasing. And so that really is cutting into opportunity for people to hunt swans this year with the season closing about 24 days earlier. We only saw, a little over 30% of the swan tags being filled. In terms of locations, there's really about 5 primary areas in the state where most people go to shoot swans. Bear River Refuge historically has been a really popular area. Harold Crane, Howard Slough have also been really popular. And now with the opening of public shooting grounds, we're seeing by far most of our swans being shot in that area, with some scattered birds being shot along the other parts of the eastern side of the Great Salt Lake Hunt area. What's, I guess, is troubling to us is with the opening of public shooting grounds, we're seeing probably about 33% of the swans being shot there each year. And it's kind of become a black hole to where prior to that, about 35% of people were hunting refuge, about 20 more. So roughly about 50% of people were shooting their swans just on those 2 areas. With the opening of public, we started to pull a lot of hunters in from that north area of the lake into public shooting grounds, just because it's such an easy place to go. It's easy access, and there's a lot of birds there. What is, I guess, the downside to public being open and a lot of people hunting there is also we're seeing most of the trumpeter swans being shot there. And so for the first 2 years, people hadn't really keyed in on the number of trumpeter swans that were there, but that's really increased over the last 2 years. It's become a really popular place for people to go, and because they know trumpeters there, we're starting to see more and more targeting incidents happening at public shooting grounds as well. Outside of public, we're seeing a few birds taken on the refuge still, some in that Corinna area, and then just a few opportunistically taken at other areas within the hunt boundary. And so what to do now? We're looking at a couple different things. One of our long-term options is something we've talked about before is working with Fish and Wildlife Service to see if we can lift the trumpeter swan quota. We've got the feather analysis stuff going on, trying to determine the origin of where these trumpeter swans are coming from. Our main primary concern is trumpeter swans coming from that greater Yellowstone area. That's what all of our restrictions are in place to try to protect those birds. But they may be coming from Canada and Alaska and other parts of the country where we don't have as many concerns with trumpeters. We're also working on a GPS collaring study. Wasatch Wiggins and a couple other groups are going to help us to collar some trumpeter swans, just again to kind of see where these birds are coming from. Some of them are wintering here, and we'll see where they go in the summer, and that'll help us better inform us on what's happening with trumpeter swans. If we can get to the point where we can change things with Fish and Wildlife Service, it may be an option to remove the quota, but at this point, we really don't have any idea. And that's really a long-term fix. It's years and years in the making at this point. Some of the more near-term things we're doing, we're going to review data in the current swan hunt structure, and we realize there's stuff that we can do to try to reduce trumpeter swan take. Really, as we evaluate that, the goals will be to try to discourage trumpeter harvest, as well as to try to keep the season open for the whole season so we don't have to keep closing it early. What our plan is to kind of review this stuff the next couple of months and come forward with the recommendation for the rack and board cycle in the May, June rack and board meetings. And so ideally that's when we'll have a good idea of what we need to do moving forward, and we'll have some recommendations to try to address the trumpeter swan take and closing the season. One other thing to note, the restrictions as far as basically we can reduce anything we currently have. So we can reduce the hunt area, we can shorten the season, we can cut permits, we can really do all that stuff without the consult with the flyway or the Fish and Wildlife Service. So that gives us some options. We'll probably try to evaluate what we can do and try to work within that framework so we can make those changes immediately. If things do go through the June board meeting, it would give us time to implement those for the 2023-24 waterfowl season. And so that's all I have. Happy to answer questions or any other things you may have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions for Blair from the board?
Just how close do you think we are to being able to scientifically say these are Alaskan Canadian swans rather than Wyoming swans?
So I think we're fairly close. We're anticipating that data being available to us hopefully by this spring. That's when we'll be able to initiate conversations with Fish and Wildlife Service. I mean, in a perfect scenario, we could start those conversations. We'd have something in place at this fall's flyway meeting, which would then go into effect a year from that point. So, I mean, best case scenario, we're 2 years out. It's more than likely it'll take a couple of years of discussions before we get to a place where we can have some kind of recommendation. So, I mean, it's probably 4 years at this point, best case scenario.
Okay.
All right, I had one more request. I'll have Lindy come up. The question that I received today was if we had the sportsman tag that is generated, the revenue that's generated from the sportsman tag applications. I think Lindy's got that ready for us.
Okay, so the sportsman's application draws, what you're talking about, the one permit, the statewide permit. So for this year, we had 57,301 applications. So each application is $10. But remember that some of that fee does go to our contractor, and then admin fees to pay for administration. So some of that does come in to help pay for other programs. So.
Okay. And is there certain requirements with that, like there is the conservation permits, or can that go into your general with what you do with those funds, or the ones that you get back after the contractor?
Yeah, I'm looking at Kenny for that. He's the one that kind of plays around with the funds when it comes in. I just wanted him to come up for once.
So yeah, those funds do roll into our restricted revenue.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for all those that have stuck around today. Okay, we're going to end it. Thank you.